Nielsen Dodge for the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram. Visit nielsendodge.com and save today. The Nielsen Way. Next game tomorrow night. Second of 4 in Baltimore. 9 games to go in the regular season. Yankees' magic number is at 6 to clinch a playoff spot. Game time 7:05. On the air at 6:25 with our pregame coverage. Until then, for our producer, engineer in the booth, Matt Shortis, to producer Connor Green, and for Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Berbari saying so long. Once again, the final score: the Yankees 7 and the Orioles nothing. On WFAN Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio. Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Gio to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/GIO for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, also the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. 10 games remaining against a pair of last-place teams, and the Yankees took advantage.
A bullet down the third baseline. Into the corner. Here comes Goldie. Here comes Bellinger. He's going to score. Big G. Mr. Stanton with a 2-run double, and the Yankees are blowing it open.
2-run double for Giancarlo Stanton. Amed Rosario, 2-run double of his own. More than enough for Max Fried, who struck out a season-best 13 over 7 innings of 3-hit ball. Yankees silence the Orioles 7-0. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Fried now a Major League leading 18 wins on the season. The Blue Jays lost to the Bombers within 3 games of first. Also hold the 2-game lead on the Astros for the top wild card. Jonah Tong, an impressive bounce back. 5 innings, a 1-run ball. 8 Ks, led the Mets by the Padres 6-1. Rookie able to put to bed a disastrous start last time out, where he was torched for 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning.
I've had outings like that in the past, and even I remember it kind of reminded me of one of last year when I was in high A, and it just takes a day to let it flush and you go right back to it. And I'm really grateful for the support I have in the clubhouse, and especially the vets, and just hearing their input.
Brandon Nimmo, big 3-run shot. Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game. Mets now 2 up on the D-backs and the Reds. Giants in action now, entered 2 games back, and they're scoreless with the Dodgers as they head to the 4th inning. And Thursday Night Football's been a good one. The Bills now with a 28-21 lead on the Dolphins. We've hit the 2-minute warning. 72 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan.
Yeah. Let's do it, man. Freshly after 11 o'clock. So that means I get a full 3 hours to rock. 87.7, 33.7, 66.66. Yeah, I'm kidding. That used to be the number. Remember that? You don't need the number. Do I have to say the number? I think we're programmed to say the number. But the same people are going to call anyway. They either have the number saved or I think even in the app you can push call. So I don't have to say the number, man. You know what we're about to talk about. But I don't know if we should talk about the Mets or the Yankees first, right? Because usually I say to the victor, go the spoils. I mean, they both won today. It's a good day when they both win. Obviously, the Mets won first hours ago. But as I just went live on WFAN YouTube, I realized, oh, damn, I got to go up against a Rico. Evan and Hoff doing a Rico right now. Nobody can compete with that. They do Taylor Swift numbers. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can compete with that. So I guess everybody's watching the new Rico Garcia pod. So we'll start Yankees. Let's go Yankees. Let's start with, the Yankees travel. That's not an excuse. The Yankees didn't need an excuse. And earlier this week, we were saying, aren't they used to it by now? Shouldn't they have some type of, this was me saying it, shouldn't they have some type of, melatonin set up for these guys, sleep pods, special seats on the plane, some type of protocol to get them to these private airports and straight to the hotel. Maybe they got some type of bat cave entrance. I was just trying to get the Thursday Night Football game on the TV. Got it. Tua being Tua. I picked the Bills for my survivor pool this week. And once you use them, you can't use them. And I'm just like, there's no way the Bills lose on a short week to the Dolphins. And we're going to get to plenty football tonight. But back to the Yankees and their travel. So shout out to BK, Brendan Cuddy. He was getting some love. He was getting a nod with Dave and Susan on the broadcast. Because I guess he played a part in, telling them, hey, we should be flying into BWI, we should be flying into the Baltimore airport and not Dulles. And he wrote a little article. He said they had planned to fly into Dulles International Airport and drive 80 minutes to the team hotel in Baltimore. Dulles is in Virginia. I remember flying out of there when I played at JMU. When we had our own chartered team planes, they would come out of there. Avoiding the more convenient Baltimore-Washington International Airport, Major League Baseball cleared the Yankees to fly directly into Baltimore early Thursday, but Yankees players preferred to arrive in the city as soon as possible. Absurd was how one prominent member of the Yankees described the Twins' decision to schedule a night game Wednesday, with the team needing to play in Baltimore the following night. The Yankees also didn't get into Minnesota until well past midnight Monday, and then after Sunday night's loss to the Red Sox in Boston. So that's what I was saying. We were just coming off of Sunday night baseball, going into Minnesota, where, they had the same score that they had tonight, but it was opposite. They got blanked 7-0, and we weren't ready to give them that excuse because that had happened against Toronto a couple weeks ago. That had happened against Boston last month. But hey, they're figuring some things out now. So shout out to Brendan Cuddy and the Yankees for maneuvering. I think it saved them at least an hour. An hour goes a long way sleep-wise. You ask me, if I can steal an hour nap in the day, I'm a different person by the time I get on at night. So, we start there with the travel. Brian Hoke wrote that the Yankees got into Baltimore from Minneapolis around 3:30 a.m., according to Aaron Boone, who said, we did pretty good timing-wise. Late report, no on-field BP. though some infielders were taking grounders. Now, this is Yankee Stadium South down there. You guys have been to Camden Yards, right? Maybe some of you are down there now. Maybe some of you are driving back from there now. The place is full of Yankee fans. The place is full of Yankee fans from South Jersey, Delaware, PA, Maryland, the surrounding areas. Even New Yorkers drive down there. It's not that bad of a drive. And it's cost effective. You can sit close. Nobody's in the upper decks. Nobody's in the 300 level. And, this late in the season, I just was watching, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, where I remember talking about how they did this whole build a ballpark and they changed the dimensions and they had this like splash zone, Mr. Splash. And, they really thought they had it going on, man. In the last couple years with them winning 101 games and making it to the postseason, they really thought that they arrived. Now look at them. Bombs. Now look at them. Eliminated. Now look at them. When the Yankees go in there and dominate them, with all Yankee fans in attendance, the game ends with "Let's go Yankees," and there's nothing they could do about it. Nobody's spraying any water out there now. They don't have Adam Jones out there now. They don't have Frank the Tank out there now. Last night, I got a call from Steve Vaccaro. The Steve Vaccaro is from the Chapters Network. I know you guys don't know him, but he's a friend of mine who called in. But he called in as Steve from Valley Stream, and he talked about how he's in Minnesota to see the Vikings. He's a Vikings fan, and he also saw the Yankee game, and he does a lot of charity work where I think he gave out tickets to, this Yankees series. And what I'll say is the Yankees come to town and they want night games because they want to make money off of the Yankees brand. That's how you can't tell me like nobody cares about the Yankees anymore. The Yankees aren't the same anymore. If you go to House of Highlights on YouTube, we did this one Red Sox fan versus 10 Yankee fans YouTube series. And one of the themes was like that the aura of the Yankees is gone. I'm like, it'll never be gone. The brand is permanently built. And people that don't know anything about baseball, they still think Derek Jeter's on the team. So I don't fault Minnesota for trying to get those late season 3-night games at their beautiful ballpark with the Yankees and not playing a day game. Nobody feels sorry for the Yankees. So they go for Minnesota where they played well. And now they got a little bit of a win streak going. They win tonight. And last night, Steve called and he gave us a little bit of a nugget, something that you get when you're at the ballpark and you're not watching on TV. He said, "Keith, what's up with Amed Rosario? Why doesn't he play? He seems like he's upset." He was, I was looking in the dugout. He was sitting away from guys on the team. Well, he's only been on the team for a month and a half. And what I said last night was, he's Unc, right? He's Uncle Amed. He's got Unc vibes. But he's only 29 years old. His career is not over. He's a competitor. He wants to play. And with what he did on Sunday Night Baseball, hitting that homer, he probably felt like he deserved some playing time. Also, he's watching Caballero damn near become the starting shortstop. And he's probably thinking to himself, why am I here? You traded for Ryan McMahon. He's third base every day. I'm not going to get any reps at shortstop. You got 2 shortstops there. Then you have 4 or 5 outfielders. Judge, Grisham, Belly, Stanton, Dominguez. Like I can understand the guy sitting there and being like, why did they trade for me? What is my purpose here? I'm not going to play. Like, this is another year of my career. Well, he goes back to Maryland, not as a National, but as a Yankee to face the Baltimore Orioles, and he cracks the game open for us tonight. You love to see it. Left-handed pitcher on the mound, Amed Rosario gets the opportunity to play, and he hits. I think I heard them say on the postgame, when he hits, he's hitting 400 for the Yankees. Not a bad problem to have. Not a bad problem to have. Good to see Amed Rosario early, swinging, ready to go. And, the thing is, like, the Yankees now have, like, a deeper team and a deeper bench. Even as you see Goldschmidt play tonight. All right? Because before Amed Rosario had the 2-run double, Goldie Knox gets a hit. And I was talking about Goldschmidt. Like, Goldschmidt's got a .280 batting average. And I think when you look at what Goldschmidt has been for this team this year for $12 million, oldie but Goldie, that's a good season for Paul Goldschmidt. I didn't know what to expect. And I did expect him to platoon. I didn't expect him to play 158 games. But, yeah, when you're looking at this team now, they do have guys that can hit left-handed pitching. They do have guys that can pinch hit. They have a few guys. Like, they almost have too many guys to fit into the lineup. But these are good problems to have, like I'm saying. So as the game goes on, let's talk about Max Fried. Max Fried is a guy that I said, if this is the version of Max Fried we're getting, pack it up. And I don't know when I said that, but it was a while ago because Max Fried has been good. Max Fried has been right. He got right. I want to say it had to be, it was hot, so it had to be like early August. Maybe it was the Astros series, but he got back into the lab. He fixed himself. The Yankees fixed him. I give credit to Matt Blake, Harkey, Boone, whoever. I don't know. Whoever, their analytics guys or whatever they did to fix Max Fried is awesome because when we were kind of, looking at this team as what are they going to be with Devin Williams blowing games, with Volpe leading the league in errors, with Max Fried giving it up, it seemed kind of hopeless for the season. But it's a long season, man. Don't you love baseball? I love baseball because it is such a winding road. It is such an unwritten story, day by day, game by game, series by series, week to week, and month to month. And here we are in this last month of the season, and Max Fried has regained his form, so much so he tied his career high in strikeouts tonight. And I don't care that it's the quadruple A Baltimore Orioles. They have all-stars over there. They have highly regarded players over there. I'm watching the game tonight, and I'm like, Jorge Mateo had a 30-homer season? Oh, I had no idea. Yankee fans remember him. Susan always, refers to him as a longtime Yankee farmhand. And I'm like, that had to be an error. Now I'm looking at it now. I'm like, that definitely was an error. Because I'm like, he's got one homer. But anyway, they have good hitters over there. Ryan Mountcastle, Gunnar Henderson, Westberg. So if you want to try and diminish what Max Fried did tonight, I think that's foolish. I think he's throwing the whole kitchen sink. He can strike guys out with multiple pitches. He's got multiple pitches to keep guys off balance. And I'm watching him pitch, and after he got into a little bit of trouble in the second inning, he wiggled out of that. And then he's just striking out the side, retiring guys in order, facing the minimum. And then we get to a point in the game with Volpe where I know you guys are down on Volpe. He's the whipping boy, but that's another good showing. That's another positive for cortisone tone, right? A hustle double where the slide gets him in there, avoiding the tag, swipes third base, and then Caballero gets on. And then, of course, his chicken parm partner, Austin Wells, drives him in. The Yankees go up 3-0, manufacturing runs without the home run. Yes, I'm talking to you, Buck Martinez, again. Ever since Buck Martinez called them out and said, if they don't score or if they don't hit home runs, they can't score. They have found a way to put the ball in play. They found ways to steal bases. They found ways to manufacture runs. They didn't hit one home run tonight. Fried responds with another 1-2-3 inning. Jazz doubles after going down in the count and after fouling one off of his groin area. And Jazz is one swing away from a 30-30 season. Fried just continues to mow him down. And this guy McDermott, when he comes into the game, he's cooked because he walks Caballero. And I'm looking at Caballero, and I'm wondering, I'm like, where have I seen his accessories before? Because he wears those bright accessories. I'm like, oh, Caballero coming from Tampa, those bright colors that he wears, those were to match the Tampa Bay City Connect uniform. The purple, the lime green. It looks good with the Yankee uniform. They should let all the Yankees wear, obviously you got to wear the pinstripes and the road grays, but whatever other colors you want to wear, Jazz, Cabby, Judge, go for it. But yeah, anyway, after Buddy, walks Caballero, walks Wells, they have a mound visit, and this guy, Chase McDermott, Chase spelled Chayce, he gives the game away. Goldie gets his second hit of the night, drives in Caballero. It's 4-0. Judge first pitch swinging, sac fly, makes it 5-0. Tough night for Judge, and we're going to talk about Judge tonight because it's funny. I get texts about conversations that go on WFAN, and I'm like, oh, I've been having that conversation. I've been calling for Yankee fans to use their voices, their platform, social media, podcasts, to kind of push down the narrative that Cal Raleigh is the MVP. We're going to get into that tonight. tonight for sure. But yeah, Judge tonight with 2 strikeouts, not, getting any hits, not raising his average. He had 2 walks. I need that average to stay up, Judgy. We need to hold off young Jacob Wilson so that you win the batting title. And that's just another reason why we're like, Judge is the MVP. I'm listening to Dave call the game, and Dave said he did some work. And Aaron Judge leads the American League in 19 statistical categories. How can you not give that guy the MVP? Another former MVP, Giancarlo Stanton, later lines a laser to left field, makes it 7-0, and they take him right out, embrace the Martian, and we're rolling. We're good. Max Fried ties his career high, 13 Ks at 87 pitches. Paul Blackburn pulls up. He says, I'll have whatever he's having, and finishes the game. I think the Yankees end up getting 2 more strikeouts from him, and then that ties their season high for 15 strikeouts in a game. 27 outs, 15 of them being strikeouts. That's an easy night. A goose egg for the Baltimore Orioles. Impose your will. Leave no doubt. Baseball night in America with the world watching and Ken Rosenthal trying to lobby for the world to think that Kyle Raleigh should be the MVP over Judge. Like, nah, smack them in Yankee Stadium South, give them nothing, and go on to sweep. And I know some of you are going to call tonight and say, hey, Keith, we're not out of the division. I think Moose in Jamaica called last night, and I kind of just knocked it down. I know. Mathematically, we are not out. Those young guys in Tampa today, they shut out the Toronto Blue Jays, but it's a getaway day. They beat them 4-0. I know we're not completely out of it, but when you really sit down with the math of what it's going to take here, it would take for the Toronto Blue Jays to lose more games than they win, and for the Yankees to not lose more than a game with the tiebreaker. It's too late for all that. Don't have 2 6-game losing streaks. Don't have so many series that you lose. Don't have Devin Williams blow 9 games. Don't have Volpe out there leading the league in errors with a torn labrum. Don't play DJ LeMahieu at second base. He can't get to routine ground balls. Like those little things during the season add up. Where now you're trying to cram, and there are fans, and I love you Yankee fans that are always optimistic. We need y'all that are always glass half full, and hope week is always on, but I don't see it. So I'm not going to play that game of the Yankees getting a division. Sure, if they get it, I'll be pumped up and happy for that, whatever, and they get the bye. But I think it's pretty much a lock. We're going to be in the wild card. And when you see Max Fried pitch like he pitched today, when we are less than 2 weeks away from that wild card, you got to feel pretty good. I'm not back on the ride yet, but I'm getting in line. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll take a break here. And then we'll come back. We'll take the Yankee calls. And before I take Yankee calls, I'll say a little bit about the Mets as well, because we do already have some Mets calls. I'm sure there's Mets fans that have been waiting all day. If you didn't get on with Evan and Tiki or the Lug Hour to talk about the Mets, we could do that as well. I got plenty of time tonight. Like, I'm on before 11:30, before 12. So we will talk all the baseball. We'll look around the league. Clayton Kershaw, Hunter Green, the Cleveland Guardians. And then we'll get to the football as the game just went final in Buffalo. The Buffalo Bills win again. They're undefeated. They were not about to lose in their building. Tua'd late, and they cover the spread too. I think the spread was more than a touchdown. And if they would have just left it there at 28-21, then I don't know if they would. I think the spread was more than a touchdown. I want to say the spread was something like they end up winning by 10. I'm not sure of the spread, but I remember looking at it. It was 12.5, so they didn't cover the spread, but they still beat them by 10 and not just a touchdown. So I don't know if you guys are gambling like that. I've chilled on the gambling. I'll explain why I've chilled on the gambling as well later. 888-808-1019, streaming live on YouTube if you want to look at my Max Fried shirt. And streaming on the free Odyssey app, the TuneIn app, iHeartRadio app, something like that, 1019 FM, 660 AM, and WFAN.com. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, here till 2 a.m. KM to AM returns right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, text, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
I'm Dr. Glenn Gedgerman of John Thur Cancer Center. If you have prostate cancer, call my cell, day or night, 201-450-4263. That's 201-450-4263. We use TomoTherapy's unique guided radiotherapy to precisely focus on the prostate gland. Our treatments can be safely completed with fewer side effects and better sexual function. Call my cell at 201-450-4263. John Thur Cancer Center, a division of Hackensack Meridian Health.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay. Let's rock, man. New York baseball talk, man. Keith McPherson on the Fan. So earlier today, I was watching the Met game and listening to the Met game and keeping up with the box score and doing a bunch of little things. And I think last night I said I expected the Mets to win, but a lot would rest on what type of start you get from young Jonah Tong. Y'all can leave the tongs at home. I don't think that helps. I think that's wild corny. Like bringing tongs to the ballpark. I can't tell you Met fans what to do. You need something. You're always looking for something to latch on to. So I guess if you're bringing tongs to the ballpark, it worked today. That's that young man's best start. That's that young man bouncing back, being a pro. After weeping, after crying in the club, after feeling like he let the entire Mets nation down. Jonah Tong, good job. Now, something else I said. The Mets will lose a night game and then a quick turnaround day game, they'll win. And I don't have any numbers on it, but I just felt like recently they did that. And so I went back and looked just last month. August, they lost to the Giants 4-3. They bounced back, quick turnaround the next day. Day game, they won 12-6. August 15, they lost to the Mariners 11-9. The next day, here comes Nolan McLean's debut. They bounce back and win that game. So you knew that the Padres were going to put up a fight. You knew that the San Diego Padres, a postseason team, the team ahead of you in the wild card, a team that swept you last time you saw them, Mets fans, you knew that they weren't going to go quietly. But you also knew that the Mets, were going to turn around and show up, and they did. You got Luis Torrens back, and I'm sure he helped Jonah Tong as well. And Jonah Tong was retiring guys with the fastball, throwing the fastball. He wasn't really trying to land the off-speed stuff as much from what I saw. And I felt like that was different than when he got rocked against the Phillies. I felt like they got in the lab with him. They worked on a little bit of a game plan with that young man. And when the game started off, I thought he was going to be in a little bit of trouble, right? Luis Arias, who had the video the night before where he came and he knocked the bill of his hat, and you see the kid smile at him. He gets a hit, and then Manny Machado laces one to left field, but doesn't run out of the box and gets thrown out at second base. And then the kid strikes out Jackson Merrill. You're good. Now, a big thing that I want to talk about tonight, one of the main themes I wanted to talk about tonight, and I'm glad I have this time, is Paid Pete. I want you Met fans who said you didn't need Pete Alonzo to remember this stretch. I want the Met fans that said, we'll put Vientos at first base, or we'll go get Vladdy. We want Vladdy. to remember that Pete Alonso has turned it on in this little bit of a stretch here. After you lost 8 in a row, Pete Alonso has homered in 4 straight games. He's hit a homer for 4 straight days. Pete Alonso is the face of the franchise, even though a lot of you just loved the Soto signing and said, to hell with Pete, I'm getting a 22 jersey. Soto is here. Please remember that Paid Pete is the one that said, I'm about to go get 40. I'm going to go get 40 this week. What's he at, 37? Paid Pete is the one that put the team on his back to say, I got to hit. I got to shake out of this. I got to get it done. And Paid Pete is the one right now that you can thank for the right vibes because he got it started today. 888-808-1019. Pete Alonso is putting together a nice year. And I remember talking about how last year was a prove-it year. He really waited to prove it into the postseason, and good for him that he got that opportunity. This year was like another prove-it year mulligan. He's going to have better numbers. He's going to have better numbers. And, as that game continues to go on, Juan Soto does drive in his 100th RBI. And you see former Yankee Randy Vasquez give it up. And then, of course, Wandy Vision. Former Yankee Wandy Peralta comes in, and the game gets blown open by Brandon Nimmo. Yup. Brandon Nimmo hits one out. You see Lindor is fired up. Lindor scores. Alonzo scores. And in my notes, I write, the great Sweeney Murdy used to say, 3-run homers win ball games. And I think everybody could just exhale a sigh of relief because at that point, you have a good lead. At that point, Jonathan, he gets through his day, goes through 5 with 4 hits, 1 unearned run, 8 Ks. Like I said, throwing his fastball to get guys out. And that kid wants to be on this team in the postseason. That kid wants to be on the wild card roster. That kid wants to potentially get a shot. As we do see Kodai Senga working his way back. AAA Syracuse, he went 3 2/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 4 Ks. You might have to bring Piggy back with him and David Peterson, but you'll worry about that later. It was so vital for the Mets to win a damn series. It was so vital for this Mets team to win a series against a good postseason team like the Padres for belief. The fans are back in now. And you can't lose that series, lose 2 in a row, and then potentially drop this first game to Washington and then have another losing streak. You had to make this stretch winning 3 out of 4 feel real, and the Mets did that. So I just look at the standings and I look at where they are, and I just don't think that they're going to drop out as long as they handle business. Now, sweep the Nationals. You owe them. Sweep the Nationals, and you're really in a good spot. You don't want to have to worry about going to the north side of Chicago on the road and then to Miami and need all of those games. You very well could lose both of those series to the Cubs and the Marlins. Your pitching is fickle. They have guys that can hit. Like, sweep the Nationals in your building with Sproat and McLean and Clay Shawn coming up. It has to get done. It absolutely has to get done. The Mets are 2 games up over the Diamondbacks, who they don't own the tiebreaker on. They're 2 games up over the Cincinnati Reds, who they don't own the tiebreaker on. You cannot fall back into like that 1-game spot, because that's where it's gonna get scary for you next week in the last week of the season, and nobody wants to go through that. 888-808-1019. Now it's wide open for calls. Mets fans, Yankee fans, I'm going to go in order that you guys came up on the board. Vic is in Rockland, New York on the Fan. What's up, Vic?
Thank you for taking my call, Keith, and I agree with your astute analysis on both the Yankees and the Mets, but I have a suggestion for the New York Mets.
Okay.
I really think they need a catcher who can handle the pitching staff, and I think the guy is Real Muto, whom my understanding is that his contract is up at the end of this year, and I assume he's going to be a free agent. My suggestion is that the Mets should go after him, maybe sign him to a 3-year contract. He's 34 years old, but he's got a history of working with pitching staff as far back as when he was in the minors. And I think he's not the type of guy who's going to have his pitchers throw the ball down the cock to the best hitter on the Padres with the bases loaded.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a better head on his shoulders than anybody they've had so far. And I think he can work with the pitching staff, and I think that's what's really needed. Not different pitchers, but somebody who can work with the pitching staff, educate them, because that's what he's done in the past.
I like the thought. Thanks for the call, Vic. That guy is a Philadelphia Philly all the way, one of the leaders of that team. The Mets should have signed him back when they signed James McCann. They should have tried to get him then before he became really a part of the fabric of what they do down there in Citizens Bank Park. I don't think he wants to be a Met. The Phillies spend money too. I think the Phillies are going to find a way to bring him back, bring Kyle Schwarber back. I mean, it's World Series or bust for this Phillies team this year because that looms large, right? That JT will be a free agent. Schwarber will be a free agent. Like, they got to win this year. That's why they went out and got Harrison Bader. They went out and got Joan Duran. They went out and got David Robertson. Like, they're going for it. But I do understand that the Mets catching situation with Francisco Alvarez, Luis Torrens, Hayden Sanger, like, it leaves you kind of wanting some more. Alvarez is just a crash test dummy. He's just he's just hurt. He's just hit all the time. He gets hit by so many pitches. He doesn't know how to slide. I feel like he can be such a good player. Like, I like the guy. I've said he's my favorite Met when he's going good. I just like his swing. I like his moxie, his attitude. Torrens, I think Torrens is solid little, defensive catcher. It all depends on if Stearns is, prioritizing that position and spending there, but I don't think that they're going to go after JT Realmuto. Santino is in Suffolk County on the Fan. What's up, Santino?
Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to talk about how, people are basically deliberating as to whether the Yankees should prefer to play the Astros or the Red Sox. My thing is, as a lifelong Yankee fan, how could you not want to go and play the Red Sox in whatever round in the playoffs? Like, people are scared to play the Red Sox now. I get
I'm
it.
not.
We haven't played great against them this year. But, come on. That's what you dream for, to knock the Red Sox off in the playoffs. Would be incredible.
Yeah, they might be young. And because I don't know. I still hate the Red Sox. I would love to knock them off. I feel like we owe them some get back because they knocked us out in 2018, 2021. Like, it's our turn.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love that, especially if it's in our building. I'd love to knock them out in a 3-game wild card set, 2 games. But, they just lost the series to the Oakland A's. And
exactly. Yeah, I think they split between the 2 series, the 2 3-game series they just had. They split. I mean, listen, they're a good young team. They lost Roman Anthony, so, that hurts. But at the same time, they really don't scare me. Cool, you got Garrett Crochet. Cora's a good manager. Check. But at the end of the day, as a Yankee fan, how could you not want to play the Boston Red Sox and knock them off, send them packing to Costa Rica,
Yeah, people are shook. Actually, they did not lose that series. They lost today, but they took the first 2 games of the series against the Athletics. Either way, they're not playing solid. I think I was on 2 nights ago talking about how they haven't been good in their last few games at home, or their last few series in Fenway. They've lost some games up there. I don't fear the Red Sox. I guess Roman Anthony will get back at some point for the postseason, maybe. I guess you fear Garrett Crochet, but whatever. It's him versus Max Fried in Game 1. If that goes down, and not for nothing, when we're looking at these standings right now, again, it is not locked up that's who we're going to see. The Red Sox are behind the Mariners, right? Like, this next 2 weeks has to shake out for divisions and wild cards. And I think if the season ended today, we'd be facing the Houston Astros. That's another team that younger Yankee fans definitely are shook of, because they've been the nemesis. They've been the team to put us out 2015, 17, 19, 22. But I'd like to rock with them again. And I'm not one of the type of hosts or fans that are in the business of we got to slay all of our dragons. We've got to kill all of our demons. Nah, whatever. Last year, Royals, Guardians, World Series, good enough for me. You play who you play, but I don't fear anybody. I hate to say it. I fear the Yankees more than I fear anybody they're going to play. They should come out of the American League again. But Are they going to swing for the fences and strike out a bunch of times? Are they going to pitch guys in the wrong spots? Are guys going to fold? Is Devin Williams going to hold? Luke Weaver? I don't know. Is Judge going to be Judge? Is Stanton going to be Stanton? Guys like Belly and Grisham who have had amazing seasons, is that going to carry over into October, or are guys going to freeze up and shrink? Like, I fear the Yankees more than I fear these teams. If the Yankees go out there and do what they're supposed to do, they can beat any of these teams that we're going to end up, at least in the first round, right? If anything, Toronto should scare you, right? Toronto's going to get that bye. I think they're about to get Anthony Santander back. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for Bo Bichette to get ready, but that bye certainly helps his case, an extra week to, come back. But I would love to go through either Houston, and I really don't care for the Mariners, but hey, if it's Mariners, then it's the head-to-head with Raleigh and Judge. If we slay our dragons, kill our demons, whatever, exercise demons or whatever, with the Houston Astros, Boston Red Sox in the first round, great. And then it should be the Toronto Blue Jays waiting for us in the division round. And that's what I want. That's what I want, because they don't win in the postseason. The Yankees have advanced. The Yankees have more guys with experience doing it. They have guys on this team that did it last year. Judge, Stanton, Jazz. You guys know it. So I don't know. I get some people, but that's just fandom, right? I already said I love you Yankee fans that are so optimistic. You still feel like they're going to win the division. You still feel like they can win the World Series. Good, we need that too, because there are a ton of negative-ass Yankee fans that, like, I almost think they hate the organization and they love to tweet all day about the team and the players and go against, like, even Volpe, right? Like I said, Volpe's the whipping boy, but man, show him some love. He did what he had to do tonight. It's like, well, damn, like, do you just want to be negative and hateful and like when he does have a good at bat and he's showing improvement, he's showing that he's better, pick him up. Like, are you rooting for the Yankees or are you rooting against? I don't know. That's not me, but there's a lot of fans out there like they don't want to give Volpe credit for doing well. No, that's what we want, silly rabbits. We want Volpe to perform because they're going to play him anyway. We want him to hit and get to second and steal a bag and end up being, driven in. That's what we want. We want him to help. 888-808-1019. We'll do the big shot of the night. Next, Ed, you will be my first Mets call. We'll go Mets, Yankees, Mets, Yankees. We will share. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. BRB.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 101.9 FM.
For the Cowboys to give up that many points and that many yards to a Giants offense. I understand it's different. It's Russell Wilson, and he's got a history, and he's a Hall of Famer and all that stuff. But still, this Giants offense hasn't produced a damn thing for years, regardless who's been back there.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the tale of the Daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Injured in an accident? Your case in the hands of one lawyer may settle for $100,000, but in the hands of the right law firm could be worth millions. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been representing injury victims for over 50 years, winning and collecting billions for our clients. And we're not stopping now. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit us at injurylawyer.com.
Be lawyer for injured ones, injurylawyer.com.
Hey
Connecticut. If you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Boomer to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is also the official partner of WFAN.
21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than four wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Welcome. The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city, a bunch of big shots. So let's pour up a double shot tonight, one for the Yankees and one for the Mets. Max Effort, land of the freed, home of the former brave Max Fried. Back to what we thought he was. He is what we thought he was, an ace. And you love to see it as we get closer to the postseason. Max Fried ties his career high with 13 strikeouts. He had so many shutdown innings. He had every pitch going. He was rolling. He probably could have had a complete game. I was sitting there saying, yo, bring him back out. But, hey, easy does it. 87 pitches. Paul Blackburn gets some work. And the rest of the bullpen gets the night off. After another night of not traveling and sleeping properly, Max Fried goes out and does his thing. I think he traveled ahead of the team, but Max Fried goes out and does his thing. He blanks the Orioles. And, don't sleep on the Orioles. The Orioles have been able to hit. The Orioles have been able to spoil, some games for some teams. What didn't they? They just had Yamamoto with a no-no and broke that up. And, they've been able to find ways to win. The Yankees got to continue to put them down. So Max Fried is first, and then Brandon Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo blowing that game open with a 3-run bomb so everybody could exhale, give you a nice little lead, help out your young pitcher, your young rookie in Jonah Tong. Brandon Nimmo, blows that game open, and that's the deciding game of the series. 888-808-1019. I said I would go to Ed and Mohegan first. Ed, you're on the Fan.
Good evening, Keith. How are you?
Great.
You are becoming one of my favorite jocks over there at FAN, man. You're old school.
Thanks.
No, it's cool. You give the lines to the callers. That's great. Not a lot of people do that anymore.
I mean, I'm not. I know I could talk myself, but I'm not trying to just talk the whole time myself. The whole platform is supposed to be you call up, we go back and forth, and like I always say, I don't know any more than anybody else. I'm no greater than anybody else. Let's have the conversation for everybody to hear.
You're a dude. I dig it.
Right.
I really do. I said I want to talk about I'm a Yankee fan, okay? But, I'm a New York fan first, and I'm always going to root for the Mets. I'm not a hater. But, if it comes down, if it's 2000 and the Yankees or the Mets are in the World Series, I'm going to go Yankees. But, you look at this team, and you said it before. You look at, we lost Robert Redford this week. And a lot of younger guys don't really know who Robert Redford was. But Robert Redford starred in one of the best baseball movies, if not the best baseball movie ever, The Natural, and played Roy Hobbs. It was a fictitious story. And you look at that team and the way they rallied around that character. That's what you need to do if you're a New York team. You need to rally around your guys and play the best baseball you can, because once the playoffs start, I don't care if the Mets squeak into the playoffs. I don't care if the Yankees wind up overtaking Toronto and finishing with the best record in the American League. It doesn't matter. Once September 30th is here, it's a whole new season. It doesn't matter what your record was before.
Right.
So, I think, honestly, I don't know. Have you ever seen The Natural?
No, I'm the worst guy to ask.
Keith,
I don't watch anything but live sports. I don't watch any movies.
No. Let me tell you something. Don't hang up on me. Give me a minute here. Do yourself a favor. If you can't, I don't know.
I just Googled it. I'm like, what streaming platform can I watch The Natural on?
No. Just go on to Prime. You could probably buy it for $10. I'm sure the Fan is paying you somewhat of a pretty penny.
$10. They're paying me around $10.
You might.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I'm not a movie guy. We've gone over this for years on the Fan. Whether it was, Richie in Queens telling me what movies to check out, or even when I was just on the morning show and CeeLo and C-Mac were like reciting movie lines. I'm not a movie buff. I would not make it up to you. You could ask my wife. You could ask my mom. You could ask my granny. I don't watch movies like that, bro. Since I was a wee little lad, what game is on? I am the type of person, I don't have the attention span for movies because I know it's fake. Like that suspension of disbelief, I can't suspend. I don't have that. I could watch Thursday Night Football, though. I don't care who's on Thursday Night Football. I'll watch all of them. I could watch any baseball game, too. I was watching Hunter Green throw a no-no against the Cubs. I was like, this is awesome. I'm not a movie guy. And especially now, I don't go to movie theaters since COVID. And I never have the time. I never sit down. I'm like, what am I going to watch? A movie? No. If there's a live game on, that takes precedent. In my mind, there is nothing better to watch on TV than live sports. It's a live movie. It's a live movie acting out, and you don't know what's going to, I don't know. Rest in peace to Robert Redford. Never seen The Natural. I told you guys, I didn't make it 30 minutes into Field of Dreams. I don't know if I didn't make it 30 minutes into Bull Durham. I can't do it, bro. I'll be sleeping. Even my wife tried to put on the Billy Joel doc. If you guys remember the night they did the Billy Joel bobblehead at Yankee Stadium, I came here. I was like, damn, I learned a lot about Billy Joel tonight. We played a bunch of Billy Joel songs. I was like, I had no idea this was Billy Joel's song. My wife put on the Billy Joel doc on HBO. Your boy was catching Z's. Counting sheep jumping over the fence. I was sleeping. I can't do it. Now, if I could be so tired, I could be dead ass tired and the Yankees could be on the West Coast, I'm staying up and I'm watching that till the final out. 888-808-1019. It's already 12, 1 hour down. So much more to unpack. Pete Alonzo and how the Mets got to pay him whatever he wants. He's earned it already. He deserves it. How Judge is the MVP, but of course they hate the Yankees and they're going to have voter fatigue like they've had in the other leagues. And I've been going on and on and on about this. And a friend texted me today to let me know, hey, they're opening up Evan and Tiki's show talking about this. And then I tuned in. Also, somebody texted me to say that there was slander on this station towards the Savannah Bananas. And I don't understand why. There's so much more to do. NFL Week 3 has begun. We're going to talk about the Jets and the Bucks. We're going to talk about the Chiefs and the Giants. All of that coming up. KM till 2 a.m. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I will be right back.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
Again, this one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Everyone's addiction recovery is different, and there's no shame in asking for help. Call 844-REACH-NJ. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to help with your recovery. Tell us your story, and let's begin your recovery today. A message from New Jersey Human Services.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
NFL fans, the Lowe's Earn Your Sunday Tour is rolling into Lowe's of Butler, New Jersey this Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. Interactive games and prizes. Plus meet WFAN's own Keith McPherson from 3 to 5 p.m. That's this Saturday at Lowe's of Butler, New Jersey.
You deserve a car that thrills you. A car that puts goosebumps on your goosebumps. At Nissan, we've got everything from turbocharged SUVs to 100% electric vehicles that'll make your heart beat faster. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. This is incredible. Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Complete domination from Max Fried. 7 innings to 3-hit ball with a season-best 13 Ks. His Major League leading 18th victory as the Yankees stifle the Orioles 7-0.
I love watching him pitch. You know, he's such a good athlete, and obviously the way he fields his position, controls the running games and things like that, you see his athleticism, but you see the athleticism on the mound too, with just how fluid he is, how he can add and subtract, you know, how he's got upper 90s in the tank always, the different ways he can get you out. Yeah, it's a lot of fun when he's in a rhythm like that, too.
Giancarlo Stanton, Amed Rosario, each with 2-run doubles. Blue Jays lost, so the Yankees have crept to within 3 of first place, 2 up on the Astros for the top wild card. Mets, a much-needed 6-1 victory for the Padres as Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game. Brandon Nimmo, a 3-run blaster and a 4-run 4th, all in support of Jonah Tong as the rookie washed the bad taste from his last start. 5 innings of 1-run ball with 8 Ks.
That's kind of like the guy we saw at the minor league level pretty much the whole year, you know, getting swing and misses with the fastball at the top, the changeup, the curveball, attacking. He was pretty impressive.
Mets now 2 up on the D-backs and the Reds in the wild card, and the Giants currently trailing the Dodgers 2-0. They're in the 7th. That score holds. San Francisco would fall 3 games back. And the Bills able to survive the Dolphins 31-21 behind 3 touchdown passes from Josh Allen. 72 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey.
Hey, let's rock, man. Keith McPherson on The Fan till 2 a.m. I gave you some teases to things we're going to talk about. We'll hit one of them now. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Yankees and the Mets and the wild card and the postseason and the standings. But, yeah, in the chat, they were just mentioning it. And shout out to the chat. The chat is cooking now. The chat is going now. And I'm in the chat between breaks. You guys are hilarious. Oh my God, Jonathan Sosa. We'll get to some of the things in the chat. But I think it was Doug T in the chat said, I wonder what the slander against the Bananas was. I get a text at 12:48. I'm not going to say who it's from. You wouldn't know anyway. Maybe you would. He has called the show before. He says, we got to get on WFAN right now to stop the Savannah Bananas slander. And I wasn't listening at 12:48, but I knew who was on. I knew who wasn't on. And I could only imagine. I'm like, oh, I've heard the same guy slander the Bleacher Creatures, the roll call. And since the Bananas came to Yankee Stadium, it's just on brand. I don't know how anyone could slander the Savannah Bananas who put 49,000 people into Yankee Stadium last Saturday and Sunday. They had kids standing up in there dancing with their parents back-to-back days. People laughing and smiling and hugging each other and creating social media content. And it was just a whole banana festival in Yankee Stadium like I had never seen. And even outside the stadium. I don't know how anyone could hate on the Savannah Bananas who, you know, Jesse Cole, when he first started, only sold 2 tickets. And they get to the Bronx and they sell out 2 days back to back and they fill the streets. They go across the street to the park and they interact with people for free. People that can't get into the stadium, right? People that are just in the Bronx in the neighborhood. They give out things and they dance and they party and they just have a good time. They make people smile. And I felt like it was so timely because I was in Yankee Stadium for Banana Ball on Saturday, but I also was in Yankee Stadium for the game on Wednesday where they put up the picture of Charlie Kirk. And then the next day, President Trump came through, and obviously we all had heavy hearts for 9/11. And then the Savannah Bananas come through, and the Bananas are playing against the Firefighters team. And so what did they do before the game start? They bring out actual FDNY firefighters, and they do a tribute where in big letters across the field, they write, we will never forget. And they honor the lives lost in 9/11. I just don't know how anybody could hate on the Savannah Bananas, but, yo, do your thing, yo. Whatever you got to do to get through your show. And I get it. Like, when you're on the outside looking in, you don't know what you don't know. 888-808-1019. Let's take some calls. Mario in Long Beach on the Fan. What's up, man?
What's going on, man? Good show as always.
You know, rocking.
Yeah, I got three quick things. One's on Volpe, one's on Judge, and one's on the Yankees.
Okay.
First of all, Judge, I hear this all the time on the air, and I try to get a hold of people, and if you hear it, it makes me crazy. They keep on saying, Judge, and then they start to say injury-prone. Now, if you really look back at his last 5 years, which I did, he's averaged 142 games a year. That's 88% of the games. That's not injury-prone. And the only time he missed any time was when he ran into that wall in Los Angeles, and that was egregious. Missing. They just screwed up by having that wall there. I mean, that what was it? That concrete
slab. Yeah, Dodger Stadium. They fixed it now. Yep. Go on.
Yeah, they fixed it a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late. Now, the funny thing about Volpe, do you know Volpe has the best batting average of anybody on the Yankees in the playoffs?
Small sample size,
but
yeah,
40 at bats with Keith. 40 at bats. That's small.
Yeah, it's just last year, 2024, and he did play well, and you can't take that away from him. He hit, and they gave him some rest.
Yeah, because the point is what's one of the big reasons why the Yankees lose? They don't always play good in the playoffs. They don't hit in the playoffs. This guy hit.
He's going to play.
Did he have a grand slam in the World Series?
He did, in the only game they won.
Yeah, exactly. And the last thing is, let me mention this. I don't know if anybody thought of this. Fried, right? Fried has 18 wins right now. So I don't know is he going to start once or twice more? What do you think for the rest of the season?
I think he's in line to get another start at the minimum. But then you gotta worry about the wild card where, they could skip his start to have him ready for September 30th. Yeah,
exactly. But I look back. The last time somebody won 20 games in the major leagues, it was three years ago. Nobody's won 20 games in the major leagues in 3 years.
Who was it?
I don't know. I just looked it up. When was the last time somebody won 20 games in the major leagues? It said 2022. I'm not sure who it was. Yeah, we can look it up. That's kind of funny, right? I mean, I think if he gets a chance, that'd be great. He's 18-5 right now, man. The guy is great. Let's go Yankees. Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
Thanks for the call, Mario. The most recent pitcher to win 20 games in a major league season is Spencer Strider of the Braves 2 years ago in 2023. We don't really care about wins anymore. It is nice to see Max Fried get to 18, but like I said, you're going to get to the point in this schedule where, okay, he pitched today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, he could be in line to pitch against the White Sox, and then I think it would actually line up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He could pitch against the White Sox and then be on regular rest to pitch on the 30th. So he'd have 19 wins if he gets that win against the White Sox. And here's another conversation, too, and you can call up if you disagree, 888-808-1019. I think I heard Evan talking about it. I'm pitching Max Fried in Game 1 no matter what. I don't care if it's against Garrett Crochet. I don't care if it's against Framber Valdez. I'm pitching Max Fried in Game 1. You go best on best. Now, what if you lose Game 1? What if you win Game 1? Okay, I think no matter what, if you win Game 1, don't you want to win Game 2 and end the series? So you throw Carlos Rodon Game 2. If you lose Game 1 with Max Fried, don't you have to win Game 2? You throw Carlos Rodon Game 2. And I was saying last night, I'm leaning towards pitching Luis Gil in Game 3 because he did pitch in the postseason last year. He's going to be fresher than Cam Schlittler, and I think Cam Schlittler should be added to the bullpen, especially if we end up dancing with the Red Sox. I think it's just going to be a lot of pressure. And I mean, he's answered the bell, but this is a kid who grew up in Massachusetts rooting for the Red Sox. His family, friends, they're all Red Sox. Like, that's a lot. That's historic. He's been great, but I think I would give Luis Gil the nod there. Now, going back to what you said about Judge, I can't argue with people anymore on it. I'm done. Judge is injury prone. Like I said, this injury this year, two narratives, they're holding right now. Two things that people say we can't argue against. One, that he's injury prone. He's hurt again. And it's not about how the accidents happen or, diving for a ball, hit by pitch, running into a wall. They're injuries. You miss time, you're out. So he is injury prone. And you can't fight that fight because he's missed time and there's a lot of injuries for a guy that plays right field, whatever. And then the other thought of him being a big-bodied individual that, he's 33, he's breaking down, and who knows what he's going to be. How long is he going to be able to play in right field? They're going to have to put him at first base. Like that might have been accelerated this year. He can't throw. He's got an issue with his arm where he can't throw. So I don't argue that anymore. I used to fight that. I was fighting that back in like 2020, 2021 about Judge. He missed 2023 running into the wall. He missed only a little bit of time this year with the elbow, but he still he caused some issues having the DH, and it is what it is. I hope he shakes it off and doesn't need to get any type of surgery and miss any time moving forward. Rich is in Springfield, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Rich?
Hey, Keith, how you doing, man? And I totally feel you regarding the movies like that you mentioned, The Natural and Bull Durham and 61 and any of those baseball movies. There's always backstories that take away from the game, whether it's romance or a relationship with this or crime or whatever's going on.
Sure.
But one movie, though, man, is Moneyball. I don't know if you saw it.
I've seen Moneyball, yeah. I saw it in the theater.
Yeah, I mean, that's all about baseball. Even when they're not on the field, they're talking about lineups and strategy and yada, yada, yada. So that's a really good movie. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's newer. Some of these older movies that were before my time, I didn't see those. Moneyball came out what year? 2011?
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I was just going to say 2010, yeah.
Yeah, 2011. So I think I remember seeing that when it came out. Yeah, Jonah Hill was in it. And Jonah Hill had a run of movies from Superbad on where, I mean, Moneyball is a different kind of movie.
Yeah, man, I hear you. I have a question for you. And we know the quandary that the Yankees have in the outfield. You have to have the Judge and Stanton in the lineup. So one of them's either got a DH or play somewhere in the outfield. You have to have Bellinger in the lineup. And, of course, Grisham has got to be in center field. So the odd man out is Dominguez. Now, I saw something today that he was taking rounds at third base. Is this something that you've heard of or that you think that the Yankees are actually considering to – I mean, McMahon, of course, is an amazing defensive player, but, Homeboy's having a tough time at the plate. And is Dominguez something that they're considering to get his bat in the lineup?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for the call, Rich. If you saw him on Twitter or something, I didn't see that. If he was taking ground balls at third base, it was for fun. I don't know, Juan Soto stepped on the mound a couple, days ago, and that video makes its rounds. We've seen Paul Goldschmidt this year taking grounders from second base. That's what these guys do. They're baseball players. They mess around. They get loose, and they do those type of things. There is a 0% chance that they put Dominguez at third base to get his bat in the lineup. It's not like his bat is that good. You saw Caballero play third base today. Amed Rosario could play third base. Those two guys are ahead of Jason Dominguez. Oh, and another thing from Mario's call, Volpe. What Volpe did last year in the postseason was great, but I can't just attach that to this year. This has been a tough year for the guy. What I hope is that he continues to get right, which we've seen good things his last two games. He continues to get right. He's healthy. The shoulder is good. And that he can start some games for us and not just be an automatic out, not throw the ball into the dirt, not commit errors, because we need him. Because they're going to have to, even tonight, Caballero, right? Caballero, this guy doesn't even want to touch first base. He gets on, he's touch and go. And the catcher's firing it to first base. Everybody in the world knows he's taken off. I saw Eric Bolin tweet, Jose Caballero gets on with a bunt single with one out in the second, but then gets caught stealing. Really closer to a pickoff for the second out. A tremendous base stealer, but things like that happen too often when he's on. Boone talked about how, he's got to be a little more cautious, careful. He shouldn't be so carefree on the base pass. I feel like they're going to have to deploy him sometimes later in the game. Dominguez as well, as we're talking about Dominguez. Dominguez came into the game late for Stanton. Those two guys are coming like, there's going to be some games in the postseason where it's McMahon starting at third base and Volpe starting at shortstop. I know you guys have fallen in love with Caballero. It's easy to fall in love with the next guy when Volpe's been what he's been, but Caballero has his own issues as well. Dave is in Rockland County on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
So I'm not scared of any American League team besides for the Tigers comes the playoffs.
The Tigers? Because of Tarek Skubal?
I mean, no, I feel like they owned us in the past, and this year especially. Like every last series, hear me out. Like versus the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Astros, the Blue Jays, even the Yankees won 2 out of 3. What was the Yankees score when they played the Tigers?
I was there. They got smoked. The first 2 games was 23-3. The Yankees only scored with 3 solo shots from Austin Wells, Cody Bellinger, and Aaron Judge. But it was the bullpen imploding. It was the bullpen giving up all those runs.
That's the issue. The bullpen is an issue now for the Yankees.
Those games were close, though. I think it was Will Warren and Carlos Rodon who pitched. They had only given up 2 runs in those games. Like, those games the Yankees were in those games until the bullpen blew up. I don't think that's a guarantee that they're going to blow up in the postseason. Thanks for the call, Dave. I hear you, but I'm not afraid of the Tigers. The Tigers, didn't they just get swept by the Guardians? The Tigers are on alert in the Central with the Guardians, who Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase got removed for gambling. Weren't they supposed to trade Stephen Kwan, and weren't they trying to sell it? They traded Shane Bieber. The Guardians are 3.5 games back from the Tigers and just swept them in their building. So, like, it's not like the Tigers are, I don't know. I give you that the Tigers came here to Yankee Stadium and did what they did to the Yankees. The Yankees got right in that last game, but prior to that, I remember saying, I thought the Yankees could sweep them or take 2 out of 3 because in Comerica Park, I watched the Mets go there and take the first 2 out of 3, and then I saw the White Sox beat them there in their building. So the Tigers don't scare me at all. The Central doesn't scare me at all, ever. And in a series against the Tigers in the DS or, even in the ALCS, if it ends up that way, I'll take the Yankees because they don't play good in their ballpark, and I don't think that they're coming here to a raucous Bronx Zoo environment in Yankee Stadium and just going to dominate us here like they did in those 2 games last week. No, I'm not worried about the Tigers. Even the pitching matchup, it's Tarek Skubal, right? So if Tarek Skubal can pitch twice in a series, that's tough. But other than that, they're throwing Jack Flaherty. We can get to him. Casey Mize. And I don't even know who else they have. They had that like Sawyer Long guy pitch. The Tigers, I'm not really too worried about. I hear you, but at the same time, I don't. 888-808-1019. Joe is in Ithaca on the Fan.
Hey, Keith. It's great to hear you, man. By the way, I would love to share the first time I heard you on the radio. It'd be too long of a story, but it was amazing. I go, this guy's a fan. Who's this guy talking? It was, hey, Keith, tell me something cool. Anyway.
Shout out to John. Yeah, maybe I'll cook up a tell me something cool for tonight. Appreciate it.
And you are cool, man, and I appreciate the way you love your kid and stuff. Anyway, what you hit on tonight was, this attitude of, let's rag on Volpe. Let's rag. It's always whining. This way people talk about Yankee fans sometimes, about the way they whine all the time. Listen, we've had a real up and down year, but we're in it. And this team on paper is the best team in the American League still. Now it's on paper. But we got to have faith. And I'm excited that, I go to games. I love my team. You got to have a better attitude. The whining on Facebook, the whole thing. Oh,
yeah. Even in the ballpark. Like, Volpe comes up there booing him. We're doing the roll call. Volpe sucks. Volpe sucks. I'm looking around. I'm like, yo, who's doing that?
Yeah, let's enjoy. I enjoy going to the stadium. I like this Sims guy. Best address in baseball. Mm-hmm. We have the best address in baseball. I've been following the Yankees since the 60s. All right. If you know who Horace Clark is, mm-hmm. that's a bad team. things were really rough.
Mm-hmm.
And kids today don't know how good we have it. We have a real,
No, we're spoiled. The Yankee fan of today, these young Yankee fans, they're just mad that we haven't won a World Series in 16 years, and they hate Cashman, they hate Aaron Boone, they hate Volpe, they hate Devin Williams, and they rather hate on the team than root for the team, and then realize the grass is not greener anywhere else. Like, it's not better to be a fan of anywhere else.
Anyway, thank you for your positive attitude. And by the way, you took one for us. All that ragging the Mets fans gave you way back. You stood your ground, though. I was impressed, man. It was, you called it like it was. And anyway, I don't know.
Hey, we'll see what happens with the Mets, Joe. Thanks for the call. Whatever. The only thing that gets me mad is like I hear from Met fans, and I can never it's so one-sided. Like, you know who I am. I'm in the chair. I just got to take it. Or I'm online. I have the followers. I got to take it. And it's like you can never win. So at this point, I don't even do it anymore. I don't even go back and forth. Somebody will call, like, this guy, what was it? Some guy named Bill called when I was filling in for BT and Sal. For all the Met fans, this guy is just a mean-spirited Yankee fan, Met hater. He doesn't even deserve to be on the radio. I'm like, I can't even let it get to me. Like, it is what it is. I'll never see you. And if I did see you, you'd be pumped to see me. You would see me before I see you. It's all fun and games, man. It is all just banter and fandom and back and forth. And some people are negative with their own teams. Even me. Like, I have some nights where I'm like, this team sucks. This team plays stupid games, wins stupid prizes. But I'm a fan of the team. I cannot tell you how much I want to win the World Series, how much I want to experience that. I've told you my story, man. I told you my regret of not going to the last parade, never going to the stadium young because I was broke. Now that I have access, I'm like, can we please get it done? Can we please win one? I know my life would change ridiculously just being someone in, this atmosphere. That reminds me of the other text I got as I go to my notes. So I told you the Bananas text, right? That was at 12:48. At 2:08, I get a text. Yo, you listening to this debate right now? The most popular Yankee fan on the fan has been talking about Judge being the MVP over Cal Raleigh at night, and they left you out. Okay, so I cut it on because I was watching the Met game, and I'm like, I'm listening, and I don't feel like I'm left out, but I do have this sense of like, I know everybody listens to this radio station. It doesn't matter if you're on at 12:25 at night. It doesn't matter if you're on at 12:25 during the day. All of this stuff circulates. It's on podcasts, and everybody's listening in and out or this, that, and the other. And all week I have been banging the drum. Remember, I took aim at the MLB Network, and those are my pals. I used to work over there, used to lift over there, loved eating over there. The food is super cheap over there. They've got a whole great kitchen, and nothing costs more than $5-10. But I took aim at MLB Network because I watched the leadoff spot, and I think her name's Danny Wexelman. She was campaigning for Cal Raleigh. And then my guy, Harold Reynolds, at night on MLB Tonight was campaigning for Cal Raleigh. And then Dan Plesac had a whole segment. I'm like, what? Knock it off. Knock it off. You don't have to do this. And I remember in my little time working at MLB Network in 2022 on a first-of-its-kind show called Off Base, we would hear a lot of chirping online about, oh, they're in New York. They're in Sea Caucus. They have an East Coast bias, right? Because everybody there is a Met fan, Yankee fan. They think that there's this like East Coast bias. Well, East Coast bias aside, Yankee fan aside, like I already said tonight, Dave Sims said he did the work and Judge leads the league in 19 statistical categories. I saw Talkin' Yanks put out a tweet with all of the categories that Judge leads in. And all week I've been telling you, hey, Yankee fans, raise your voices, use your platforms, your social media platforms, wherever you are, have the conversation as well, because they are trying to force Cal Raleigh on us. They want you to look at his home runs, his RBIs. They want you to talk about Mickey Mantle. They want you to talk about the position that he plays, the team that he's on, the win streak that they had, but they don't want you to look at any of his warts. They don't want you to look at all of the things that he does not do better than Aaron Judge. And I've been rattling off things all week, and then I tune into the afternoon drive show, and they're citing Big Mac, they're citing Gio, and then, of course, Sean Morash is giving his thoughts on it, and all three of those guys are in the camp of Cal Raleigh. No mention of the nighttime host, Keith McPherson, who obviously is a Yankee fan and has been telling you all week, it's Judge, it's Judge, it's Judge. Unless they pull a Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic situation, where Jokic went on to win the finals and finals MVP after they gave it to Embiid. They were just trying to find a way to not give Jokic 3 in a row. Same thing with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson should have won the MVP. But when is Josh Allen going to win it? Josh Allen had been a favorite for so many years. When is Josh Allen going to get it? Lamar's already got 2. They give it to Josh Allen. It's a thing that happens, right? You almost take it for granted because you've seen it so much. You almost take it for granted because the numbers and seasons are similar. Tonight I heard Ken Rosenthal take Judge's 2022 MVP and say that he won it over Ohtani only because of the historical relevance, right? Because he broke the American League home run record. And that's the only reason. And I'm like, that's not the only reason. There were a bunch of other categories. You forget Judge almost got the Triple Crown that year, right? But the Twins played games with Luis Arias, and they didn't play him in his last couple games so his batting average would stay. Hey, fast forward to this year. Judge is up there, and like he could win the American League batting title this year. What are we talking about with Cal Raleigh's 240 average? When Judge was hitting 400 to start the year, when we were all watching Judge play, and how long is he going to hit 400? Aaron Judge has so many statistical categories, and throw all of that out, right? He's doing it as the captain of the New York Yankees. He's doing it as the defending American League champions. He's doing it as the face of the game. And I get it. He doesn't squat behind the plate. But Cal Raleigh doesn't catch every game. And I said there's statistics that say Cal Raleigh's not having his best year behind the plate. He's not a platinum glove catcher this year, but they want to omit that. They want to leave that out. The same way Evan Roberts chose to omit Keith McPherson at night, who my boy said, you're the most popular Yankee fan on the fan. I wouldn't say it, but I mean, I don't know if you're judging followers or interactions or just if you've ever seen me outside, it's pretty obvious. They left me out of that one today, but I'm going to make sure that you hear me tonight. 888-808-1019. I've been beating the drum for Cal Raleigh to not be the MVP and to quiet down with all of these different things that people are throwing out there about, oh, he's a switch hitter. Oh, Mickey Mantle. Oh, he's a catcher. Yeah, but Judge is the MVP of the American League, bro. There's nothing else to talk about, and it's not going to change much. I don't know. Maybe Judge can steal 3 more bases and Raleigh doesn't steal another one, and they have the same amount of stolen bases. Maybe Judge can hit a few more home runs. I think the only way, and I said this online, I think the only way that I'll be like, all right, you got it, is if he hits 63 or 62. If he ties the record, then it's going to be really hard to put Judge over him because it's just going to be so loud. Remember how they were cutting out of Penn State football games to show you Judge's at-bats when he was chasing that? If Cal Raleigh has that type of moment here these last 2 weeks, it's going to be really hard for us to fight all the other people who are saying, Cal Raleigh deserves it. Cal Raleigh's your MVP. No, he's not. Knock it off. It's Aaron Judge. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan till 2. We're live on YouTube, live on the Odyssey app. 1019, 660 AM, taking your calls until I get out of here. Carlos, you're on deck. We'll come to you right after this.
It's Friday Night Baseball with the Yankees and Orioles at 7:05 p.m. on the Fan AM 660. Driven by Jeep.
A 1 pitch, swing on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is the Fan. 1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick.
put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay, let's take a couple calls. We'll break. We'll come back. We'll do a Tell Me Something Cool. We'll get to the football conversation in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Heath McPherson on the Fan, dial 888-808-1019. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey. Carlos, thanks for holding. You're back on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, what's up? A couple of quick points. I got one Savannah Banana report point, and then I just want to ask you something about your football teams again. I don't understand how these guys are saying that Cal Riley is the MVP. How many they're not intentionally walking this guy. They still don't believe him.
Oh,
they're pitching to him. They're allowed.
Oh, I got those notes ready. So
they're missing that point.
Judge has 23 more walks than him, and Judge has 31 intentional walks this year. So,
and Riley?
Yeah.
And Cal Riley had how many?
Cal Riley has I think when I was looking at it earlier, 92. You can add 2 more walks for Judge today, so I'll go back and rework the math. But earlier when I was putting my show notes together, I wrote down Judge has 23 more walks than him and 31 intentional walks on the year.
Intentional walks. Unbelievable. And he missed a month.
Oh, so I also did that work too. I also did that work because he missed a month. He doesn't have as many plate appearances. He doesn't have as many at-bats as Cal Raleigh. So when you factor in that and the number of home runs, right, Cal Raleigh going into today had 559 at-bats with 56 homers. That's a pace that he was hitting 9.98. Judge at 507 with 48 homers. His ratio is 10.56. So Judge wins in that category as well as the amount of home runs per at-bats.
And they're walking him because they've seen this happen for 3 or 4 years straight. And
it's respect. He's the best in the game. He's not. He hasn't not become the best in the game because Cal Raleigh exists, right?
But you know what happens to everybody else? They become numb to it because they don't understand how great what they're watching.
Yeah, we're not going to allow them because we watch it every night. I said last night, and then I heard Evan say it today. There's a quote that's going around where it reads, "The MVP race continues, but if you drop Cal Raleigh's OPS by 180 points, he'd be average. If you dropped Aaron Judge's OPS by 180 points, he'd be Cal Raleigh."
Yeah, that's great. Another thing I saw today, I remember a caller said yesterday or the day before about Amed Rosario was sitting alone on the bench. And it's funny that you started this segment with the Notorious B.I.G. because as soon as he hit that double, it reminded me of the skit from the Mad Rapper. When he hit the ball, he got the second. He's like, "I'm going to tell you how mad I am." Boom, 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 boom. I mean, that's it.
I led the show with that tonight because Steve Vaccaro is out there in Minnesota, and he's the one who called and gave us the bird's eye view. He said, "What's up with Amed Rosario?" I was watching the game at Target Field. He was sitting on the bench away from his teammates, and we had the conversation last night where I'm like, it's because of playing time. He's looking at
Right.
Caballero get the starting job. He's looking at Ryan McMahon play every day. He's looking at Austin Slater get hurt and then come back and be leading off and getting in. He's like, what about me? I hit a 2-run bomb at Fenway. What about me? Like,
Right.
I want to get some love too. What am I doing here? Why'd you go get me? Well, tonight you got an opportunity.
You always say it. I think I always hear you say it. Iron sharpens iron. So these guys are like, oh, this guy's doing this. This guy, and
they're
now
competitors. They're the best in the world.
Right.
They want to. They want to compete and play. They all want to be out there. If they didn't, they wouldn't be in the major league.
Now on your football point, just an on-air bet, no money, anything. You got to do me a favor, and I know you're going to say it's not happening. If the Giants beat the Chiefs, and I know I'm crazy for saying this, you got to put them on. You got to make them number 5, and one of your teams they're thinking about coming on board. If they beat the Chiefs.
Thanks for the call, Jonathan. It's funny because I wrote down a little note here as we were looking up the different movies and whatnot, and Moneyball came out in 2011. That's the last time the Kansas City Chiefs started 0-3. What were you doing in 2011? 2011, I graduated college. 2011, some of the other stuff that I was doing, I probably don't want to even say on air. 2011 was a long time ago, man. I don't see the Chiefs losing this game. Go ahead and bet it. Bet the Giants money line like we did last week. I know I bet the Giants last week because I was the one telling you in the offseason that they have the toughest schedule, but early on in the year, there's going to be some spots to pick. This might be one of those spots. The Giants are playing bum bum ba-da-dum, bum bum ba-da-dum. They're getting pumped up because they know there'll be the only game on. Okay. I told you last night that Xavier Worthy was out. He's coming back for this. He's coming back. Of course he's coming back for this, right? This guy has a torn labrum like Volpe, but a fully torn labrum. He's been practicing this week. He's trending towards playing Sunday against the Giants, and it's Sunday night. He's a speed demon. He's going to get that Volpe cortisone shot. They're going to send him to Volpe's doctor on Sunday morning. He's going to be revved up, ready to go. Boom. Who's covering him? Deontay Banks? Cordell Flott? I don't know, man. I look at teams like the Giants and the Chiefs. One has done a lot of losing. One has done a lot of winning. When you put those teams on the field together, the team that knows how to win games, they're going to win games on the margins. They're going to do the little things to scratch and claw and get a win. The Giants are going to do the little things to lose. And I already said it last night, but you might not have been listening. I don't know. I don't have the numbers on who's listening, who's not listening. But I said it last night. Playing at home can also work against them, the Giants. Playing at home in front of your fans who are disgruntled, who are upset, who are tired of losing. Like, if they go 3 and out a couple times, boo. If Russ throws a pick, boo. We want Dart. Start Dart. Start Dart. Like, you know what I'm saying? And the world is watching. Patrick Mahomes, he's used to that. Did you watch the game last week against the Eagles? I don't know. But sure, we'll make the bet. If the Giants win, they can come in at number 5 on my potential NFL teams that I'm going to sign with for my fandom. Right now, I got the Buffalo Bills. I got the Buccaneers. We'll talk about the Bucs and the Jets, too. I got the Ravens, the Jaguars. I'm looking for a 5th team to throw in the mix. I don't think it could be the Jets. After watching that Jets game last week, I'm like, I swear watching that I'm like, I have seen this Jets game every year for the last 10 years. It was like deja vu. It was like weird deja vu. I'm like, it doesn't matter who's in the jerseys. They find ways. They find ways to blow a game. But yeah, I just don't see the Giants winning. I don't see the Giants winning. Is Andrew Thomas going to play? Did we get a report on that? Is that confirmed yet? We got to wait till tomorrow? Well, it is tomorrow. Is Andrew Thomas going to play? I was screaming about that. I said, after you watch James Hudson, let's see. Jordan Renan said, Andrew Thomas is going to take a lot of reps again on Thursday. That happened. Came out of practice well yesterday. It's a good sign. Like, what are we waiting on, big homie? What are we waiting on? Big boy? You want to play or not? Looks like we might get Andrew Thomas in the lineup on Sunday, according to Fireside Giants. Dan Duggan reports, the impression I got from Dable is they're expecting Thomas to make his season debut on Sunday as long as the week goes well. Well, when the injury report comes out, I don't want him to be probable or doubtful. He should be a go. He should be a go. They need him. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Josh in Passaic on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Yo, Keith, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's crazy. I'm top grades, all busy and stuff, and I try to call you, but it's crazy how much days have changed now. I can try this, and there's just a lot of work and everything. It's moving on in life and stuff.
You done grown up on us, Josh. See, when you're a kid, you got a lot of free time to listen to the Fan. You can call whenever. Now you have a kid of your own. You've got bills. You got things to worry about. You got to cook dinner. You got to. Yeah, I bet it's stressful.
How's
your wife doing? How's your wife? How's the mortgage?
No, it's baby steps. The same thing. I look at a guy coming into 9th grade, he thinks he has so much to do. Look at what we have in 12th as well. You're looking at me right now. So
high school,
I hear.
Yeah, high school. You got to get ready for the SATs.
Oh yeah. So anyway, getting on to Mets for Giants. So it's a great thing to see. They had all the storylines waiting for them. Can't make the back-to-back years. In that 8-game losing streak, and give them credit, they don't lay down. It starts out on Sunday. Even after they blow the lead, the Mets don't come back from those. Alonzo he puts the Suns back. He better get his contract. Our confidence completely changing him. But then to take finally a series from a team that's good, a team that's going to be in the playoffs. And it's just a confidence-inspiring thing. And, it's the thing we say with the Mets is you can see two things happening. You can see them getting swept in the wild card, and then you can see them just win the World Series. You can literally go in two opposite directions. If the pitching ends up being there, and the rookies play well, and the hitting comes, then it can totally dry up. You didn't even know how to get a good onset on the playoffs and stuff. But, hopefully at least now it looks better than it did a week ago about making the playoffs.
Yeah, baseball is crazy. As I said before, I love it because it's so unpredictable. It's such a winding road. Now you see the Mets do what they need to do. You see them go out and hit. You see them take a lead, not blow the lead. You see the starting pitching hold. You see them get creative and piggyback to win a game. You see a young guy that they've called up have his best start. You've seen guys like Pete Alonzo. Like I said, Met fans better remember that, hey, when you lost 8 in a row, who was the guy that showed up and hit homers every single day to help right the ship? He even tacked on with the sac fly today, and then the bullpen holding. Now you're seeing them do what you expect them to do, and it's not too late. It's not too late to play your best baseball down the stretch to ensure that you get into the postseason, and maybe that carries over in the wild card round. Anything can happen.
Right, and imagine that Alonzo barely came back to our team. Right, he pretty much left at some point. It's only because no one else signed him. Would you imagine what it would look like? Got to be thankful for that. Flipping over to Giants and stuff. I know it's so late after the game on Sunday, so I'm going to put my thing on that. If you're a true, if you're an honest Giants fan, and you can't call that game a devastating loss, you can't be confident in your team to win, especially with the Giants, till you see there's no time left on the clock. And it's not going to be a surprise if a guy kicks a 65-yard field goal against you, especially if it's a Dallas kicker. But, we've seen tons of those 58-yarders, 60 yards, 61 yards, quick plays, a flag, a pick. It's just who the Giants are, and, there's no reason to say anything, even though the Chiefs 0-2. So that's another crazy thing. It's the one thing you can say, to try to make the Giants sound good is the team that's been to the Super Bowl the last 3 years. The Giants have the same record as, heading into, week 3, which is, that's a big point over there. How that's happening. So I'm just hoping they don't get embarrassed, but having a hard time seeing them pull out a W, especially on primetime. And, if the thing about Daniel Jones not being able to do primetime and stuff is true or not, we'll see. Already seeing that doesn't really make too much difference who's behind that quarterback, even though he rested pretty good Sunday, but that was the Cowboys defense. So we'll just have to see if the two parts are real about Daniel Jones not playing well regular and not playing well prime night to the Giants or Yankees. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Josh. A couple things. The Chiefs haven't won a game since the AFC Championship. They are starving. They are hungry, especially Patrick Mahomes. And when I said, did you watch that game? Patrick Mahomes was running the ball. He was the leading rusher. He had almost 70 yards on the ground. He ran one in. He was like willing them to victory with his legs. I also talked about last night at the end of the game, Chris Jones saying, man, you barely had 100 yards to Jalen Hurts. And Jalen Hurts saying, we won the effing game. Shut up. They were able to hold them to 100 yards passing. They were able to keep Saquon under 100 yards rushing. Like the Chiefs defense did what they had to do. But in a game like that, when I talk about teams that are used to winning, the Eagles found a way to win that game. Field goal difference to win that game on the road in Arrowhead. The Chiefs have had to go to Brazil. They got a home game. Now they're coming here. And I don't know. It's going to be a challenge for the Giants. I don't think they're going to get embarrassed, though, Josh. I don't think they're going to get embarrassed. I just think that similar to like the way that they found a way to lose in Dallas, which, man, I was watching that game, and I knew because I used to be a Dallas fan. I know Brandon Aubrey is good from 60 is automatic. But, like, he's good from 65, 70. So as I'm watching the game, I'm like, if he gets anywhere around that star, it's 3 points. In a climate-controlled AT&T stadium, like, he's automatic. I guess Shane Bowen didn't know that. Shane Bowen took accountability today. He said he wished, like the call was different or something like that, or they played tighter defense. But Malik Neighbors hit the night-night. He hit the night-night after he caught that touchdown. Nah. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference between winning and losing. A team that's used to winning games knows that they got to go out there and get a stop. I would have been sending a blitz. I would have been trying to, push them back, have them lose yards. But, yeah, I left the house for overtime. And, Sunday is a day where I'm doing my work. I'm watching the Yankees. I'm watching the Mets. I'm also watching the Jets and the Giants. I'm putting notes together. I'm looking up things. But then I also got to be dad, too, and spend time with my wife and my son. So I'm like, all right, let's take a walk. Let's walk to the bars in Hoboken. And I'm watching the game on my phone as we're walking up. And there's so many Giants fans outside. There's this street in Hoboken where they block off the street from traffic. And there's a couple bars that have people out there. And, damn, the dejected look on the Giants fans' faces when Brandon Aubrey kicks the winning field goal in overtime. It was like people were sick. And I said to my wife, too, because there was no seats. And I told her, I'm like, give it a couple minutes here. I'm like, Brandon Aubrey's going to kick this field goal to win it. And these people are going to get out of Dodge. They're going to get out of Dodge. They're going to call Ubers and get on foot and walk down the street, and it emptied out. It cleared out. We were able to walk right up, get a seat. And I started watching Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs going up against the Eagles, man. You got to know how to win. You got to know how to close out games, your coaches, your players. And I just think that this is a game that the Chiefs, no matter how it plays, if it's low scoring, if it's high scoring, I gave you some keys last night. Isaiah Pacheco, Jersey kid. He came here and turned up on the Jets. It means something to him. Coming back home to New Jersey. He's from Vineland. Went to Rutgers. They're going to get him going. They're going to try and run the ball. And now you got to deal with Xavier Worthy. You haven't seen much film of him. You know who he is. He's the fastest 40 time ever. They can give him a jet sweep. They can throw him a tunnel screen. They can throw him a go route, a post route. It just presents another thing that you got to worry about and defend. And now you just got Russell Wilson's, one of the best games he's had in years. Can he do it again? Him, Wandale, Malik Neighbors, can they do it again? Can they duplicate that? I don't know. I think it's going to be a good game. I think also expect them to expand on the package with Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was used as a decoy to get Cam Scatterbo going. Now, the next week, what you do, Jackson Dart's going to pull the ball. Hopefully he doesn't slip and fall. Jackson Dart, hopefully they let him throw the ball. Hopefully he doesn't throw a pick. Like, they got to, show some new wrinkles in the package of plays with Jackson Dart. And it's on Dable, man. You go 0-3, the season's effectively over. You go 0-3, these fans are going to be starting to get ready for the Knicks to start training camp. 888-808-1019. We'll do a Tell Me Something Cool. I have some Tell Me Something Cool stuff from the Yankees, Judge, from the NFL. I'll put a couple more things together for this Tell Me Something cool because Joe was like, yeah, the first time I heard you was when you were doing Tell Me Something Cool. So I don't do it all the time. I don't want to. I do Big Shot pretty much every night, but Tell Me Something Cool is more of like a special thing to pop up, once or twice a week. So we'll do a Tell Me Something Cool to start the 1 o'clock hour, and then it's wide open for your calls. I see calls on the Yankees, the Bills, the Red Sox, the Astros, and of course now I've started to talk about Sunday Night Football with the Giants hosting the Chiefs. So we'll get into that, and then I'll definitely talk about the Bucks and Jets matchup as well. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
How hard did Luis Gonzalez hit that ball in 2001? What was the exit velo on that? It won him a World Series. Making contact is far more important than making quality contact, to me. But what do I know? I'm just a Emmy loser and a college dropout.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees made quick work of the Orioles 7-0 as Giancarlo Stanton and Amed Rosario each with 2-run doubles. Offense 9 hits, 4 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Max Fried brilliant. 7 innings, a 3-hit ball, 13 Ks. Now a Major League leading 18 wins.
Stuff was really good again, I thought. Just really in control of the game. Took a lead and obviously just kind of ran with it.
Blue Jays lost to the Bombers now within 3 games, along with a 2-game lead on the Astros for the top wild card. Mets race the Padres 6-1. Brandon Nimmo, a 3-run blast. Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game, while Jonah Tong, an impressive 5 innings, a 1-run ball, and 8 Ks. Mets take the series, have won 3 of 4, trying to make that final playoff push.
We don't have too many left, and every game matters, right? So it was good to see the boys bounce back after losing that first one.
Mets sit 2 up on the Diamondbacks and Reds, while the Giants fell 3 behind. Bills outlast the Dolphins 31-21, scored the final 10 points of the game to pull away as Josh Allen had 3 touchdown passes. And the Jets trying to bounce back as the defense was carved up for 224 yards on the ground by Buffalo. But Quentin Williams says, don't get used to it.
We really homed in and focused on the step back that we took from week 1 to week 2, and all made a pack as a defense. Player to player, that won't ever happen again.
72 degrees, clear skies, Citrus Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Hey, Keith. Tell me something cool.
Hey, John. Good to hear from you. Glad to bring back the Tell Me Something Cool. The chat is crushing it right now. WFAN has been live streaming overnight, myself and Big Mac on the YouTube. You guys will have to forgive me in the chat. I haven't pulled the away slate down. My computer is freezing as I'm trying to get back into the app to do that. But that's cool, right? Now we're in the future. I noticed the other station has started to put their shows on YouTube as well. Okay, now you guys can see me. Hi. I'm wearing my Land of the Freed shirt because Max Fried balled out today. Tell me something cooler, though. Okay. Earlier today, I saw Monday Night Football. ESPN's Monday Night Football doubleheader drew 13.5 million viewers. the network's best 2-game night since 2015. Yes, a decade, 10 years. The Buccaneers, Texans, Chargers, Raiders led the way with 2025's record-tying 4 doubleheaders. So football obviously is king. The NFL is number 1, and people are tuned in early to watch that. Let's hit some other numbers. I laughed, but I can respect it. The New York Mets celebrated 3 million fans coming to the ballpark this season by giving out $3 22-ounce fountain sodas today. Well, yesterday, courtesy of Coca-Cola. So they had teased that if you come to the ballpark this week, once they officially hit 3 million, that they'd give out a prize, a gift, some type of giveaway. Steve Cohen is about his money, man. He called the fans out, and your gift, your reward for coming to the stadium is a $3 22-ounce carbonated drink. I don't even drink soda, so I would have never done that. $3? Bruh. But I guess you can't get anything else for $3 in the ballpark, so I guess that's cool. Now, the coolest thing that's going right now is that Aaron Judge is going to win another MVP. And if you remember back, and shout out to Pete, who's on Twitter at Pete2190, he said, hey, when Altuve won the MVP over Judge, they said it was because he had a better batting average. So what happened to that? I said, I'll bring it to the airwaves. They're going to keep moving the goalposts. In the chat, they're talking about Harold Reynolds is campaigning for Cal Raleigh because he's a former Mariner. But then someone in the chat countered and said, well, what about Dave Sims? Dave Sims is a former broadcaster for the Mariners. He's been full on, it's Judge, it's Judge, it's Judge. So it depends who you ask, man. It depends who you ask. And obviously, if you ask me, it's Judge. But here are the facts, and I think it's cool when you see the facts laid out. So Talking Yanks put out there, Aaron Judge leads the American League in WAR, and that's the number one thing that you need to look at here when we're talking about who's the most valuable, wins above replacement. Judge is like, I think, 3 points higher than Cal Raleigh. WAR, runs, walks, average on-base percentage, slug, OPS, OPS plus, total bases, walks, intentional walks. Like, what else do you need to see? I saw MLB put out their power hitter rankings today. And it said Aaron Judge rises 6 spots to the top of the latest hitter power rankings after he won Player of the Week. Judge is number 1. Soto is number 2. Ohtani is number 3. George Springer is number 4. Kyle Schwarber is 5. Vladdy Jr. is 6. Geraldo Perdomo is 7. Cal Raleigh is 8. Nick Kurtz is 9. Matt Olson is 10. But, hey, pretty cool that they're respecting Judge and putting him up there number 1. Now, I know that there is also Yankee hate that goes on top of the voter fatigue, right? I was going through the things like Ohtani won Rookie of the Year. He played 2 months in 2018. In my opinion, Miguel Andujar should have won Rookie of the Year. He played the whole season. I think he broke DiMaggio's doubles record for a rookie, and he did it for the New York Yankees. But they're going to give Ohtani MVP no matter what, right? If you want to talk about these different things with MVP as far as like with Cal Raleigh, how valuable he is to that team, it's not the most valuable to your team. Because if that was the case, Lindor should have won it over Ohtani last year. Lindor was the main catalyst, the main driver. All of those home runs and Gold Glove defense and leading off and being the quasi-captain. But they gave it to Ohtani, who did not pitch at all last year, but he had a 50-50 season. Okay. I mean, I could keep going, and I'm going to continue probably every night that I'm on and make sure y'all hear me, whether it's our own host on this station, whether it's MLB Network, whether it's just fans. So you could take what I say and run with it and tell the next person. Judge is most likely going to win the batting title. Judge has way more walks and intentional walks. He's got more intentional walks. Like, it's not, to me, it's, I don't know. The only way Cal Raleigh is going to win it is if they play the game of, he's got 62 home runs, 63 home runs, but he's still got to go out there and do that. Like, if he breaks Judge's record, it's going to be hard to say that, he's not the MVP because they're going to vote for him. They hate the Yankees. I talked about how Boone should have won Manager of the Year over Rocco Baldelli in 2019. Gary Sanchez should have won Rookie of the Year, but they said he didn't have enough of a sample size. I forget the pitcher from was it Michael Fulmer from the Tigers that won it that year? Anyway, let's get back to the calls. My guy Joe is in Rutherford on the Fan. What's up, Joe? You got it.
What's going on, my guy, Keith?
Jay Schmeezy. What's good? You heard me talking about people texting me. I know you do that sometimes, too. You're my morning show guy.
Course,
if I'm asleep and you hear the morning show, I'll wake up to your text like, yo, this is what was going on the morning show.
Got to keep my guy plugged in.
Facts. Appreciate y'all.
But listen, do we have an instrumental ready for the Week 3 freestyle yet?
Bro, I'm hitting a little bit of a writer's block. I don't have a beat picked yet. I don't have any bars written yet, and I got to go somewhere in the morning. So it's going to be crunch time. I'm going to have like 2 hours to pick a beat, write a rap, and send it in before the deadline tomorrow at 12.
You remember when they had the White Rapper show, they had the ice chest? They used to have to go in and like write their rhymes. You remember that? And I was on VH1.
A White Rapper show, and they went into an ice chest? Nah. No.
Oh, dude, you got to go into the ice test. You got to write your rhymes real quick, man.
I think what was going to happen, I'm going to just stay up tonight and just keep collecting things about Sunday Night Football, Xavier Worthy, Patrick Mahomes. Like it comes to me once I like write out like all of the themes for the games, like Baker and the Bucks.
You got the Taylor Swift angle as well.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift might be in the building with Kelsey. It'll come to me. It's not hard for me to write the rap. What the hardest part is picking a beat and then reciting the rap, because I try to do it all in one take. I try to spit it in one take, but I'll do it because like I work better under pressure too. Like I'll start writing it at 10, and by 11 it'll be written, and then I'll have from like 11 to 12 to like recite it in a good take, and then send it to 94.7 The Block. That's how I've been doing it.
Which is an amazing station. If you're not tuned in at 94.7, you're missing out.
They kill it. They kill it. A
few things. Number one, have you ever seen a more dominant performance than my man Max Fried today? That was unbelievable.
I'm not discrediting it because of the team. Like he had this look. They showed him in the dugout. He had this look like he was just staring out into the distance, and he had nothing but kill on his mind. After that second inning, he just rolled, retiring these guys, striking out the side. I'm like, he looks like he's on demon time, like a serial killer. You love to see it. Like I'm like, that gets me pumped for October. If he can turn that on against the good teams, and he has. He did that against the Red Sox twice. Like he's been good these last few starts.
It was like hard for me. Obviously, we have a huge October ahead of us, but not to imagine what it's going to look like when we got Cole World and Max Fried next year. I mean, that is going to be a 1-2 tandem that's going to be hard to beat.
Oh, yeah. D-Train said it after the broadcast on Fox. Dontrell Willis was like, yo, he's like, next year when they got him and Cole, I'm like, yeah, 2026. We bring Belly back. We bring Spencer Jones up. Maybe we get a right-handed catcher. Ben Rice go to first base, have the whole offseason to work on it. Like our rotation next year, fingers crossed, everybody stays healthy. It's gonna be tabbed as the best rotation in baseball.
But listen, the elephant in the room, right, is our bullpen. So my question to you, and I want to hang up and listen, is like, how are you attacking this? Like, who do we need to come up big, and like, how are you answering that question?
Yeah, well, hey, don't wake the baby. Jay Schmeez, thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. I really had hoped for this stretch of, bum-ass teams, as I like to call them, to be a stretch where the bullpen could get right, where the bullpen could, work some things out. And that wasn't the case in Minnesota to start, but they did obviously, look better on the way out. Like Luke Weaver looked good. Bednar gave up a solo shot, but so what? I think the strongest performance that we've seen as of late is Devin Williams. Fernando Cruz. You want Mark Leiter Jr. to be solid. Tim Hill is like a forgotten man right now. I think that Cam Schlittler is going to be in the bullpen because of his stuff. I don't think they're going to ask him to start, but I think they'll ask him to come out for an inning and see if he can apply that stuff to, strike out some guys, throw it by some guys late. Camilo Duvall getting the opportunity to not save the game, but close the game as far as go out there and get the last 3 outs. Hopefully that gets him right. We're about to see. We didn't need him tonight because Paul Blackburn went out there. But really, there's an MLB did a segment on it. There's 4 guys in this Yankees bullpen that you gotta either worry about or get right. And it's not even get right, but it's David Bednar, which they said David Bednar's got a 1.7 ERA in his last 41 appearances. That's your closer. Devin Williams is your setup guy. He's got a 6.35 ERA in his last 20 appearances, but sometimes men lie, women lie, numbers do lie as well. Camilo Duvall is slightly worse with a 6.39 ERA in his last 15 appearances. They got to fix him, right? Because I've been saying, he's useless. Get rid of him. But, no, you traded for him, and you don't have Jonathan Loaizaga. You don't have you're going to have to use him in some type of spot. There's going to be a situation where you got to be able to throw Camilo Duvall. Maybe it's in a game where you have the game won and he can get the last 3 outs. And then Luke Weaver is a key. And you saw what they did. Instead of bringing Luke Weaver out before Devin Williams, they had him come out after, and he looked good. So for me, it's Bednar, Williams, and then Fernando Cruz. They should have did 5 on this graphic of what are your expectations for the Yankees bullpen in the postseason. I expect those guys to figure it out. And then there's lower leverage guys like Mark Leiter Jr., Tim Hill, Paul Blackburn, Ryan Yarbrough. But Tim Hill, I don't want to say is low leverage. Tim Hill was great for us last year. It just depends on the matchup. They will deploy him, to get some lefties out. So I think they have the talent. They have the guys. It's about performing, right? A lot of times you listen to Big Mac at night and he'll say, you guys want to blame Boone, but they didn't get the job done. And that's facts. These guys got to get the job done. And I don't know, this is going to be the only one who is, there's really 3, but the only one that has done it for the Yankees in Yankee Stadium in the postseason, got us all the way to the World Series, was Luke Weaver. Devin Williams in the postseason with Milwaukee has been terrible. David Bednar doesn't know what the postseason is. Camilo Duvall, I can't even imagine him in the postseason. He can't get right in regular season games. So there is a lot on the line. Fernando Cruz, I don't know. Fingers crossed. I don't know. Let's go to my guy Jonathan on the west side, LA, on the Fan in New York. What's up, bro?
What's up, Keith?
Yo, Bash up late.
What's good? My guy's having his cookies right before bedtime. What's good, my guy? Bro, I got a few things to say, man. First things first. Bro, you got to add the Falcons in your top 5, man. Come on, man.
Are you kidding? 28-3? Sal Licata's a Falcons fan. They let Sal Licata leave his Falcon fandom. Sal come in here wear Jets gear, Giants gear. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain with them Falcons. But I will say, I love their stadium. I love their Sunday culture. When I went down there, how they do game days is awesome.
Yeah, we went there 2 years ago versus Bijan's debut, man. Me and my son and my wife, man, and it was the best, man. It was the Atlanta food, everything.
Yeah, a lot of free giveaways outside in that lawn area, and then it's affordable inside. I went back when I was popped. I went back in 2018 when I didn't have any money, and I was good. I was good the whole game.
Before the Falcons game, we went to a Braves game on a Saturday. It was Braves versus Pirates. But let me tell you, man, right there at the Battery, it gets big, bro.
Oh, I know all about it.
Shout out to the Battery, man.
I know all about it. I was there in August, and I was there also in 2018. PBR, that big-ass country bar that they got outside of.
Yeah.
Yo, that bar is insane. There's so many,
Hey, bro. Even Sebastian was getting lit in there, bro. That's how good it was.
Yeah, because they have a DJ outside while you wait to get in.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, man, but you know what? I'm not going to make you go through that misery, man. The Falcons, but for me, that's my team all day, every day, man. Keith, so I want to call you up, man. 2-3 years ago, us Yankee fans, we kept wanting the Astros. We want Houston, and they came back and bite us in the ass. Now I'm calling you, bro. I want to see Houston again. We want to see Houston, and we want to eliminate them with Altuve and Korea in it, bro. and I think there's a good chance we might meet them, bro. What do you think? Do you prefer Houston or you prefer Boston? Because Boston is already fading, bro. Told you in the comments. Shout out to the chat too on YouTube. I told you in the comments a few days ago that Boston they're the faded Red Sox, man. They're getting faded ever since the Anthony kid got hurt. You could just see him going down, man. But what do you think, bro? And look, let me tell you. I know you got off the ride August 8th. Hey, man. Every team has flaws. I feel good about my Yankees. But let me tell you, the only thing that I might be scared of is in the National League, it's the Phillies. Other than that, bro, like I said, it's a crap.
If we got a 2009 World Series rematch and we got to face the Phillies in the World Series, I'm driving down to Citizens Bank Park. Like
bro,
I'm going to an away game in the World Series, 100%. I don't fear that. I'll take it from here. Bash, Jonathan, appreciate you guys. So, the main thing that you said that kind of piqued my interest is that Correa is back with the Astros. That little smug POS. I would love to end his season. Coming out of Minnesota, supposedly he only wanted to be traded back to Houston, right, to reunite with his BFF, his bestie, and without Yordan Alvarez, they're cooked. And I don't fear them. The Yankees should have beat them Old Timers Day weekend. I felt like they should have taken that Friday game, and then they did beat them Saturday. And then the Yankees went to their building and took 2 out of 3, should have swept them. So I don't fear the Astros at all. Hopefully Brian Walsh won't be behind the plate. It won't be an umpire game that swings it. Earlier I was talking about slaying dragons and exercising our demons and all of that. Like, I don't need that. But, hey, if it lines up that way, go for it. But you also got to think the converse. Like, if we end up dancing with the Astros, which if you just search MLB postseason bracket, every day they update the postseason bracket and picture. Right now, it's the Astros coming to the Bronx. And I've told you guys this. I was there in 2015. It's actually days before my brother passed. I remember my brother getting mad at me because I went to the game and I didn't come back from the Bronx to the Jersey Shore till 1 a.m. And we were commuting up to the city from Red Bank on the bus, and I was sleeping in till the very last whatever. And he ended up getting mad and having my mom drive him. And I remember texting him being like, bro, stop tripping. I was going to get up. But I had showered the night before, had my stuff packed. I was waiting till the last second. I wasn't going to make you late. But that was such a weird time. I'm the one who threw Colby Rasmus home run ball back. Go back and look at that 2015 wild card game, Dallas Keuchel versus Masahiro Tanaka. That game sucked. But I remember back then not hating the Astros so much, but kind of tipping my cap, saying, these young guys are good. They're coming up. They're going to be good for a little while. And then 2017 came, and Judge was here, and the Yankees were ahead of schedule, right? And I went to one of those games in the postseason, and something was up. It's like the games were different in Minute Maid Park than they were in Yankee Stadium, but whatever. The Yankees couldn't get with them; they lose then. I was there in 2019 as well, right? That stupid Garrett Cole game, the game that Garrett Cole started on a Tuesday at 4:35. How do you have a game in New York City at 4:35 or 4:50? It was something stupid. It was earlier than 5 o'clock to start. Because I remember going into the building and being like, this is bad. This is bad for us. This is a quiet game. 2022, we got swept. We didn't stand a chance. And could you imagine again? Here we go again. The Goofies are going to show up. F. Altuve. Cheaters, boo. And if that gives them power and they turn up and they win 2 out of 3, we'll be sick. But I don't fear it. As Jonathan talked about me getting off the ride August 8th when they just forced Devin Williams into blowing his 3rd game in 5 days. I got off the roller coaster because of Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman, but this team has evolved some. This team has changed. And watching Max Fried tonight, I didn't get back on the ride, but I got in line. I'm in the line for Nitro. I'm in the line for Medusa. I'm in the line for, I don't even know, the El Toro, Rolling Thunder. I haven't been to Six Flags in so long. I don't even know the roller coasters over there anymore. I'm in line. I'm in line because once the new season starts, if you're a Yankee fan, you believe. If you're a Yankee fan and the postseason comes around, it's a new season. Crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened than a $320 million Yankee team with all of these all-stars and decorated players and 7 guys with more than 20 home runs and the reigning MVP that should win MVP. Again, it's not ridiculous to think that they can get to the World Series and win it. Bob is out in Rhode Island on the fan. What's up, Bob? Bobby's in Rhode Island. I got you on hold, Bob. It's funny because I was thinking about how the Yankees flew into BWI and they were supposed to fly into Dulles. And I was like, when did I go to the Dulles airport? And I had mentioned before when I was at James Madison University and we took our own plane from Virginia, Dulles, which is like right outside D.C. in Northern Virginia. I'm like, where did we go? Northeastern? No, we went to URI. We went to Rhode Island. We flew from Dulles to Rhode Island. Let's see if Bob in Rhode Island is ready now. Bob, go for it. Nah, it's getting to that time, you know? It's getting to that time. Well, we'll put Bob on hold. And if Bob wakes up or Bob taps in, or even if Bob wants to just snore in all of our ears, we can do that. But when you need somebody, you got to go with who you know. Here comes Mo from the bleachers, my guy. Bleacher creatures on both sides of the phone.
What's going on, Keith? How you been, man?
I've been good, man. How are you?
Good. Just wanted to ask you, I know you've been talking about a little bit. One of the callers kind of stole my thunder, but I think this year's postseason is wide open. There's no super team. There's no team that scares me, and there's no team that I think can't win it. But regardless of your personal feelings, I mean, I kind of feel the same way you do. But out of the Red Sox, out of the Mariners, out of the Astros, don't even sleep on the Guardians possibly. What's the one team you don't want to face, as well as the one team you'd like to see if we're hosting that wild card game?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fear any of them. In theory, the Red Sox have owned us this season, so there might be a little trepidation, but like I just watched them go to Fenway and handle them, and the Red Sox are on a decline. They are not playing their best baseball going into October right now. So I can't say I fear the Red Sox. I don't. The Astros either. I just went through how the Astros don't have Yordan Alvarez. We just beat them. They're not the same club that they used to be. Bring them on. The Mariners, we swept the Mariners here. I went to a couple of those games, I believe. The Mariners, I would love to see Cal Raleigh versus Judge, and Judge show that he's the MVP and knock them out and end their season. I don't fear any of these teams. Even someone called today about the Detroit Tigers. I'm like, the Tigers, they don't play good in their building. If Tarek Skubal's not pitching, any of those other guys can get got. It's kind of crazy how it's materialized. Like, this Yankee lineup is deep. You're watching Max Fried go out there and you're watching a master at work. He's turned back into what we were seeing when he faced the Tigers in Michigan and it was cold earlier in the year. When they didn't play the night games, they had to make them day games because it was so cold. Rodon has been great. This is his best year as a Yankee because they let him grow his beard. And in the third spot, it's either Cam Schlittler or Luis Gil. I'm fine with either one. I'm leaning towards Luis Gil. I would say the only team that I fear is the Toronto Blue Jays, and we don't have to worry about that for a month if we get there.
I agree with you, and I'll tell you something. One thing I noticed, I know you played and you see a lot of the same stuff that I do, but Devin Williams, he's turned it around in the sense that he's actually throwing his fastball more and his
hard and in the zone. He hit 96 the other night, yeah.
And you know what? If you're not throwing that changeup's the pitch that's going to get them out. But if you keep showing it, they're gonna get to it. And he's throwing his fastball more, and lo and behold, he's pitching well again. I mean, I think that he's got so many things going wrong with him, like past postseasons, not pitching well. I think he's finally turned the corner. I know I've talked to you, I was down on him a while.
We all were.
Seeing him get strikeouts on fastballs, getting strikes on fastballs, and now being able to throw that airbender when he's ahead of the count instead of behind, I really think that he's your eighth inning guy going forward. And one more thing, I hope to see you. I don't know if you're going anymore during the regular season, but I'll be there Friday, last Friday night game. Got to show up. Hope to see you then, brother.
I'll probably be there Friday. Thanks for the call, Mo. It's the last homestand. And, like, even if I got to work, I don't care. This last homestand, I'll probably go to 4 games. If I don't know. Definitely 3. Let me look at this Yankees schedule coming up. Because I had a couple people that were like, yo, let's go to these games. And it's like, you know, if you have friends that haven't gone to a game all year, they're like, yo, it's the last homestand, let's go to a game. I have a couple people that are like, yo, what's the deal with these games? So coming up here, I think I might go to Cap Night, that first game. And then I'm not going to go Wednesday because Wednesday I have like 2 Ryder Cup events. I'm getting into golf now since I played golf with Roger Clemens and John Starks at David Cohn's golf outing. I'm like that. No, I'm not like that at all. But they're like mixer influencer things that I was invited to in the city. And there's this big Ryder Cup, watch party going on at Rockefeller Center. And then there's another one at this place called the Wheelhouse. So I'm not going on Wednesday. But Bernie Williams has this Bernie Williams musical bobblehead night. Come on, Bern, that's my dog. I just played in the Bernie Williams softball game. Homer first at bat. Probably if we, had an MVP, I drove in the most runs. Had some plays in the outfield. I don't even think I really told y'all on the fan what I did out there. I made some plays with the glove. So I'm going to go support Bernie. So I think I'm going on the 23rd, the 25th, and then probably Friday just for the vibes. Maybe I can get off on Friday night. I doubt it, though. And, I'm not trying to take off during this time. It's a football Friday, postseason. My little shows that I get here 2 hours a night, I'm trying to be here. So even if I'm tired, it is what it is. I'm not going Saturday because Saturday I will be with the New York Red Bulls. Yep, the New York Red Bulls. And I will be a special guest of the New York Red Bulls, and I believe I will be the one on the field sending the Bulls. If you have ever been to Sports Illustrated Stadium over there, you know what that means. So, yeah, Yankee Stadium for me, probably the 23rd, 25th, 26th, and then not Saturday and not Sunday either because I'll be watching football. Going to try and get to 3 games, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. 888-808-1019. Let's take this break here. When I come back, we're just going to go through all my calls. I'll try to get everybody on, and then I'll get out of the way. Keith McPherson on the fan. We'll be right back.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
Again, this one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium. Taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Football Friday, New York. What I'll say is, before I take these calls and get out of here, I don't expect the Jets or Giants to win. Now, some people are going to sell you dreams. Some people are going to give you reasons why they could win. And no, we all watch the NFL. The Buccaneers haven't scored a lot of points, but they find ways to win. They'll let the other team score points so that they can get the ball into their quarterback's hands and then go find a way to win. And it doesn't matter who's on the field for Baker Mayfield. Emeka Egbuka, they're saying that this guy's got a groin issue, but I bet you he plays. And Baker's going to find a way. I watched James Cook carve up the Jets defense. Bucky Irving and Rashad White exist. So even if it ain't Baker, they can run the ball. They're in their building. This is their home opener. You know what I'm saying? Like, they went to Atlanta. They went to Houston, 2 domes, and got victories. Now they're about to be outside on that grass in Tampa. Quinnen Williams, you guys better pack a lunch. I just think that having Tyrod Taylor start the game for you. I think Tyrod is good and he's serviceable and all that, but like, it isn't like he's going to go out there and put up 400 yards and score damn near 30, 40 points. Baker is going to cook. And I already told you what I feel about the Giants. This is a Giants team that has done a ton of losing over these last 3 years versus a team that has won a Super Bowl in the last 3 years and was just in the Super Bowl, and they haven't won a game since the game that sent them to a Super Bowl. They are not about to come here and lose. Now, I see in the chat, people were in the chat talking about, oh, Patrick Mahomes doesn't play well. Patrick Mahomes doesn't play well in MetLife. Sorry, guys, I didn't bring the slate down. Now you can see me, but you guys can hear me. None of that matters. They're about to force Xavier Worthy to play. And he'll probably just be a decoy because they don't want him to get hit and aggravate that torn labrum. But he's just going to be running off where you got to respect him. And then underneath, they'll drop the ball in, and they're going to run the football too with Pacheco. And then Patrick Mahomes is going to run the ball. And you know what? You can't touch Patrick Mahomes, or there's flags flying. You can't hit him late. And if he's in the pocket throwing the ball, you better watch for that roughing the passer. So this vaunted pass rush of the Giants, they got to be careful this week. All right, that's all I got to say. Isaac is in Brooklyn on the Fan. Go for it, Isaac.
Yeah, Keith, thanks for taking the call. It's a little late. I actually wanted to make a point about the broadcast. The guy said, no. I said, all right, forget it, your producer. So I just want to remind you and just refresh everybody's memories. Back to spring training this year, Cody Bellinger had a great spring training this year.
Yeah, I was there.
And then he fell off the first 2 months of the season. And
he had a back issue. He had the food poisoning.
Yeah, there were a few things there. And also, Goldschmidt was doing so well, we kind of forgot about him. If you take out those first 2 months of the season, Cody Bellinger could be in the MVP talks. He's batting like .330. The dude's unreal. And I feel like we just talked about that we have to re-sign Bellinger. I don't think he ever gets the credit that he deserves of how well this man's been playing and how, and just we don't give him credit. We don't tip our cap
He's
for
a
Cody
plus
Bellinger.
defender at every position. You could just put a highlight reel together of his defense. Like right field, center field, left field, first base. He might be the best first baseman on the team, and we don't even use him there. Like what this guy has been as a left-handed bat, as a bat in the lineup after Judge, as a guy with a two-strike approach, and then just like I know that other guys feed off of his energy and his professionalism. I hope he finishes his career as a Yankee.
Yeah, he's a former, he has old accolades. I don't got to go through it. And Keith, one more thing before I go, I'll let you go. I remember everybody on the Fan before the season talked about how many wins and losses the Giants are going to have, and I don't remember who exactly. There were one or two hosts that said, look, the Giants are going to play really well. They're going to have a great season, but it's not going to show up on the record, and I believe that, and I think it's true, and I think we're going to see this throughout the whole year. Heartbreak games, throughout all 17 weeks of the season. But I think the New York Giants are going to be a competitive and a very good football team. They just won't win a lot of games. Thanks, Keith.
Well, the two things can't exist. You can't be a very good football team and not win games. The good teams win the games. They might be a fun team to watch. Like you had some fun on Sunday until the score went final. If there's anyone on the Fan that told you this is going to be rough, it's me. Because I'm not a Giants fan, so I can be an independent observer. I'm also not a Jets fan, so I'm not hating. I don't have any interest in, the Jets doing better than the Giants. I'm going off of what I've seen in the NFL. I'm going off of what I've seen with your coach. I'm going off of what, I was the one that told you Shane Bowen should have been fired last year. Then everybody started calling for his head on Sunday. But you can't fire Shane Bowen when you force Wink Martindale out and this guy comes in and, it is a mess over there. They need to start winning. Winning cures all. They have a sickness. They have a disease over there that they can't shake because they don't know how to win. Beat the Chiefs. That'll be the biggest win in a long time in that building. Beat the Chiefs this weekend. Nick is in Morganville on the Fan. What's up, Nick?
Keith, long time no talk.
My guy, I saw your name over there. I'm like, yo, what's good?
I know. I just pulled into the driveway. I just got home from Baltimore with the fiance. We're getting married in 2 days, Keith.
Wow.
It's been that long I haven't talked to you. So
yo, congratulations. Awesome for just your memories to go down to Camden Yards a couple days before the wedding. God bless you guys. I hope to see you at the final homestand or maybe in the postseason.
Definitely postseason, probably last regular season game. But I'll get to my point with you. So I was listening to a couple of other shows, and I keep hearing how Caballero is obviously taking some of the pressure off of Volpe when it comes to the shortstop position. You see Amed Rosario chipping in a little bit more here and there. You already have Jazz, and you already have McMahon. So where does Volpe possibly fit into this postseason roster? Obviously, he has the experience from last year, and we saw that he can produce there. But do you think there's a crazy opportunity where they just don't put him on the roster based on how they've treated him over the last few weeks?
There's zero chance that they don't put him on the roster. They love Anthony Volpe. Like, they're so disappointed in how this year has gone. There's a 0% chance that they don't put him on the roster. What I just think they're going to do is what we're seeing now. Like, he's going to start every once in a while. I think it's going to be, if there's 5 games, probably be Caballero 3-2 to Volpe's 2. They want him to play. They want him to get right. They want to be right. He's the guy that they drafted, developed, and appointed as the Yankee shortstop that cannot be sent down. So, like, can you imagine they don't put him on the postseason roster? Like, how embarrassing that would be for them. Like, I don't see that. Caballero is a backup plan that they got at the deadline, and he's a good little player. But I've been saying he has his own issues as well. They want to deploy him off the bench late in games as a pinch runner, as a guy that can kind of wreak havoc. I would not be surprised to see Volpe continue to get starts down the stretch and get starts in the postseason. Mario in Long Beach called and gave us his batting average in the postseason. And I'm like, small sample size. Only last year he played in the postseason. The Yankees are analytical like that. They're going to look at his postseason numbers and say, yeah, we got to start him. They're going to work their way towards Anthony Volpe starting games in the postseason. It won't just be Caballero, in my opinion. I don't think they leave him off the postseason roster as well because of the relationships he has with Judge and Jazz and Wells and, other guys on the team. They're not going to do that to the kid.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, the question comes down to how are they going to try and utilize him, because you see that Caballero is kind of fitting into this roster the way that we imagined Volpe would be fitting into this roster. The kid who's just kind of hitting for a little bit more average. I mean, obviously, Volpe has that pop. But, Caballero's stealing bases. I think he's faster. I just feel like he's fitting that role a lot more than Volpe did.
Yeah, he like I said, 3-2. If there's 5 games, Caballero starts 3 out of the 2. But I think that they want to have him as a bench bat and also as a utility guy. And I know they have other guys like Amed Rosario. We saw play second base tonight. He can play second base. He can play short. But I just think that they look at Caballero as a guy that they can put in a bunch of different spots and mix and match late in the game. And Volpe only plays one position. He's going to start games at shortstop as long as he continues to get some hits, not be an automatic out, and then make the plays in the infield and not commit, any more errors. I just know they are too attached to Anthony Volpe, the player, the person, and their own plans and mission for him. Thanks for the call, Nick. There is no leaving Anthony Volpe off the postseason roster. He definitely has a spot. Not just a spot. He's most likely going to start at some point. Rob is in Groton, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Good to hear. Look, always love to talk to you about because you're a Yankees guy. But real quick, I know you mentioned the Giants. I think a lot of the analysis that you hear on a national basis is narrative-driven, going back from the schedule. So, I agree with you the fact that they need to learn how to win. They don't know how to win. It's like watching The Natural with, the late he
Robert
just passed
Redford.
away.
Robert
Redford. Winning, losing is a disease. So, yes, you're right on that. However, now the analysis regarding the Chiefs, it's a little shallow. And, I just think there's a lot more depth to the Giants than meet the eye. And it's easier said than done just to disregard them because the Chiefs are the Chiefs of 2025, not 2024. So, with that said, I just wanted to put that out there. Now, with the Yankees, here's why I'm so optimistic about them, Keith. Besides the fact that this Max Fried, who I had no idea was even on the planet before the year even began, is like the best. He's like Sandy Koufax. I mean, no, he's not, but I mean, he's pretty good, this Max Fried. But the fact that if you look at the win-loss records across baseball, they're not. We don't have like the 110 team, the team with 110 wins that we have to go some juggernaut.
Right.
So everything is there's no disparity between the teams. So I think we're doing better. I think I like our chances is what I'm trying to say, because there's no good team. And I think right now, I think we could be the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Of course. Thanks for the call, Rob. A couple things. I mean, October is about who is the most healthy. Knock on wood before I speak on like Yordan Alvarez being hurt, Bo Bichette being hurt, Roman Anthony being hurt. Like, there are other teams that they're hurt right now. Like, they're missing guys that they need, that hit, that produce for them. Like, the Yankees got Judge back, and he's able to play the field some. Like, who are the Yankees missing? They got all their arms back too. Like, knock on wood. I don't even think anything in here is wood, but you get what I'm saying. It is about who plays their best baseball in October. I have a feeling that this year is a year where that bye week is going to hurt the Toronto Blue Jays, the Milwaukee Brewers, assuming that, you know, they're the number one seeds and they get that. When you do look at the standings in the entire, you know, major leagues of baseball, like the Yankees are a top 6 team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're 6. And that's subject to change by the end of the year. It's anybody's game, man. It's about who's got the pitching. The Yankees got that. And now who's got the hitting. And the Yankees have a deep lineup. You know, I was getting to a back and forth with somebody today, and I ain't got time to go back and forth with most of you goofies at this point. I left it alone. But I was putting out there Judge's prowess, and the guy responded, means nothing unless he does it in October. I'm like, bro, we're talking about the MVP. The MVP is a regular season award. Shut up. Like, what are you talking about? It means nothing. Judge would agree it means nothing. No, he wouldn't. Judge wants to win another MVP. The MVP is won based off of what you do before October. But what if this is the year that Judge wakes up in October and is Judge? Why can't this be the year that Judge actually hits? Or if they want to keep intentionally walking him, Belly make you pay. Jazz will make you pay. Stanton will make you pay. The lower part of the lineup, speaking of the lower part of the lineup, tonight, Volpe with a hit, Cabby with a hit, Wells with 2 hits. Like, this is a deep lineup. Why can't the Yankees get hot and play their best baseball for a month? They absolutely can. Gary's in Waterbury. Before we get out of here, Gary, go for it.
McPherson Cavalier.
Go for it.
Yo, no, I'm not going to do it tonight. Yo, I got to shout to my man's Doug Dillon, my man Rinaldi, my man Joe O, Billy O. Yo, I'll put Fried and Rodon and Heel against anyone in the playoffs and roll the dice. I'll put them 3 versus any 3 in the AL, and I'm going to roll the dice.
Same.
And we're just got to pray.
We're about to walk into that tense nervousness, that anxiety, that excitement of the postseason and not knowing what's going to happen, and the excitement of when it goes your way. It's joy.
At least we're
elation.
there. At least we're there, and we got a chance. As long as we're there, we got a chance.
And maybe the road to the World Series this year isn't being the number 1 seed, isn't winning the division, isn't, thanks for the call, Gary. It's a winding road, but they still have the team. The only guy we're missing is Garrett Cole. Could you imagine they win the World Series without Garrett Cole? I would feel bad for Garrett Cole. Like, Clayton Kershaw's retiring, and Dodgers won the World Series without needing him. They're talking about whether he's going to make the postseason roster or not. He's going to be on the postseason roster. It's Clayton Kershaw. All right, that's all I got, folks. As I'm scrolling through my notes, I'm like, did I miss anything? Did I not say something that I wanted to say? Nah, I think I came through and knocked pretty much all of it down. I will be back for a Friday night football Friday I don't know, 11 p.m. I'll see you then. Big Mac is next. Keep it locked right here.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN New York.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Cowboys possess the most dangerous kicking weapon in all of the NFL. That guy could actually attempt a 75-yard field goal if they had to win the game.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Yankees suffocated the Orioles 7-0 as Max Fried allowed 3 hits over 7, 13 Ks, his 18th win. That's the most in all of baseball.
He's an ace, so I mean he pitches like that. So he's had a phenomenal year to this point. On top of that, just the kind of person and teammate he is. He's everything you'd want in bringing somebody in to be a featured guy in your rotation.
No homers as the offense produced 9 hits, including 2 two-run doubles from both Giancarlo Stanton and Amed Rosario. Blue Jays lost to the Yankees, are pulled to within 3 in the division, lead the Astros by 2 for the top wild card. Mets rookies continue to lead the way. Jonah Tong fired 5 innings, a 1-run ball, fanned 8 as the Mets finished off the Padres 6-1. Brandon Nimmo broke it open, a 3-run shot. Pete Alonzo remains red hot, 4th straight game going deep.
He's locked in, and when he's doing things like that, he can carry a team. We know he's kind of streaky hitter. We've seen it when he gets cold, and then when he gets hot, man, like he gets on one of those streaks that he's pretty dangerous.
Mets now 2 up on both the Diamondbacks and the Reds, while the Giants are 3 back. And the Bills got 3 touchdown passes from Josh Allen. They bounced the Dolphins 31-21. 72 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
On the Fan. We made it. Friday morning, a football Friday, right here on the Fan. I got you for 3 hours as we take you to the warm-up show at 5 a.m. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. Marco's with us, and we're taking your calls for 3 hours. And it is a football Friday, believe it or not. And here's where I want to start, because I know we got a good start from Tong. The Mets take the series against the Padres. They look to sweep the Nationals. They're 2 games up in the wild card. The Yankees don't need sleep this time as they head into Baltimore. Max Fried dominant. They have the second best record in the game, or in the American League, rather. And we're all hyped up for playoff baseball. But this is a football Friday. It is a football Friday. And here's what I can't shake. And I've been thinking about it all day, and I'm driving in today thinking about it, and I'm getting annoyed. Because quite honestly, we are talking about on, what is it, the 19th? February 19th, heading into week number 3 of the NFL season. And as much as I'm pumped about the Yankees going to the postseason and hopefully shutting all of you up, and how I've never gotten off the train of the Mets making the postseason. I don't know their, luck once they get there. And that's all great. And I love postseason baseball. It's the best. I'm a baseball guy. We should be pumped about our football teams. We shouldn't feel like this is quite honestly, possibly. Are you ready for this? Possibly. the last meaningful football Friday in this town for the entire season. This is it. Week number 3, September 19th. Football Friday. The last meaningful football Friday for our two football teams all year long. How is that possible yet again? And make no mistake, sure, anything could happen and they could surprise us. And we knew this wasn't about playoffs anyway necessarily. And, Aaron Glenn telling us that, big ships turn slow. So I don't know what we were expecting anyway. But make no mistake, 0-3 is the end of a football season, particularly for these two lousy teams. You cannot go 0-3 and expect to have a season. And while, sure, there's Jackson Dart with the New York Giants, and sure, that will become a main focus of when they go to him, what he looks like, and the future of the New York Giants, and whether or not the coach will be back, and blah, 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 blah. And for the Jets, first year of Aaron Glenn, and you're looking for some positives. And obviously, you're down Justin Fields, but, this defense, you're hoping to not have to get gashed for 200 yards rushing against Tampa, against a team that's 2-0 and gotten lucky to do so. And we'll move on after an 0-3 start. And you're looking at the coach and you're trying to figure things out. And you're trying to build something. And none of it will matter. None of it will matter. We are an ugly Sunday away from focusing on our fantasy football teams and focusing on our parlays, as Keith likes to say, and focusing on everything else other than whether or not these two teams are going to have a season. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. I am so tired of week 3 being the pendulum on whether or not we're going to have a football season. And I'm tired of the idea that even right now, this was a ho-hum victory. The Mets played at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They got a good start from Jonathan after the terrible performance and unable to get out of the first inning. He bounced back nicely, 8 strikeouts, pitched well. The Mets win a big game. Pete Alonzo, 4th consecutive game with a home run. You're trying to figure out how this team's going to match up and figure out their rotation for the postseason. The Yankees fly into Baltimore to take on the lousy O's. You're hoping you don't stub your toe, and Max Fried is dominant. We're getting ready for the postseason. And football is a complete afterthought on a football Friday. It shouldn't be this way. And it's technically not just yet, but we are there, man. We are there. And the New York Giants are taking on a team that is 0-2, the 3-time defending AFC champions, the team of the last decade, with the quarterback of the last decade, with the quarterback-coach combination that rivals, or at least is trying to attempt to rival, Brady and Belichick. 0-2, staring 0-3 in the face. The home opener. We are on the precipice. I'm talking about the season being over, and the Giants haven't played a home game. That's where we are. That's where we are. And right now, this is the game coming off of that Dallas game, right? Both of these teams coming off losses in different manners. The Jets defense, I wouldn't say running their mouths, but talking about how this won't happen again and we're going to stand up and this and that. They gave up 200 on the ground. They got beat by a 41-year-old Rodgers, who looked awful against Seattle. This defense has been a disaster the first 2 weeks. The offense now is leaning on Tyrod Taylor, who I have no idea what he's going to give him. And I'm just as positive about him as the starter who's out with a concussion. You've got a coach who's talking about building a winning culture and accountability, cutting the guy who cost them the game week 1. And that accountability led to an absolute disastrous, no-life, no-show performance against the Buffalo Bills that just on Thursday Night Football, yes, won a football game, but Miami going down the field, performing, giving the Bills a game. The lousy Dolphins. It is hard to imagine, and I'm sorry, I hate to be negative. I'm trying to get all pumped up. If you're watching on the stream, and obviously you could stream us live on YouTube, Join the chat. I'm wearing my wife hates this. I don't know why. Too much red and blue. She hates the shoulders. She thinks it looks ridiculous. She hates it when I wear it to all the kids' soccer games and stuff. She just hates this sweatshirt. I'm wearing my Giants sweatshirt. I'm trying to get pumped up because I think there's a chance the Giants give this Kansas City Chiefs a game, right? Off of what we saw last week. Kansas City Chiefs, you mentioned the Kansas City Chiefs. What's the next line? Not the same. Not the same. No offensive weapons. Yeah, they're going to get, Worthy back. He's dealing with a torn labrum. Still has the speed, but ultimately, you're talking about Hollywood Brown being the most dynamic offensive weapon that the team has right now outside of Patrick Mahomes. You got a washed-up Kelsey. You got a team that's looked bad the first 2 weeks. You got a desperate Kansas City Chiefs team. And yeah, off of that performance last week, I have faith that this offense can do something. You're going up against a much different team than the Dallas Cowboys. You're going up against a defense led by Spags, who we all know very well here, who won a championship here, who's arguably the greatest defensive coordinator of all time. And a coaching staff with Andy Reid that is, arguably as good as any we've ever seen, with a quarterback who is as talented as we've ever seen. But they're not the same. And they've struggled out of the gate here. And their offensive weapons are down. And this defense should be able to at least limit some of the big plays that have become the hallmark of this Kansas City Chiefs team over the last 10 years or so. However long it's been with Patrick Mahomes. And the offense with Russell Wilson threw the ball well. They have a dynamic player in Malik Neighbors. We'll see if Andrew Thomas has a chance to play. He's been practicing on a limited basis over the last couple days. Love to see him get in there. I have no idea. Bo did a better job than Hudson. You feel like the offensive line at least stabilized itself. You know you could still throw the ball down the field with Russell Wilson. You feel good about Scatterbo and what you saw. You still believe in Tracy in the running game. Like, there are reasons to be at least somewhat positive that you're going to get a football game on Sunday. But that's where we are. We're at the point of let's hope we have a football game. You look to the Jets, Tampa Bay, and what they've been able to do. And the way they've pulled a couple of games against Atlanta and against the Texans out of the fire because Baker Mayfield has, guts and, balls the size of Tampa Bay. Like, it's just like what they've been able to do down the stretch of these games and pull these winning drives out. They've got Irving. They've got a good running game. They've got Baker Mayfield. And you're still hopeful that the Jets can make a game of it. They're pretty much a touchdown underdog in this game, and you're trying to figure out if you can stabilize your season. But that's where we are, man. It is so demoralizing on September 19th. And I try not to be negative. I really do. But we are talking about September 19th and the likelihood, as the Jets are a touchdown underdog to Tampa Bay on the road, the Giants are taking on Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs, who are desperate for a win. Because just like the Giants, 0-3 is a difficult thing to come back from. They're the Chiefs. You feel like they have a chance as good as any other team in the NFL to fall 0-3 and still make a run of it. But you've got in their division a team in the Chargers who've already beat them and look like a dominant football team, at least defensively. They don't want to fall behind 0-3 because 0-3 almost means the same for the Chiefs as it does for the Giants and it does for the Jets. Goodbye. Meaningless football. What does Jackson Dart look like? How quick can we fire the coach? What's the point? Here we are again. Same old Jets. This is such a huge weekend. Not because I think these teams can turn their seasons around even necessarily, or that this would be the first win that could lead us into a surprising season. It's a big week because I want to continue to feel like they're relevant. And if and what feels like when they lose these games, they no longer are. Let's be honest about it. They no longer are. And we can't do this anymore. We can't do it. I can't feel like the story of the day heading in on a football Friday is Max Fried. Like, that shouldn't even be on the thought on a football Friday, week 3. And for the New York Giants, if we're going to get into what needs to be done to win these games, and we will, and we'll get into the games further, and we'll take your calls on at 888-808-1019. We'll have the pick segment later on at the end of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll give you the Take a Chance parlay, which I hit last week. Very excited about that. And for the New York Giants, sure, it's pretty much similar to what it's been. You need to see something offensively. Defensively, you should have a chance to get after Patrick Mahomes. They don't have a lot of weapons. You should feel comfortable Bowen, after an ugly performance, acknowledging that they, yesterday when he spoke to the media, acknowledging he wishes he had that series back with 25 seconds left, and maybe they played too soft, and you can't rely on 4 guys getting home, and you need to make, Patrick Mahomes feel the pressure. You need to make a move inside the pocket. And honestly, there isn't enough weapons where you feel like this defensive backfield can't cover a team that hasn't had the same kind of passing attack for multiple years now, despite still going to the Super Bowl and winning them over the last couple of years. You're in your building for the first time this year, Sunday Night Football, prime time. You know this team has struggled in prime time. We'll get into Daniel Jones and his new, a resurgence right to the top of the league in the MVP, as I'm sure, and his problems along with the Giants in prime time. The last time they've won a primetime game, it's felt like Tommy DeVito against Green Bay is the only game in the last 10 years I can think off the top of my head that they actually won in primetime. But you're coming back Sunday Night Football against the Kansas City Chiefs, coming off 450 yards of a passing game, coming off 500 total yards of offense, coming off a 37-point offensive performance against the rival division Dallas Cowboys. This should be a spot we're all pumped up. This should be a spot we're all excited to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. And maybe you are. And maybe you're not falling into the abyss that I've fallen into over the last handful of years, because I tried. I tried to be optimistic. I tried to get into these teams. I tried to pump myself up. Certainly as a Giant fan, I came on here and told you they were going to win the first 2 games of the year. Like an idiot. And even when they play well, they find ways to lose, and they find themselves in a situation where they're going up against the Kansas City Chiefs, desperate for a victory for the first home game of the year, and feeling like if they lose it, there's no longer a conversation about what they can do. There's no longer a conversation about anything other than, and we were able to put it on the back burner for a week. Russell Wilson and that passing attack and the 450 yards and the 37 points, it put the conversation of Jackson Dart off for a week. For a week. If they go out there and lose, and it doesn't even matter how, they could keep it a game. Like, and ultimately, that's what you want, right? You want them to keep it a game. No one's expecting them to win. It's to that point. No one's expecting them to win the football game. We're not crazy. And you want to keep it a game, and you want to see some more offensive production, and you want to see the team develop, and you want to see them build off of last week. And you'll almost be, tickled pink if the game's a 3-point game in the fourth quarter. You'll almost feel like, hey, we're hanging with the Kansas City Chiefs. They hung with the Eagles last week. They're still the Kansas City Chiefs, even though they're 0-2, even though they don't have the same weapons. It's still Andy Reid. It's still Patrick Mahomes. Hey, hung in there. Great, grand, wonderful. You lose this game, it doesn't matter how. It's 0-3, and all we're talking about is when you see Jackson Dart. That's it. That's all that's left. I'm not going to even have my typical let's tank conversation because there's no point in tanking. September 19th. Friday, September 19th, week number 3. Join me for what could possibly be the last meaningful football Friday we will have all year. How does this happen to us year in and year out? I hate to be such a bummer, but I couldn't escape the feeling all day long. Football Friday, excited about it, can't wait. Me and Keith kind of are the first. I know it turns midnight. His show doesn't start at midnight, but here we are. We're like, this is it. I get to open Football Friday. Will it be for the last time? Can these two teams surprise us, get a victory, and somehow push that sun back into the sky and give us one more week of summer? Yeah, that's from it's from Love of the Game with Kevin Costner. I stole it from Vince Scully. But can we get it? Who believes it? Give me a call. 888-808-1019. We will get to the baseball, obviously. Max Fried was dominant in this game last night. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 walk, 13 Ks. Just absolutely just going right through the Baltimore Orioles. The Yankees now with the Detroit Tigers. Oh, and I hope it happens. The Detroit Tigers in free fall being swept by Cleveland. The Yankees now have the second best record in the American League. They are 3 games behind the Blue Jays, who lost as well. So I've already conceded the division. Maybe I should take it back. They're as many games behind the Blue Jays as they are up in the final wild card. So if you think the division's over, so is the first wild card. So you're feeling good about the Yankees. The Mets get a series they absolutely needed. Jonah Tong bounces back. Pete Alonzo with his fourth consecutive game with a home run. They're up 2 games in the loss column over everybody, 3 over the Giants. You're feeling better about their chances. They go take on the lousy Washington Nationals. Baseball's on the table. We will discuss baseball on this Football Friday because they're the 2 teams right now who even have a chance. But call me up and convince me why my woe and dread isn't warranted and that there's a chance next week we'll be all pumped up for 2 teams that are 2-1, 1-2 rather, or one team that's 1-2 instead of both of these teams staring 0-3 in the face and wondering when the hell are we ever going to have a football season around here and focus strictly on Jackson Dart and all the rest. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll come back after the break. Take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. You can also hit me up on Twitter at CMACWFAN. And, of course, hit me up on the chat. And tell me if you think my wife is ridiculous and that this sweatshirt's really nice, because I think so. 888-808-1019. We'll come right back. Take your calls right here on the Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
D'Agostino, Law Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you.
Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
At Hanover Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbor. Our decisions are made locally by people who live and work right here in your community and who understand what matters most to you. And your deposits, they stay local, benefiting the businesses, homes, families, and futures that make our towns thrive. We believe in true relationship banking, individual service, and commitment to community. Visit HanoverBank.com to learn more today. That's HanoverBank.com. Hanover Bank. Forward together.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 227. I do feel better. I vented a little bit. One of these teams got to save us. One of these teams has to find a way to win a football game and keep our season alive here. Just has to. I don't have much faith, but they just have to, man. They just have to. And, like, I mean, we'll get to it. The Jets, the Jets game plan for me is relatively simple, honestly. I mean, it's the same thing we said last week. They were unable to do it. That's all. Like, what you want to do is you don't give Baker Mayfield a chance to rip your heart out at the end of the game, first off, because he'll take it. Like, that's what we've learned about Baker Mayfield. He's going to make some throws that are questionable. They're going to have an opportunity to turn the football over, run the football clearly, which is what the Jets are still trying to do, even without Justin Fields and that ability to get that run game from the quarterback position. As much as Tyrod Taylor, isn't an immobile quarterback, it's not nearly the same thing as Justin Fields. You're going to look to throw the ball down the field a little bit more, but run the football. Have a run game that looked like it did week one. Go out there with Breece Hall, run for, 150 yards between your two backs. Go figure out a way to establish the run, which will open up things for Tyrod Taylor in this passing game. I know there's not a lot of threats in that passing game necessarily, but that should open up the ability to throw the football a little bit. Time of possession, Don't turn the ball over. Like, this is a classic. And I know you could argue, 75 to 80% of football games come down to this kind of thing. But clearly, like, this game for me, going up against this passing attack of the an offense of the Tampa Bay Bucks on the road, and this, like, they've had two really big wins, two close wins, two hard-fought, like, road victories where they needed to pull the game out. Like, this is the kind of game you catch a team, sleeping, for lack of a better term. I know they're coming home, but they've gotten two really good wins. They're coming to play the New York Jets. Like, you can catch Tampa Bay in a spot here if you do what this coach was brought here to do, right? Like, this is an Aaron Glenn type game. I think it's going to say a lot about the coach. Don't make mistakes. Run the football. Win the time of possession. Maybe get a turnover and win the turnover battle, and you'll have a chance to win this football game. I don't think there's any doubt. Tampa Bay plays close football games. There's no reason the Jets shouldn't be in this game, but I just don't know if offensively there's enough there to keep up. If they can't win, play that style of game. So run the football, establish the run, slow down their run, turn them one-dimensional, win the time of possession, don't turn the ball over. These are all the cliches that a culture-building coach, this is his kind of game. This is his kind of game. And see if we can get it. The Giants, look, they really don't have much of a passing attack right now, Kansas City. They are a different football team. They're not as dominant in that way. Patrick Mahomes really hasn't been, let's be fair, as much as he's still incredible, as much as he can still throw the ball while he's, literally flying through the air, completely horizontal. And what he's able to accomplish, I get it, but he hasn't been Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or some of these passing attacks for a while. They just haven't been that kind of team. They play excellent defense. He makes enough big plays. In the clutch, they make the big plays. They have the big moments. And I suspect the Giants have a real good opportunity to keep this game close, but close isn't good enough when you're 0-2. It's just not. And we're wondering when, and I know how tough the schedule is and everything else and what we've seen from the Chargers, and the rest of the teams they're going to play, although Denver hasn't looked as good. We'll find out about the two of them this week. But, like, it's not just good enough to keep it close. Season's still over if you keep it close. Keeping it close is 0-3. And then it becomes one talking point. The Giants, will come down to one talking point. When do we see Dart? That's it. That's it. And it was so refreshing this week that we didn't have to have that conversation, that Russell Wilson ended that conversation. There is no ending that conversation 0-3, because 0-3 means what we all know it means. The death of another season. Today's Friday, September 19th. Sunday will be Friday, September 21st. We will barely have a day of fall before our football seasons are over. We haven't picked one pumpkin. We haven't had one pumpkin latte. We haven't taken the kids on one hayride. Like, none of it, man. None of it. We haven't had one Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Like, none of it. Although I already saw it in the supermarket because now they come out in freaking July. Like, I have no idea. I hate that. I don't know. I think I've had this rant before. I cannot stand how early you see the Sam Adams Oktoberfest now. I can't stand it because it's always a special day. Not that the Oktoberfest beer is so great, although it's good. I do like the Sam Adams Oktoberfest. But it's not so much that, I get to drink Sam Adams Oktoberfest. It is a signal of the turning of the season. It is a signal of getting into the football season. It's a signal of just it marks the time. It's one of those things that mark the time when Oktoberfest comes around. And when it's like, out there on September 3rd, like if I could pick it up for Labor Day weekend, like it just doesn't have that same feel. It should not have its own like kiosk or whatever it is, the buildup of all of them stacked together with the sign on how, the sale or whatever they're like that section in the beer section, in the fridge section, all the stacked up Oktoberfest. I should not be able to take one for Labor Day weekend. And I refuse to. So, we're talking about none of the fall stuff. None of it. I haven't raked a leaf. I haven't, done one damn fall type thing. And we're talking about having the season over again. And I hate to be pessimistic, but I can't help myself. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Jay in Staten Island. What's up, Jay?
Chris, how you doing, brother? How's everything?
Good. How are you, man?
All right. Can I make one suggestion to you?
Yes.
All right. In the morning when you get done, go get your pumpkin latte.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the afternoon, go get your Oktoberfest and have your beer and drink it and enjoy it for that day tomorrow, because I 100% agree with you that this season is over right now. As a Giants fan, like you are, we're going into the season right now 0-2, playing the Chiefs that are 0-2. The Chiefs played the Chargers, which are perennial, playoff team,
contender.
Also top AFC team. And they played the Eagles, the Super Bowl champions, and they played them both to a competitive game.
Mm-hmm.
They lost both of them, but, they were in the game.
Yeah, you don't have to preface the Chiefs. They've been in 3 consecutive Super Bowls. We all know.
You're right.
You don't have to say, the last 2 weeks they actually hung in there. They're the Chiefs.
Right. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But, as far as us as Giants fans, we got shut out by the Commanders.
Yes.
And,
not quite.
okay.
Touchdown shutout,
Yeah,
yes.
close. Right, close enough. That was,
pathetic.
Pretty much an anemic offense.
Disastrous.
That we...
Atrocious.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
Right. And then what do? We put up points against the Cowboys, which is going to be probably the worst defense in the NFL. So, there is something in between, which will probably fall in between there.
Yeah.
But, we're also, all right, Russell Wilson put up 400 yards against a team that's probably going to be top 3 worst defense in the NFL at this point. If we're
we'll
assume that.
Yeah, and they were outplanned. They were without Bland, who clearly is arguably their best defensive player overall, and certainly their best defensive back. So yeah, and we'll see what the Bears and Williams and Ben Johnson can figure out against them this week. Because you're right, I don't think it's going to be a bad defense. There's no doubt about it. The Cowboys are not going to have a good defense. They have 0 pass rush.
Right.
Still, listen, it's the NFL.
The secondary with the Cowboys.
Of course.
How many blown coverages did they have in that game?
No.
Where we had guys just streaking down the field, and where
Wandale Robinson was streaking.
In the community. Yeah,
he was streaking down the seam open all day long. I hear you. I still don't want to dismiss 450 yards passing. It's the NFL. It's still the NFL. The Giants offense had a good day. We could say it's because the team is terrible, up and down, same thing, right? Nobody seems to, with Daniel Jones, nobody wants to say they played a miserable, Miami Dolphins team. It's Daniel Jones is the next MVP. It is still the NFL, bottom line. So I'm not going to completely diminish what they did last week, because we have seen them play over the last handful of years, the dregs of the NFL, and they can't score a touchdown. So 37 and 450 yards of passing, I'm not going to just dismiss, as pessimistic and as angry as I am. And I was fully on board with talking today about the idea that just keep the game close with Kansas City, right? I was thinking about it all week long. I've been kind of talking about it. I was poised today to kind of do it hey, build on last week. Nobody expects you to win the game. Go out there, continue to show us you're a football team, have a competitive game, have some offense. Don't let the Chiefs put up 40 with this offense. They shouldn't be able to do that. Figure out a way to have a competitive football game, keep it close, cover, have a good game, and we'll all feel better about you. And I'm tired of doing that. I'm tired of doing it. I am. I'm tired of doing it. I'm tired of that idea. I know it's the Chiefs. I know it's not just an average football team that we're having that conversation about. It's the Chiefs. And yeah, they're 0-2, and they play tough opponents, and one was in Brazil. I get it. I get it. But I didn't want to do it. I got to be honest. Like, I came in, me and Fleegs were talking, and we were both just like, well, I mean, you know, these two lousy teams are already on the season being over. And I'm like, yeah, like, that's it. I'm tired of the idea of let's keep it close. I don't want to do that anymore, man. Like, this sucks. This season was supposed to be a little bit different. I know the schedule's tough, and the over-under was 5.5, all right? No one has any misconceptions. Same thing with, like, you know, we were talking about Aaron Glenn, talking about Legos, and everybody expects the Super Bowl in 1 year. Nobody expects that. No, I don't know what he's talking about, because nobody expected that. But can we not have a dead season already? Like, can we not? And here we are facing it again. And I'm as pumped as anyone. You know me. I'm Mr. Yankee. I'm as pumped as anyone about last night and their chances moving into the postseason. I'm more pumped. I heard a call yesterday that just drove me absolutely nuts. It's just that no one has any faith that this team's going to do anything. It doesn't matter. Same thing with the Mets. Like, we're all pessimistic on some level, but the season's there. Some of us are optimistic. But, like, we got football, we got baseball ahead of us. I get it. I'm excited for the postseason. But, like, the idea of Football Friday, there's just no juice to it, man. There's no buzz to it. These two teams have just completely drained us of any sort of enthusiasm that we can muster. Like, it's impossible. Even off of last week in that performance, what are we talking about? First caller, well, it was against the Cowboys. It sucks. They still found a way to lose. Like, there's no way to build any sort of, like, optimism around these teams. And come out and surprise us and win a football game. Maybe we'll change our feeling. I just don't want another dead season, man. I don't want the focus to be my fantasy football team. I don't want, Brett in Long Island to call me and knock me for caring more about my fantasy football team than the Giants, because at some point I will. It won't be about wins and losses after this week. It won't. It'll be about Jackson Dart. That's it. And it'll be about Glenn. And it won't even be about wins and losses for the Jets anymore. It'll be about, show me something, coach. Let's find out about our football coach. Let's find out about our young quarterback we drafted. Let's find out about our football coach. That's what the season becomes for the Jets and Giants after 0-3. That's what it becomes. Hopefully one of them find a way to put that conversation off for a little bit. Nick in Dobbs Ferry. What's up, Nick?
Hey now. First time listener, long time caller.
Oh, well, it's nice to talk to you. Thank you for making the call, Nick.
So before I get to my point, I got some housekeeping. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. The Oktoberfest. Unfortunately, during the Canelo fight last weekend, I got pulled into that because they bought that, and I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there at a party and you see it, you want it. I'm not. It's just that
it was disappointing, though.
It is. It's disappointing how early it comes out. Like, it's still technically summer. Like, we still kind of are.
Like to see,
it's still summer.
I like to see the leaves. I like to see the leaves before I have that,
Oktoberfest is a vibe, and it's not when it's 80 degrees out on Labor Day weekend. Like, it's just not.
Exactly. Yep. Okay. And another thing is, to listeners that don't know, this is the best athlete in his high school, Chris McMonigle. You guys can look it up.
Well,
and maybe the best athlete to ever come out of Nassau Community College.
Well, that's not true. No, I wish I would have played sports at Nassau Community College. I should have kept up with it. But
you're too busy becoming a legend.
That's it. That's what it was. I was too busy becoming a legend in 13th grade. That was such a weird experience, Nassau Community College. It was 13th grade without any friends. Like, I went to class, I left. I went to class, I left. It was such a bizarre experience. I don't have a single friend that I made there. Not that, people were mean or anything. I just didn't bother. Like, I was in and out. But, but yes, circa 2001, I won the award. I don't know if people would argue right now that I was the best athlete, but the people handing out the awards did. That's all that matters. That's right. I got $300 for textbooks.
Yes.
300.
Yes,
Did you ever get $300 for textbooks? I did.
No, I never got $300
That's
for
right.
textbooks, except for my mother.
Right, exactly right. No. The Cary High School gave me $300 for college textbooks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And another last thing. After Artie Lang and Joe Benengo, you're the third most famous person to ever come out of Connecticut School of Broadcasting.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That's very kind. I don't know about that, but I appreciate that. Yes, Connecticut School of Broadcasting was fun, too. Had some good times. I think I made more friends that I keep in touch with from the 16 weeks of Connecticut School of Broadcasting than the 2.5 years it took me to graduate a 2-year college in Nassau County Community College. That was 13th grade, man. I didn't, it was just in and out. Went to class, left, went home. I still had buddies that all stayed home, either didn't go to college or went to Nassau as well. I don't have a single buddy or anything from that experience for the couple of years there. I was a ghost there. It was an awkward experience. But I wish I kept up with the sports, if only to stay in better shape. I stopped playing sports. My dad got sick. No excuses. But that's when I really started to put on the weight. And I remember having a conversation with a coach of a college that was somewhat interested in me to go play football. Division III, they had a connection to my high school coach. It wasn't like I was seriously being scouted like my man Keith was. I was the best football player on an average Division II Nassau County team that didn't have a scout at a single game. But there was connections to a team. And I had a conversation with the coach. And believe it or not, he wanted me to put on weight. Not necessarily heavy weight. I'm sure he didn't want me to just eat cheeseburgers all day, but he wanted me to put on weight. I was like, I forget what I was. But he wanted me to become like a nose tackle or something and put on a bunch of weight, hit the gym. And I was like, you know what? I really don't want to get any bigger. I was like, that's not appealing to me. I'm not going to go anywhere. It's not like I'm playing professional football or anything. Do I really want to even if it's muscle or whatever, work, do I really want to get myself any bigger? Nah, not really. No, I did it anyway for nothing. Ryan in Rockland County. What's up, Ryan?
I was the PS12 arm wrestling champ. All right,
Is that a fact?
That is correct.
There
Nobody
you go.
could beat me in arm wrestling.
I was also the district, not just the Cary High School champion, but I was the district champion at tug of war.
Right, but you were the anchor, but also you. Well,
no, we used to do it we used to do it 1-on-1 as well in the district sports night and everything. So, but nobody in the district could beat me in tug of war.
What about the rope climbing? I used to go up there
rope climbing, not my thing. Pull-ups, not my thing. Nope. I was much better on the ground.
Right. When I destroyed the chin-up bar, they were all staring at me. I was like 12 years old. So why is everybody looking at me? I picked up my jacket and stuff. But anyway, you got the big hit in Staten Island, kid. Remember, you pulled a Gary Carter. It was 2 outs, and you said, I ain't making the last out. You started the greatest comeback rally in Staten Island history out there. I don't know if people remember that.
In the charity softball game back a couple Junes ago. That is correct. Evan told me he was going to get me out there in the game, and I said, not today. Line went down the left field line. I don't remember if it started a rally or not, but sure, I like that story.
Yeah, listen, if I was pitching Game 7 of the World Series, I would love to face Evan and Pete Hoffman. But let's get to some serious stuff now. Mm-hmm. First of all, that shovel pass by Josh Allen tonight. Yeah. Well, he was taught that by Brian the bonehead. He taught him that pass.
That's
you
it.
See the way he threaded the needle on that pass, dude? Come on, man. You could practice that for a million years and you wouldn't be able to get that.
No, Brian Dable is the one who taught Josh Allen how to do the shovel pass. There's no doubt about it. Brian Dable helped develop that Josh Allen. Thank you for the call. That's right. He taught him the shuffle pass. He taught him everything. Josh Allen would be nothing without Brian Dable. People get hung up when I say that. People still I don't. It's okay. Everything can be true at once. Most of the things that we talk about with Brian Dable can be true. He was impactful in the career of Josh Allen. That's okay to say. It's a fact. He was impactful. I don't know 100% if Josh Allen becomes this good or if it happens in Buffalo necessarily. Maybe it doesn't happen in Buffalo. Maybe it happens somewhere else. Maybe it takes him more time. I don't know. He's super talented. He was eventually going to become good. But we have seen, like, guys have had a lot of ability and a lot of talent and become nothing in this league. Brian Daboll was instrumental in the beginning of Josh Allen's career and had an impact and is part of the story of Josh Allen and his rise to greatness. He's part of the story. We could debate how much. He's part of the story. And he's been a lousy coach with the New York Giants. Both can be true. Both can be true. And I've never said, and I know people get mad at me for that, for bringing up the Brian Daboll connection to Josh Allen. I have never, ever said that he shouldn't be fired because of that. I never, ever said he's a great coach because of that. I've never, ever said that the Giants would be foolish to move on because he did this. All I've ever said was he did do that. That's why he was hired. And I really hate to hire a coach based on his ability to develop a young quarterback and never give him one. That's all I've ever said. That's all I've ever said about Brian Daboll. I want him to have the opportunity to develop a young quarterback because I don't know what else he's proven in the league. To me, there's a little bit of proof that he helped develop Josh Allen. I'd like to see him do that for Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. Why hire him and never give him that chance? That's all I've ever said. That's all I've ever said. He has done, outside of year one, a miserable job with this team. Miserable. And he's on his way for this to be the last season that he is the New York Giants head coach. And if it continues like this, even with the idea of trying to develop Jackson Dart, it's going to be hard to push back on moving on from him. But I just didn't want to not give him the opportunity to develop a young quarterback. I hated that idea. I hated that idea. But both can be true. He's done a lousy job. You have no confidence in him as a coach, and you want him gone. Fine. That doesn't mean he didn't help Josh Allen. He did. And I don't know why we're so, we can't say that. It's like we get mad. Oh, that's ridiculous. Josh Allen, did it all by himself. No one ever helped Josh Allen ever. Not his high school coach, not his college coach, nobody. Josh Allen's talent was so undeniable that nobody along the way had any positive impact. Certainly not the offensive coordinator that helped him transition from a miserable rookie to a budding superstar by year 3. Wow, that's crazy. Why would you give him any credit? Nobody. Josh Allen's so good, none of it mattered. Nobody in Wyoming helped him. Nobody in high school helped him. Nobody in Pop Warner helped him. He was just undeniable. He was going to be this great no matter what happened. He could have been, he could have been living in an arcade his entire life, and someone could have plucked him out and said, let's go play football today, and he would have been terrific. Brian Daboll helped him. Brian Daboll's been bad as a New York Giants head coach. Both are true. Sean in Syracuse. What's up, Sean?
Chris, how are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Not too bad. Not too bad. We interact on X every now and then.
Okay.
As a football fan, I feel bad because I should have been a Jets fan, but I mean, my father wanted me to be a Jets fan, but in the early 90s, I became a Packers fan. What I can say is, as somebody that's followed the Packers for over 30 years, I mean, the Giants and Jets, God bless you for having any type of hope, but they're so far off.
Yeah.
But I want your baseball opinions.
And we'll get to baseball in a little bit, but you can ask me what you want. Sure.
I appreciate you. Mets and Yankees, they're both going to start on Tuesday, September 30th. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about the best of 3 for both of them? Let me backtrack. Do you actually think that the Yankees have a chance against Toronto?
Do I think the Yankees have a chance against Toronto in a playoff series, or still catching them for the division?
As far as the division, because your one of your counterparts, Evan, at 2 p.m., if the Mets had a 3-game deficit against the Phillies, I was that guy on Twitter, by the way. If the Mets had a 3-game deficit against the Phillies, he would have said no chance. But he was still making a case that the Yankees could catch the Blue Jays. This is also a 2-part call. Cal Raleigh versus Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
I think Cal Raleigh is the MVP. Granted, I watched him in Atlanta Home Run Derby. Granted, I'm a Mets fan, but I do think that Cal Raleigh is the MVP over Aaron Judge. I'm not trying to have you bash Aaron Judge, by the way, but
no, I would never. So I mean, he's the best. He's
right,
the best hitter on the planet.
Of course, and that's no problem. However, Cal Raleigh deserves the MVP. Is that correct?
I would say as of right now, today, no. I would vote Aaron Judge. I said this the other day. I did a rant, and thank you for the call, Sean, and I'll do it real quick here. First off, let me ask you a question. I think that the Yankees have a very, 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 very limited chance of catching the Toronto Blue Jays. Yes, they've lost 2 in a row. The Yankees have picked up 2 games in the last 2 days. It's not necessarily over. The Yankees have an easy schedule, and the Blue Jays are dealing with, not having Bichette. It's possible. It's very, very unlikely. What is it, 9 games left now? With 9 games left to make up 4 because they have to pass them. They can't tie them. Very, very difficult. I do not think the Yankees are going to catch them. I guess there's more of a chance than I feel a little bit better about it than I did 2 days ago because they picked up 2 games. But no, I don't feel overly confident. In a postseason series, I think they would beat Toronto. For the division, going to be tough. Now, as far as the MVP, you know what? It's 2:56. Let me break. I'll come back and give you my thoughts on the American League MVP. It's become a big talking point. I did it a couple of days ago, but let's break down the MVP a little bit, or at least just give you my thoughts, because I do think I differ than most Yankee fans. Although I did just give it away today. If I had a vote today, Aaron Judge would be my MVP. But the idea that it's just preposterous to think otherwise, I don't know. We'll get into it. 888-808-1019. As well as get into the baseball. We'll turn the page, do a little bit of baseball here. We do have picks coming up later in the 3 o'clock hour. I got you till 5 o'clock, so we still do plenty of football. We will turn the page a little bit to the baseball, as clearly both of these teams, in my mind, are going to the postseason and had big wins yesterday to kind of reinforce that idea. And the Yankees are catching breaks left and right in the standings. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
You got to ramp up your defense. You got to get them all over the opposing quarterback. And I know it's easier for me to say this after the fact and fans that feel this way after the fact, because if you do blitz and you do expose one of your defensive backs and CeeDee Lamb's running for a touchdown, you're going to get screamed at either way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. And End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look lip, please. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. 10 games remaining against a pair of last-place teams, and the Yankees took advantage. 2-run doubles for Giancarlo Stanton and Amed Rosario, and Max Fried struck out a season-best 13, 7 innings of 3-hit ball, a Major League leading 18th victory as the Yankees silenced the Orioles 7-0.
It's a team game. I'm going out there trying to win the game. I don't really know my stats while I'm out there. As long as we have more runs than the other team, I'm pretty happy.
Blue Jays lost to the Bombers, now within 3 games of first, hold a 2-game lead on the Astros for that top wild card. Meanwhile, Jonah Tong, an impressive bounce back. 5 innings, a 1-run ball, 8 Ks, led the Mets by the Padres 6-1. Rookie able to put to bed a disastrous start last time out where he was torched for 6 runs in just 2/3 of an inning.
I've had outings like that in the past, and even I remember it kind of reminded me of one of last year when I was in high A, and it just takes a day to let it flush and go right back to it. And I'm really grateful for the support I have in the clubhouse, and especially the vets, and just hearing their input.
Brandon Nimmo, a big 3-run shot, while Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game. Mets now 2 up on the Diamondbacks and Reds, 3 on the Giants. And the Bills handle the Dolphins 31-21 Thursday Night Football. Josh Allen, 3 touchdown passes. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, boy. 304. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019 on this Football Friday. We opened the show talking a little bit of football, which was mainly just me complaining about how bad these teams are and how we are right here on the last Football Friday that, well, hopefully not, but what could very well be the last meaningful Football Friday of the season for these two teams, because 0-3 is something that, one, most teams aren't good enough to come back from, and certainly the New York Giants and Jets are one of those teams that you can't imagine coming back from 0-3. Hopefully they can find a way, one of them, and my guess would be the Jets have the best chance to do so. Give us a chance to have a season still. But let's turn our attention to baseball a little bit at 888-808-1019. I was asked a question about the MVP. I guess we'll do that first because it's literally responding to a caller, and then we'll get to the 2 games before we get to picks around 3:45 here and taking your baseball calls at 888-808-1019. Look, I did a little bit of a rant on it the other day. I feel differently than most Yankee fans do. I do. I don't think there's any question. And so you can give me all the stats you want. There's no doubt. Aaron Judge is the better hitter by a mile, having the better overall statistical season. It's indisputable. Outside of home runs and RBIs, he literally beats Cal Raleigh not just by a little. He beats Cal Raleigh by a lot. He's going to win the batting title. OPS, OPS plus, total bases, you name it. Outside of home runs and RBIs, Aaron Judge leads in everything. And again, if I were voting today, I would vote for Aaron Judge. But here's my only thing that I will say. And I know they tried to make this on the Fox broadcast last night, that he's broken some records. I do put a lot of value on the catcher position. It is a defensive first position. And, growing up in the 90s, there was a lot of offense coming from catchers. You had Pudge Rodriguez, you had Jorge Posada, you had Javi Lopez. Javi Lopes, right? Why am I feel like I'm not saying his right name in Atlanta?
No, that was Javi Lopez, the Braves.
Yeah, with the Braves. Javi Lopez, who had 40-plus home runs. There were a lot of offensive catchers for a time. It is rare. I know Salvador Perez has had a couple of big-time years here. Not in the last couple, but Salvador Perez is a borderline Hall of Famer and is an offensive threat and an MVP of the World Series, as the Mets know. There's been a handful. That's why I was so high on Gary Sanchez all those years ago, because Gary Sanchez was the one catcher who hit 35 home runs every year or hit 30 home runs every year. He was the power threat at the position. We do not see a lot of great offensive players at the catcher position. They are few and far between. He is a Platinum Glove winner. Now, that's a previous season, but he's still a very good defensive catcher. I put premium on that. It's not just he's a better fielder than, if he was a great first baseman, I'd be okay, I know he's a good first baseman. It's first base. If he was a great corner outfielder, even better than Judge, I wouldn't be well, he's a better defensive player. Shortstop, center field are 2 and 3, and number 1 is catcher. And specifically to be an offensive catcher with the grueling nature of playing that position, and how he impacts the pitching staff. The catching position is relevant far more than any other defensive position in my mind. And I understand he's breaking records as an offensive catcher. He's got the most home runs ever by a catcher. He is having the best offensive season arguably a catcher has ever had. I know Piazza hit for high average. I know Johnny Bench is Johnny Bench. I know Yogi Berra is Yogi Berra. I get it. He's arguably having the greatest offensive season in a time where it's harder to hit than ever that we have ever seen a catcher have. He broke Mickey Mantle's record for switch hitting, home runs. And I know it's not just about breaking records, right? Because as someone pointed out on Twitter, and I saw it and it's 100% correct, Judge broke the rookie home run record in 17 and had Altuve beat by everything but batting average, and they gave the MVP to Altuve, and I was pissed about it back then. So it's not just about breaking records, but we're talking about an excellent defensive catcher who has now hit more home runs than any catcher in baseball history, has now hit more home runs than any switch hitter in history, including Mickey Mantle. And obviously that's who he broke the record from, Mickey Mantle. And not only that, he currently, as it sits today, has led the Seattle Mariners to the division lead when they have only made the playoffs once since 2001 and haven't won a division since 2001. And even though they might be the third division winner and not get the bye and have pretty much the same place where the Yankees are, where they're hosting a wild card series, I still put a premium on winning the division. And I will tell you this. I think Judge is having the far better year, the far better player, and he's going to have to hit landmarks. But if he hits 60 home runs as a catcher and the Seattle Mariners win their division, I don't think anyone, any Yankee fan, Aaron Judge himself, anyone. I know that I was listening today and Evan Roberts was screaming about it like it's the dumbest thing and preposterous for anybody else to win the award than Aaron Judge. The New York Yankees could possibly have 9 hitters who have 20 home runs. Cody Bellinger is having a great year. I heard Evan go, well, it's not like the Mariners suck. You know, Rodriguez is having a hell of a year and a good player. And, you know, Randy Arozarena is a really good player. The Yankees lineup is full of guys having 30 home run seasons. They're going to have 3 separate guys with 30 home run seasons. Giancarlo Stanton's got a 900 OPS along with him. Like, to make it seem like Aaron Judge is the only... That was last year. This Yankee lineup, as much as they need Judge, obviously, and he's important, and he's the best hitter in the world, it's not like it's just him and Soto this year. The Yankees have a lot. Trent Grisham, Ben Rice, Giancarlo Stanton having the best regular season, arguably, of his entire Yankee career. I know he missed half the year, but he was there while Judge was injured and carrying them. You got 20 home runs from 8 different guys. And I'm not trying to besmirch Judge. He's having a great year, and he should be the MVP. But if a switch-hitting catcher leads a team that hasn't won the division since 2001 to a division title and hits 60 home runs, I don't know how anyone could quibble with the idea of that guy winning the MVP. I just don't. And let's be fair about Judge defensively. He didn't play right field for a month, and right now he's half a player. For a month, he didn't play the position at all. He was injured for 2 weeks, didn't play the outfield for 2 or 3 weeks at all. So we're talking about a guy for a little, like a fifth of the season, didn't play a position. And out there right now is half a player who really can't make throws. As opposed to a catcher who plays a Gold Glove caliber catcher. Like, I'm just saying there is a conversation. The Judge defenders want to make it seem that his numbers are so good, and they are, but his numbers are so good, a discussion is disrespectful. I disagree with that. We are watching a special season from a position that makes it tough to have a special season. It just does. It just is. And it's just a fact. And if the Yankees win the division, done. If the Yankees pull this off, and Judge, who's hot as a firecracker right now, if the New York Yankees catch the Toronto Blue Jays and win the division and get a bye, then I don't care what Cal Raleigh does. This is about importance. Like, it is about valuable, and I put an emphasis on the division. If Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees win the division, debate is over. The debate is over. At that point, they'll probably be the 1 seed. He would be the 1 seed in the American League. They would win a division and have a bye, and he would have every statistical advantage outside of home run and RBIs. Conversation over. But if he's the 4 seed in the American League playoff, with the highest payroll in the American League, with a team full of guys who've hit 20 home runs, for a fifth of the season didn't play the position, and for half the season hasn't been able to throw, and that guy's breaking records for switch hitting, catchers, more home runs than Ken Griffey Jr.'s ever hit 60, to be the 4th man in American League history to have 60 home runs, and led a perennial loser to a division title, I do think there's a conversation. And I'm not saying that guarantees him the MVP if he does those things. I think it's hard not to give it to him, to be honest with you. But I don't think any Yankee fan or Judge supporter or anybody who puts OPS and WAR over everything else should have a major problem with him winning the MVP. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. As much as I love Judge, and there are landmarks he has to hit to overcome the advantage Judge has statistically, I put a lot of weight on the catcher position. I put a lot of weight on winning a division. And I also think the Yankees are better than Seattle with a deeper roster and better team. And if they win their division and beat the Houston Astros out for the division, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on that. That's all I'm saying. It's not that I think they have to hand him the trophy. I'm not saying he's having a better year than Judge. I'm not saying he's more warranted than Judge is. I'm just telling you, as great as the numbers are for Judge, if you get 60 and a division title, I don't think any Yankee fan should be able. I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't argue with it. I wouldn't be upset. I would be more upset about 2017 when Altuve beat him out for the division, for the MVP, than I will be about Cal Raleigh beating him out. It's a special season that Cal Raleigh's never going to duplicate, ever. Ever. That I don't know when we'll see another catcher ever do it. The position is so demanding. But Judge is the better player. Judge is the better offensive player. Judge is the better player. If I'm picking a team tomorrow, Aaron Judge. Any day of the week, twice on Sunday. It's not even close. We all get that. But I do think Cal Raleigh's done enough to make it a conversation, certainly. And if he hits certain landmarks and that team wins the division, I wouldn't be upset at all if he wins it over Judge. Eli in Hillside. What's up, Eli?
Yeah, what's up, Chris? How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
So when I hear what you're saying, like, Cal Raleigh is definitely having an historic season.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing great things, historic things that we've never seen. But when we're taking into account who should be the MVP, we should not be looking at surpassing Mickey Mantle or doing things that a catcher has never done. Who is the more valuable player, him or Aaron Judge? I don't think it's a question. I think Aaron Judge is definitely a more valuable player to his team. So I think definitely Aaron Judge.
What makes you say that?
When he's not there, he's doing more for his team. Like you said, he's a better player. You would pick him. You would pick him for your team more than you would pick Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, but again, but we've seen this. So then, like, even for a last place team, it's just whoever has the best season.
If you would pick him more than you would pick Cal Raleigh, then
yeah, but that doesn't. But it's not necessarily. No, not necessarily. I don't think that necessarily. No.
Well, you pick him over
because he's a better player. Granted, he's a better player, no doubt. No doubt, he's a better player. I would pick a lot of guys before I pick Cal Raleigh because I don't know if I expect him to duplicate it. Like, just because I wouldn't, I'll be honest, let's think of other players in the American League I would pick over him. Like, Judge isn't the only one I would pick over Cal Raleigh. But they're not going to win the MVP. And Cal Raleigh, we make it sound like Cal Raleigh's not valuable to his team. How could you possibly say that? You think they win the division or go to the playoffs without his 50 home runs and his ability to catch and be a Gold Glove catcher? You think they make the playoffs without him?
No chance. And the Yankees wouldn't either be a good team without Aaron Judge.
I think they're better than Seattle. If Judge without the Yankees without Judge have a better chance of being a winning team than arguably Seattle without Cal Raleigh.
Okay.
How many good players are on Seattle?
Not many.
How many 800 OPS guys are on Seattle compared to how many 800 OPS guys are on the Yankees? Like, I'm just saying. I'm the Yankee shill. Like, I'm an Aaron Judge guy. He's the better player. There's no doubt. But we have to just acknowledge that other players exist and special seasons happen. He's having a significantly special season for an important position. And Judge right now, let's be fair, he's playing right field, which isn't nearly as important as catcher. He missed a month of playing the position, and right now, if there is a short fly ball to right field with a runner on third, I don't know if he can throw him out. And hasn't been able to do so, and hasn't even attempted that for the last month. So we're talking about a catcher. If this is a first baseman, we're not even having a discussion. If Cal Raleigh played first, I'm not even having a discussion right now. But he doesn't. He plays catcher. I do think look, and again, if you want to say Aaron Judge is the MVP, I'm not going to argue with you. But if you tell me that there's no debate, if you tell me that he has to win, if you tell me that saying anything short of Aaron Judge is the MVP is foolish, or you're an idiot, which I see constantly on Twitter. I know Twitter doesn't mean anything, but Evan was screaming about it, saying there's no debate. People putting up the stats going, if you think anyone else has a claim to the MVP, you're just an idiot or a Yankee hater. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that saying that this is a close MVP race and that Cal Raleigh has a chance is some sort of Yankee hate or you're being an idiot. Like, I don't. I think it's a fair conversation. Judge is the better player, and if they finish in the wild card, I'd probably give Judge the MVP. But it's about winning your division. If they win the division and he hits 60 home runs from the catching position, you're going to tell me he can't win the MVP? Okay, I disagree with you. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls, as well as get into the actual game last night. For the Yankees, get into the game with Jonah Tong and the importance of that win and where both teams go from here before we get into picks later in the hour and reset at 4 o'clock with a little bit of football and baseball and open it up as we take it to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show right here on The Fan.
It's Friday Night Baseball with the Yankees and Orioles at 7:05 p.m. on The Fan AM 660. Driven by Jeep.
0-1 pitch, swung on a high fly ball. Deep center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills, and you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer? The options are endless, but the answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 3:29. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. So outside of the MVP race in the American League, we had a couple of baseball games yesterday. And obviously yesterday afternoon, Jonathan, Pete Alonzo, and the New York Mets took down the San Diego Padres in a game they desperately needed. And it was nice to see 8 strikeout performance from Tong. Got a little help early on when obviously in the first inning, which he couldn't get out of his last start against the Texas Rangers, in a little bit of trouble, right? He gets the blue pit from Arise. Then you get the double, or would-be double, from Machado that goes off the wall, played really well out there and thrown out at second base. It felt like that would have been, like that was a turning point in the game early. Off of the first inning he had last outing to, I know he got the first out of the game, but like to have second and third, 1 out, Machado, you get a little blue pit, Machado hits one off the wall, like, things could have, although I don't want to make it seem like it absolutely would have because he pitched well the rest of the game, but that was just a big out. It was a big out to settle things down as opposed to having that feeling like, here we go again. And from that point on, he really settled in. He was spotting his fastballs. 8 strikeouts in the performance, did a good job. And, of course, the offense does enough. Pete Alonso with his 4th consecutive home run, the big home run from Nimmo, that kind of breaks the game open. Big win to take that series, and now they go take on the Washington Nationals, who, the Mets are just clearly better than the Nationals. Have had a tough season. They should go out and absolutely wipe the floor with the Nationals and take all 3. That's what you're looking to do here. And the Mets, despite all of it, and despite my concerns, and yesterday I opened up the show talking about the Mets pitching for the postseason because, and I got a bunch of responses, they got to get there first. I am extremely confident that the New York Mets are going to the postseason. Yesterday was a big game for them. They kept them 2 games in front. Yeah, they're 2 games in front of the Cincinnati Reds, who would own the tiebreaker. So that's literally just 2 games. Same thing for the Diamondbacks. They're 2 in the loss column against the Diamondbacks, who, assuming that they catch the Mets, would probably win enough division games to give them the tiebreaker as well. The Giants, who the Mets own the tiebreaker over, are 3 games back. That pretty much puts them at 4. You could forget the San Francisco Giants with 9 to play. But you're still ahead of the Reds, Diamondbacks by 2 games with 9 to play. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, and we just had the conversation about the Yankees maybe catching the Toronto Blue Jays at 3, which is really like 4 with the tiebreaker. If the Mets win some games, it's tough to make up 2 games. It's not easy with 9 left. And I fully expect the Mets to hold off. I really do. So I'm looking at postseason pitching performances, and that scares me. But I'm not overly worried about the Mets missing the postseason. I think they're going to do what they need to do and figure out a way to beat Washington. The Reds are still playing the Cubs. Diamondbacks still have games against the Dodgers. I know the Cubs have locked things up, but then they've got the Pirates, yes, and then they have Milwaukee to end the season, who could still be battling, although they won't throw their best pitchers because they're going to... Although they have a break, who knows who they'll throw, to be honest with you, because they'll have the bye. But they are battling the Phillies for home field advantage throughout the postseason. So, it's still going to be tough for them, still going to be tough for the Diamondbacks, and the Mets should be able to take advantage of the Nationals. I feel confident that you will see the Mets in the postseason once they get there. I don't know how this pitching performance is, but yesterday went a long way, and Pete Alonso, that's what you're looking for, right? The other night, you have the big game from Lindor. You know what Soto's been doing. And now you got Pete on a 4-game homer streak after kind of not hitting a lot of home runs for a long time. To go now 4 consecutive games with a home run and no doubt bombs to left center field. I mean, he's hitting these majestic shots to center and left center and right. Like, he's looking about as good as he's looked in a while. And if this team is trending in the right direction offensively, that's what you're hoping to carry this team. So I feel relatively positive about the Mets. I'm concerned about their pitching staff, but Jonathan did a good enough job where, I mean, could he be in the mix? Can you see him in the bullpen? We talk so much about the Yankees and the starters that they'll throw into the bullpen. Could you see Jonah Tong being, thrown into the mix of a bullpen spot if he does not crack the top 3, which I still don't think he would, even after yesterday's performance. But Mets with a big win against the Padres to win that series. They go to take on the Nationals in what should be a successful series. We'll see. If they stub their toe there, we'll have a different conversation come Monday if this weekend does not go well for the New York Mets. The New York Yankees have a ho-hum victory where, Max Fried was just dominant. That's about as good as we've seen Max Fried all year. In this season where now he's got 18 wins to lead Major League Baseball, he's had this incredible year. Started the year just absolutely great. Had that stretch where he really was struggling. But since the Red Sox series in mid-August, where he threw that one-run game where they lost to Bayo and the Red Sox 1-0, since that moment, he's been really good. His last handful of starts now, and last night against, a dead Orioles team, but still has some guys who can hit, just absolutely mowed them down. 13 strikeouts, tying a career high, and looked every bit dominant. The body language was, he was feeling it. They talk about starters. You have 10 starts where you're just dominant, 10 starts where you have nothing, and it's what you do with the 10 in between, similar to you win 60, you lose 60. It's what you do with the other 60 or other, 40 or whatever it is. But the body language, that was one of those 10 where he had everything working. He had the high fastball. The last 2 games, and there's been some speculation that in Fenway that it's a little bit of a high gun that everybody seemed to pick up velocity. But he was throwing 98, 99 in Boston. He was throwing 98, 97 in this game last night on the high-rising fastball. He looks healthy. He's spotting everything, and, him and Rodon are so important to this team going on a run, and if he's going to be a dominant pitcher like he was last night and the way he's pitched the last 5, 6, 7 starts, that is a huge advantage for the New York Yankees. And especially right now when as of today, this second, they'd be taking on the Houston Astros, where, clearly Crochet, if it's the Boston Red Sox, you feel like that's going to be a tough matchup. Going up against a pitcher as good as him, as great as Framber Valdez has been, I don't know if he's the same, and the Yankees have pounded him this year. That would be a huge advantage to have him. And then a couple other things have him pitching this way. And then obviously the offense explodes for 7 runs, and they did it without a home run. How about that? Yankees scored 7 without a home run. But the thing from this game that I find interesting, and the question that's going to come of it, one, you saw Caballero and Volpe both in the game, and I like Caballero, and he's having a good season since the trade deadline, and I still want to play him more than Anthony Volpe, or at least that's where we are right now. But we can't, he got picked off again. I'm just telling you, if Anthony Volpe did the same things that Caballero did, the Yankee fans would be all over him. But because he's replacing Anthony Volpe, and we all can't stand him, he's getting a pass on some really dicey base running. That's just a fact. Yes, he steals bases at will, but he gets picked. He's been picked off, 3 times in the last 5 games? He's got to be a little bit less, just reckless on the base path. And if any other Yankee player was doing it, we'd be killing him. We'd be talking boonie ball and all. But he gets a pass. Nobody says anything. Nobody quibbles about Caballero. Why? Because he's replacing the player we hate, and we don't want to badmouth him in hopes that the Yankees will hear and play Anthony Volpe instead. But we have to be honest. He's a bit reckless on the base path. As great as he is at stealing bases, and I love the aggressive nature, you can't get picked off 2-3 times a week. And Anthony Volpe last night gets legs out a double with a great slide, immediately steals third base and leads to a run. Anthony Volpe, since the cortisone shot, has been a little bit better and generated a run last night. So we'll see. But the other question that is very fascinating, is Rosario. Because it's unbelievable and it's uncanny. Rosario mashes left-handed pitching. As they saw a lefty last night, they played him at second base and gave Jazz the night off, which I don't think would happen in the postseason. But for the postseason, with Ryan McMahon's offensive struggles against a left-handed pitcher. Although it hasn't happened all that much, when Rosario plays against left-handed pitching, he hits. And last night, yes, it was 7-0. Yes, they were probably going to win without this hit. And yes, Max Fried was unbelievable. But in the first inning, they have first and second, nobody out. Oh, excuse me, first and second, 1 out or 2 outs. Judge strikes out. Bellinger walks. Stanton hits a long fly ball, and you feel like, man, they got 2 runners on early on, a chance to score some runs. They're not going to do it. And he laces a ball down the left field line for a 2-run double, and away the Yankees went. That was the biggest hit of the game to set them up for that win. He's been great against left-handed pitching. And I wonder if in a postseason game against a left-handed starter, you could see Rosario play third base. I don't think they would take Jazz out. It would be McMahon. But the only question I have is he's so good defensively. With a Max Fried on the mound or with a Carlos Rodon on the mound, if that's the matchup, say it's the Red Sox and it's Fried-Crochet game 1, are you going to sacrifice that excellent defense at third base with those two, with left-handed Max Fried on the mound against all the right-handed hitters of Boston and how many ground balls we've seen to third base? Do you sacrifice the defense for the offense of Rosario? And that's going to be a fascinating question, and it's going to be an interesting one for Aaron Boone. Let's get to the calls here real quick. Let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
Hey, C-Max. How you doing today,
Good, buddy? How are you?
Good. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
It's crazy. I was just thinking about it before. I can't believe it's the end of September already. One more month, it's going to be Halloween.
Amazing.
Nuts. You got to break out that flask for Halloween, man. When you walk around.
When I'm walking around with the kids. That's right. All right, so what do we got in the MVP race? I'm a little short for time, Mike.
Okay. I definitely think that, if he hits 60, I was talking to Fleas about it as well. If he hits 60 home runs, I think he gets it because not only switch hitter, but also catcher. I think
it's, and thank you for the call, Mike, and I'm sorry to be short with you. We got to do picks coming up here. And to me, the division's important too. If he hits 60 and wins the division, and Seattle wins the division, I'm going to have a tough time being upset he wins the MVP. I'm not saying he has to have it at that point because that's how good Judge has been, but I'm going to have a tough time really being mad about it. Phil and Howell. What's up, Phil?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
I have a quick question for you before you have to cut me off.
Yeah.
Listen, on the Mets, if the Mets make the playoffs, which is, pretty possible.
I think they are. I think it's at 80%. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I agree with that. On the playoff roster, do you think as far as relief pitching goes that they would have Halsey and both Stanek on the roster?
Yes.
You really do?
Yeah. I don't think that you think who are they going to replace him with? They traded for Helsley. Throws 102 miles an hour. As bad as he's been, Reed Garrett's season just ended. I don't know who else you're going to go to. There's no doubt. And Stanek was arguably, outside of Diaz, your best reliever last year in the postseason. There's no way those guys aren't on the playoff roster. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stuart?
Morning, C-Mac.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
It's a novelty. No home runs and a shutout.
How about that? No home runs, and they scored 7 runs. They found a way to do it.
Why can't they do it more often?
Oh, I don't know. What, you want them to hit less home runs? I don't. I'd like them to hit more. I'd like them to hit home runs more often. That's what I would like.
No, true. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Would you sign Grisham? Would you sign Grisham?
I hear you. And I'm sorry, Stu, but I got to break because I got to do the big segment. No. And I hate saying that because I love him. I love Trent Grisham. I do. He's having a great year. I love him. It depends on what the number is. If the contract is extremely reasonable and short, I maybe. But I put Bellinger over him. I'd rather have Bellinger, and I can't imagine them signing both. And quite honestly, if the money's big, he's never done this before, ever. His record, his 17 was the most home runs he ever hit before this. And he's had seasons where he's played 150 games, had 600 at-bats. It's not like he's been a bench player. He was for the Yankees last year, but he's had seasons where he's played. I can't bank on him doing this again, and I can't give him big-time money. Honestly, I hate to say this. I think I'm happy giving him the qualifying offer and getting picks when he signs somewhere else. And I love him, and I wouldn't be upset if they bring him back. And if they can't sign Bellinger because someone gives them some outrageous contract and the Yankees don't match it, then I'm open to bringing him back. But I'd rather have Bellinger, so my gut, and I just don't know if you're going to get this again. I feel more confident you get another Bellinger season like this than you get another Trent Grisham season like this. And plus the ability to play multiple positions and everything and just how good he's been. I can't. And I hate saying it because I love Trent. I didn't want him traded, and I expect big things from him down the stretch. I expect him to be good in the postseason, all of it. He was great in the postseason against the Mets in the wild card series for the Padres, and then very good against the Dodgers in the next round. Sorry. I just don't know if I can do it. 888-808-1019. All right, quick break. We'll come back. Marco will join us, and we will have our NFL's Week 3 pick segment coming up right here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
They're not going to fire Dable and Shane, and I know nobody's really getting fired in week 2 of the NFL, but I'm saying for the fans, you got to be mad as hell where you want change.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Cash App is built for this city. You got built-in security that's rock solid. Face ID, scam warnings, 24/7 chat support. It's like having a bodyguard for your money. You work too hard to let anything slip through the cracks. Download the Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and Cash App drops $10 right back into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Overdraft coverage provided by Cash App. A Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/ NJ.com/legal/podcast.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Football Sunday, so good to me. How does that not make you smile? Makes me smile. I know Marco can't get enough of it. He likes it better than ABBA. All right.
By a lot.
By a lot. All right, here we go. Week number 3. Real quick, just to keep us abreast of the situation. We don't have to go through all the picks, but after all of us going 1-4 in week 1, after week 2, Marco completely redeemed himself and went 4-1 this week, 5-5 on the season. I went 3-2 last week, just getting the 2 locals wrong. I got all the other 3 picks correct, so I'm 4-6. Fleegs went 2-3 to be now in last place at 3-7. So Marco at 500, I'm at 4-6. Fleegs 3-7. As we head into a week number 3, Fleegs, since you're in last place, you can start us off. Where are we going today?
All right, well, see, like Marco took the elevator to get out of the basement. Yeah. I'm on the escalator, so I'm going to get there. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
Okay.
Game number 1, give me the Chargers minus 2.5 over the Broncos. This is simply the Chargers have looked better of the 2 teams in the first couple of weeks. You know, the Broncos probably should have won last week in Indianapolis. They didn't. The Chargers dominate on Monday night. I don't really care that it's a short week. Harbaugh looks like he has this team playing at a different level. He looks like he has Justin Herbert playing at a different level. That's been so much of a running game, at least it was last year, and we thought maybe we'd get that with Harbaugh again. But they're really opening things up in the passing attack. Herbert looks good, so I like the Chargers there. I still believe in the Broncos overall this season, but they look to have started a little bit slower. Game number 2, I'll take the Rams plus the 3.5 in Philly. The Eagles rolled to the Super Bowl and threw the Chiefs and to a championship last year. The one team that they had trouble with was the Rams, and I don't think that snow game helped the Rams as much as people think. I think the snow in that game helped the Eagles. McVay is a great coach. I think he'll have them ready for this game. I think they're a really good team. My concern going into the year, why I wasn't heavy on them on overs, divisions, everything was the health of Matthew Stafford. And Stafford looked pretty darn good the first couple of weeks. The Eagles, if you have a weakness on that team defensively, it's in the secondary and between Nakua and Adams. I think the Rams can exploit that. And I think they want this win after thinking they should have won the playoff game last year. So give me the Rams. And game number 3, Seahawks minus 7.5 at home against the Saints. Seahawks, good team. Saints, they stink. Doesn't really get much more complicated than that. And then for the two locals, I'm so furious at myself for taking the Jets. I said it when we did the segment. Marco wasn't here. I said, this is stupid. You're getting in front of a moving train. But I did it. I'm going to go with my gambling guts this time, which I didn't do last week. And this is going to be surprising, but I think the Jets are the pick here. This line should be over a touchdown. Everything we've seen from these two tough games, like the Bucks have been in close games, but against good teams. The Jets were non-competitive last week. I think they respond. I mean, if they don't respond, I don't care about the talent. I don't care about the quarterback. If they don't respond, you can close the book on Aaron Glenn. Enough. We don't have to do the 3 or 4 years with him if they don't show up for this game. They don't have to win it. They have to cover. And in the Sunday night game, I don't think the Giants are going to win, but I think they're going to be close. So of the two kinds of pain, getting blown out by the Chiefs or being in one of these typical Chief games where they find a way to win late because that's what they do, I think that's what we see on Sunday night. So I'm taking both locals plus the points.
All right, both locals. Again, you asking for it. I want to do the same thing, but I don't know if I can. We'll get to it. Marco, you're up.
I'm not going to belabor too much. I'm with Fleeks on the Chargers on the lane, the 2.5 against the Broncos. Look, part of it is just Harbaugh and what it is. I'm also down on the Broncos as opposed to you guys. I think they're going to have you say a bounce back year. They were way too high last year. This is not as good a team as everybody seems to make it seem. And I think Bo Nix is also going to have a letdown season. He's already on his way to that. And I like the Chargers, and I think they're getting the style of Jim Harbaugh. So give me the Chargers laying the 2.5. The other one I'm going to take is give me the 49ers laying the 2.5 against the Cardinals. I understand that Brock Purdy is probably not going to play. They're leaving out hope, and his toe is getting better. I don't care. Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan. I'm good. So, and I also think the Cardinals are a bit of a fraud. So I'm good with the 49ers, especially the fact that they're going to play a tight game, but I expect them to win. And only laying 2.5 here. So just the field goal, I like the 49ers. Going to Monday night, I love the Ravens laying the 5.5 against the Lions. Look, Detroit with a monster bounce back. I took them last week. Thank you, Detroit. Helped me out with Dan Campbell. I think the Lions are going to be fine. I'm a little down on the fact that I don't know if they're going to be what they were last year in the 1 seed and this team marching to that. I think is a bit much. I think the Packers are the class of that division, but I don't think the Lions are falling off the planet. But I love the Ravens on the mission after week 1 with the Bills. Then they lay the wood against the Browns. This is a team that I feel like is going to steamroll and dominate through a lot of the regular season, taking the anger from the last however many years where they've fallen short, plus you get the, kick to the groin in week 1 with the Bills. I feel like it helps fuel them for most of this season. This is a big spot just to be able to show that they can flex their muscles, and I think they will. And I think this is also tough for the Lions to go on the road in Baltimore. So give me the Ravens laying the 5.5. For the locals, all of us are a little lost on these locals because we don't know. We want to believe, we don't believe, we kind of believe, not really sure. I'll start with the Bucs and the Jets. I actually think it's better for the Jets that Tyrod Taylor is playing as opposed to Justin Fields. Now, I know I'm not a Justin Fields guy. I'm not that guy. I think Tyrod Taylor gives them a better element. I think he gives them a little bit of stability. I do. However, I'm not taking the Jets. I just can't take the Jets. Everything tells me to take the Jets because I like Tyrod Taylor. I think the locker room likes Tyrod Taylor. I think Aaron Glenn likes Tyrod. I think everybody responds to Tyrod Taylor. So give me Baker Mayfield and the Bucs laying the 6.5. For the other one, look, all common sense says the Giants coming home after putting up that performance with the Chiefs offense struggling the way it has, that the Giants should be able to keep this close and maybe even sneak out a win against a team that's really a shell of what they've been.
Yep.
However, you now want me to put money on the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football at home against Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Travis Kelce.
And Spagnuolo.
Think about that for a second. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Give me the Chiefs laying the 5.5. This line should be bigger. Again, it's for the idea that people are completely out on the Chiefs, and all of a sudden the Giants gave everybody hope because they look like not only a functional offense, and a dynamic offense last week.
Yeah.
I expect their defense to play much better and their offense to play much worse. This is going to be one of those painful losses, but it's going to be my more than 5.5. Give me the Chiefs laying the 5.5.
All right. Look at you. You're the only smart one because I have a feeling I'm going to fall into the trap. But let's get to it. Start out of town here. Last week it felt like me and Fleeks talked about it. We were trying to find dogs. I'm going all 3 dogs out of the outside of the locals here. And I love it because I'm going against both of you. Give me Denver plus 2.5. The Chargers, back-to-back primetime games, did not play well in the second half with Herbert against the Raiders, did almost nothing offensively. The Denver Broncos, divisional opponent, coming off a disastrous loss. I just think this is a spot that, it's tough. I look back on it, the last 8 times that a team was coming off back-to-back primetime games, coming home as the favorite, 1-7 against the spread. I just have a feeling this is a tough spot. I like the Broncos defense. It hasn't played as well as it should. I think they're better than this. And I just think coming off these 2 wins, coming home, I think they're due for a letdown. I'm against both of you. Give me the Denver Broncos plus 2.5 at the Chargers. I'm going to take another team here that I think is going to have one of those games where they just don't continue what they're doing. Give me Cleveland plus 7.5. Green Bay's had some issues with their offensive line. The defensive front of the Browns is one of, if not the best defense in front of football. And if you look at the actual underlying numbers, even though they did get blown out by the Ravens, defensively, they actually had a pretty good game against the Ravens. Derrick Henry did absolutely nothing, and I just have a feeling this is a tough game. Green Bay plus 7.5. It's a touchdown in Cleveland, and I know they're terrible, and we'll see if Joe Flacco can do anything. But a desperate team, as bad as they are at 0-2, desperate for a win, opportunity to really get after Love and give this Green Bay team its first real kind of like easy game where they assume they're going to win. I'll take the Cleveland Browns plus 7.5 at home against Green Bay. And then give me Houston on the road in Jacksonville plus 1.5. I just think Houston's better than Jacksonville. I still think that, Lawrence has played a miserable brand of football here for a stretch now. I think Houston had that game won. I still think they're a more talented football team. I'm getting 1.5. I know it's on the road. A desperate 0-2 Houston Texans against a lousy Jacksonville team. Give me them plus 1.5 on the road in Jacksonville. And then I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. The Jets, I think, is easier than the Giants. I do think the Jets are going to keep this game close. Tampa Bay, again, coming home 2-0. Kind of lucky to be there, quite honestly, with some big-time performances from Baker Mayfield down the end of those games with big-time throws and big-time drives to beat Atlanta, and then what we saw last week. I just think the Jets can figure out a way. I agree with you. I think the offense has a better chance as long as they can run the football. I think the Jets have a better chance to have an offensive game with Tyrod Taylor than they do Justin Fields. I think there's a chance to have a passing attack if they can run the football, which the entire offense is predicated on. I think they keep it close. 6.5 just feels like a lot of, to Fleeg's point, you would think that the ugly performance off Buffalo, 2-0, coming home, and it's not even a touchdown. I'm going to take the Jets plus 6.5. And then this is it, Mustard's last stand. I'm going to go with the Giants here, plus 5.5. I just have a feeling they're going to be able to keep this game close. Kansas City is not itself. Kansas City traditionally, even against bad teams, keeps these games close. I have no real reason other than the gambler in me says this is the way Kansas City plays football, and the Giants did find a way to put up some offense. I've been saying it all year. I think there's a chance Andrew Thomas plays. I don't know if there's much, but still, Bo has been better. The offensive line played well. I know it's not Chris Jones. Dallas doesn't have much of a pass rush, but I just have a feeling they're going to be able to block it up enough to give you a somewhat of an offensive performance. I don't know whether Worthy's going to be healthy enough, and I just have a feeling the Chiefs are going to play a game that they typically play and win by a field goal. So give me the Giants plus 5.5. The last time I'll take them all year if they lose, I promise you. This is it.
Mustard's
if
last
the Giants,
stand? Is that
What'd I say?
Colonel?
I was going to jump in before he threw to the update and ask, did you say that because of your
Mike's Amazing?
Your deal with Mike's Amazing? Or was that just a random Freudian slip?
No, why? It's Colonel Mustard, isn't it? No, I'm thinking of the game Clue. Oh, my God, I'm losing my mind.
Mark, I'm so glad you caught on to that, too.
I'm such an idiot. Custard's last stand. I had Colonel.
Oh, God.
Did I say Mustard?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. And then when you said Colonel Mustard, I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. I just want it to be known they didn't correct me. I got Custard all on my own. Obviously, that's incorrect, yes.
Wait, hang on.
Did you just say
what?
Custard?
Oh, custard? So it's not mustard, it's not custard. No, it's not a dessert, man.
It's custard.
Custard, same thing. Let's get to the update.
I mean, he was a colonel, lieutenant colonel.
Yeah, no, well, I know he's a colonel. Oh boy.
So
it happens.
You have the mustard and the custard.
Maybe I do have mustard on my mind. And then when you said Colonel Mustard, I said, yeah, that's right. That's what got me.
And people, if they're watching on YouTube, they saw this. Anyone else, the confidence on your face.
Well, I just know when I said Mustard's last stand, I just looked at him.
Colonel Mustard, of course. He made the last stand. Why wouldn't Colonel Mustard make the last stand?
With the candlestick. I remember that. He did. All right, we'll take a chance parlay, which I hit, none of you have. So I'm the smart one. We'll do it up next after this on the Fan. Here's the update. Here's Marco.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Mac, we're brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Complete domination from Max Fried. 7 innings, 3 at ball. Season best 13 Ks. Major League leading 18 victories. The Yankees suffocate the Orioles 7-0.
I love watching him pitch. You know, he's such a good athlete. And obviously the way he fields his position, controls the running games and things like that. You see his athleticism, but you see the athleticism on the mound too, which is how fluid he is, how he can add and subtract, you know, how he's got upper 90s in the tank always, the different ways he can get you out. Yeah, it's a lot of fun when he's in a rhythm like that, too.
Blue Jays lost, so the Yankees have crept to within 3 of first place, 2 up on the Astros for that top wild card. Mets, a much-needed victory, 6-1 over the Padres. Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game. Brandon Nimmo, a 3-run shot, all in support of Jonah Tong as the rookie washed the bad taste from his last start. 5 innings, a 1-run ball, 8 Ks.
That's kind of like the guy we saw at the minor league level pretty much the whole year. You know, getting swing and misses with the fastball at the top, the changeup, the curveball, attacking. He was pretty impressive.
Mets now a 2-game lead on the D-backs and the Reds in the wild card. Giants fell 3 back, and the Bills able to survive the Dolphins 31-21 Thursday Night Football. 3 touchdown passes from Josh Allen. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Here we go. Marco's having a tough time. Here we go. Oh, take a chance on me. How we doing? 406. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Colonel Custer. I get now people saying they think it's General. It's Colonel.
It's General. It's General.
We just looked it up.
So, no, Marco, I always
Colonel
thought
Sanders?
it was general, but looking it up, it does say lieutenant colonel.
Okay.
I thought it was
But I'm with you. I always thought it was General Custer.
All right. I'll stand down on the Google machine. I always thought it was General Custer. I just know it wasn't mustard, nor was it custard.
Well, yeah, I mean, the D at the end of it, and again, the mustard thing was a slip, and I fixed it. Yeah.
Did General or Colonel Custer and Colonel Sanders ever get together?
Yeah, that's a good point. They do get together. All right, so last week on the Take a Chance parlay, I nailed it. If I could find it now, I wrote it down somewhere.
You had the Patriots, the Colts, and the Seahawks.
Patriots, Colts, and Seahawks. One for one here, 1 for 2. For the first 2 weeks, I actually nailed one. I think last year I went 0 for. I think you had a couple. I think you hit a couple last year, or maybe one. I went 0 for last year. I think I hit one.
I hit a couple. It might not. I don't know if it was last year, but the year before, maybe.
Yeah, I think all of us hit a couple the year one, but I know I went 0 for last year. But get one in week 2. Week number 3. Again, if you don't know what the Take a Chance parlay is, we do it here on the show. It's just 3 dogs. We bet 3 dogs. We parlay them together. Again, last week I hit. Let's see where we go here. Fleegs, where are we going?
All right, so game number one, it's one of your picks. I like the Texans plus the 1.5. I agree with you. I think they're the better team, and they're not great at closing games, but the Jaguars are horrendous
they had no business
at closing
losing that
games.
game.
Like that's one of those losses you look back and say, that cost them a playoff spot, so that's one. Game number 2, I have the Rams in my picks, and game number 3, the Patriots at home. I don't know how good this Steelers team is. Like, Rodgers looked okay in week 2, and just that defense looks anything like we've seen, unlike anything we've seen from the Steelers since Mike Tomlin has been there. The Patriots aren't great offensively, but if they can keep this close, they have a shot. They're at home, so that'll be my third pick, the Patriots at home against the Steelers.
All right, I'll start off. I'm going to agree with Fleegs. I'll piggyback with the Rams. I like them in this one. Again, it's the 3.5. I kind of debated on putting them in the picks, but taking a shot here. They do seem to match up well with the Eagles. So give me the Rams and pick 1. 2, I'm going to take the Raiders on the road with the Commanders. Look, I know Jaden Daniels will likely play with that knee injury. It seems like they've kind of brought him along slow. They got the extra time for the Thursday game with the loss of the Packers. The Raiders coming off the short week. I feel like this is a bounce back, though. For Geno Smith couldn't possibly play any worse than he has played. I think Pete Carroll gets them in a good spot, and I think Jaden Daniels probably plays, but is a bit limited. So maybe it kind of limits the Washington offense a little bit, and the Raiders pull the surprise. The last one, the Colts have been riding so high. They've been so good. They've been so ridiculous. And the Titans haven't looked great, but they had a couple of little moments here and there, and Cam Ward, obviously. This is also a divisional game with the Titans at home with the Colts. Again, are they that good? Could they be the Saints of last year where after 2 weeks we were talking about, wow, look at all this, and then they fell apart? It wouldn't shock me if the Colts still kind of come back down to earth. And I think in this series, the Titans have played well against Indy at home. So give me the Titans to pull the upset.
Yeah, you stole my good one there. You stole my Colts one. It was going to have this whole anti-Daniel Jones thing going on. But I'll find somewhere else.
I took the mustard?
I took the, you passed the mustard.
Mustard.
You passed it. Mustard. Hey, listen, Mike's Amazing Mustard. It's on my mind. That is
that
true.
game lost a little mustard.
Save me that. We gotta use that on Saturdays. All right, so I got the 2 picks, obviously, in my picks. I'll go Houston and I'll go Denver. And then the other game I was going to pick the Tennessee Titans, but I'll go somewhere else now. I'm going to go off the cuff here a little bit and have a little bit of fun. Let's go with the Bengals getting 3 points against the backup quarterback in Minnesota too. Carson Wentz. We'll see. Like Carson Wentz, this is his chance to prove he still belongs in the NFL. So I'm interested in the Bengals' offensive line sucks, but we know he throws the ball down the field. He went down after, and he's not scared, man. 3 picks and still goes down the field to beat Jacksonville in that game. So I'll take the Bengals plus 3 as well. So I got Houston, Denver, and the Bengals for the take a chance parlay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Surely.
Mustard.
It's Colonel Custer.
This is where you're going to stand? You screwed
Well,
up like
it's his
6
last
times, and this is
Well,
where you're going to dig your heels in?
You were just as confident as the general, and we went and looked at it, and it's Colonel.
Okay.
You said no.
Because of your deal with Mike's Amazing, or you're the Mustard
general.
Man, so this is
That's
Mustard
it.
Man's last stand?
This is it. Yeah. I purposely said mustard.
You got the rope or the candlestick?
I just had Colonel in my head, Colonel Mustard. And my kids love...
Was it the food? You were thinking of the chicken?
Clue.
No?
No, I was thinking Colonel. I had Colonel in my head. I went Colonel Mustard.
That's
what 100% it was the Colonel.
Colonel.
It was Colonel Mustard.
With his wee beady eyes.
Well, yeah. And my kids love Clue. I even have the Clue app on my phone that we play it on. They're constantly... I was just with my son today with the other one. We had baseball practice, and my wife had school thing, so I had to take the little guy with me.
The other one.
The other one. I had the older one's baseball practice. The little guy had to come with me. We sat down for 2 seconds. Can I play Clue on your phone? Can I play Clue on your phone?
You can play Clue on the phone now?
Yeah, it's a great game.
That I'm unaware of.
No, it's a great game.
Listen, if they had Clue on the phone when I was growing up, I definitely would have been asking my parents to play it on their phones.
100%.
I didn't know that. I might have to do that.
Yeah, so...
My oldest likes Clue as well.
Clue is a part of my life, is my point. And yes, but that was the mistake. Colonel,
Has Clue
I went right to
surpassed
mustard.
Uno?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Not on the phone, when they ask for things on the phone, yeah. Like, when we actually play the game, I guess we probably play Uno more than we play Clue, because we do have the board game Clue at the house, but such a pain in the butt.
Well, that's the only way I've played it. I didn't
Such
know
a
it was on the
process.
phone.
Well, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah,
I understand that, but I've never played it on the phone. So for me, it's a process. The only problem is my kids are spaced out in age. So the 11-year-old, no problem. The 5-year-old, a little difficult to follow Clue.
No, they're
a little tough. And the 2-year-old, I got to make sure he doesn't swallow the candlestick.
Yeah, no, they're pretty good at it. It's just you got to take the game out. Then, we've gone through all of the things. You're trying to find one with empty spaces to write the X's on the names and everything. And
girls are smarter than boys. Your 5-year-old might have a shot.
Yeah, she follows a little. That she gets, preoccupied with other things. Yeah, attention spans.
And then the cards go everywhere, and you got to put the cards away. And they don't want to put things away. They don't want to put the board game away. It's a pain in the ass. On the phone, it's nice and easy. Just hand them the phone and they play Clue. But then I'm sitting at baseball practice with nothing to do. That's the thing.
With the other one.
Yeah, just watching the other one play baseball.
I mean, if you need a tip of something to do, you could read a history book.
I guess I could.
You buy a hot dog, get some mustard.
I think
Mike's amazing.
And I know he wasn't part of the Revolutionary War, but Ken Burns is coming out, I believe, with like a big, he did baseball in the Civil War. I think he's coming out with a Revolutionary War. Big Ken Burns guy.
I've seen a few things. I don't know if I'd call myself a big Ken Burns guy.
Have you seen the Ken Burns Civil War documentary?
No, not the whole thing. I'm sure I saw bits and pieces. I do enjoy that, though. I do like history stuff.
Man? Yeah.
Well, I was a history major. Yeah, I do like that.
Look at you,
I do like that stuff. Yeah,
I've been watching, when I'm bored, like one of the bored things I've been watching is The Men Who Built America. Have you seen that? It's like a History Channel thing.
I have not.
Vanderbilt and... who are the other guys? Vanderbilt and...
Colonel Mustard?
No, not Colonel Mustard.
Colonel Mustard sounds like something we would have heard in a Mike's On 1876 parody video.
No, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, saying it either way so you guys can't make fun of me. But it's really interesting to see how those guys like J.P. Morgan... how they just built the country. Now they the oil industry, the steel industry. Carnegie is another one. It's fascinating, and how they were rivals and tried to screw each other.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So this is History Channel. I got to go look this.
Yeah. Well, the oil, the trains were first, then the oil, then the oil needed the trains to ship their oil, and then he came up with the idea of building the pipelines to screw the railroad, who kept on hiking the prices. And then you get to steel and building.
So what do I got to carve out, like 20 hours for this, or
well,
what?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about 20 hours. Each episode's about 45 minutes to an hour, and it's on each person. It focuses on that person each episode.
Marco saw a movie 8 years ago. That's the last time we watched anything.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. So maybe I'll watch this in 2044.
And JP
I'll get around to it.
And JP Morgan was big in was integral in the integral in the electricity. Yeah, whenever I say integral, people say it's wrong and that word doesn't exist, but it sounds like it's a word that exists.
I always thought it was integral.
Yeah. Integral is not a word.
Yeah, it's integral.
Integral.
1 R.
Okay.
Yep. See, we're figuring out a lot, but every time I say integral, I get a bunch of, you said integral again, it's not a word. But he was huge. He was big into funding electricity. He was big with Edison on starting electricity. I didn't know that. Those are the things you learn. I didn't know that's where he got a lot of where Edison got a lot of the money was J.P. Morgan. I didn't know that.
Is this segment the reason you thought of train tracks? Just curious.
When did I think of train? Oh,
yeah,
no, we're off the rails.
Yeah,
and I get it.
I'm in nowhere close.
I get it. Yeah. No, this is me just proving that I know some things about history after saying Colonel Mustard.
Oh, so this is trying to get your pride back.
Correct.
That's what we're trying to do?
Correct, absolutely. Yep. Trying to salvage. We're salvaging.
Okay.
Just proving that I do know things about history. And I watch the shows. I'm interested. And Colonel Mustard was a mistake. That I didn't think it was actually Colonel Mustard's last stand is my point. But when you said Colonel and Mustard, I was like, yeah, what's the problem?
It was just, you didn't say Colonel at the whole thing. It was just, Mustard's last stand.
Yeah.
And I let you do the whole pick.
No, I know.
I let it go. I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to break your train of thought.
No, you
trying
should've.
to be the team guy.
No, you should.
But I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let Mustard's last stand go without, because I know somebody in the car right now is driving going, Mustard's last stand? Did he just say Mustard? Was that Mustard?
I definitely did
Couldn't
say
have been
that.
Mustard, right? And nobody heard
Mustard.
whether you took the Giants or the Jets or whatever. They're going, Mustard. There's no way this guy's talking about Mustard's last stand. That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
So,
although, you got to try Mike's Amazing. You got to try it. Are you a spicy brown mustard guy?
I do like that, yes.
Oh, you got to go get
Mike's amazing.
You got to go get it. It's unbelievable. After years of another brand, like my whole life, and a big mustard guy, blew my mind how good it is.
I'm all aboard.
There you go. It's a new life thing. All right. I'm not sure what happened there, but we're going to break and figure it out. We'll come back, take your calls, we'll reset, do a little bit of football, and I hope that one of these two teams at least can continue to give us a season here on September 19th? Great. Wonderful. Grand. McMonigle here with you. We'll do a little bit of baseball as well, but we only got 40 minutes as we take you to the warm-up show at 5. We'll come back, take your calls, 888-808-1019. We'll be right back. Mustard's last stand.
Deep ball downfield, looking for Neighbors, who makes the catch for the touchdown in double coverage.
An incredible game ended with heartbreak in Dallas for Big Blue.
Again, this one's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. These guys battled. Dallas battled. Came down to the end.
Big Blue gets back to business for the 2025 home opener at MetLife Stadium, taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 8:20 Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football. The Giants and the Chiefs. The home of Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
12. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
You gotta love it, because now we're getting like a ton of calls about Custer and JP Morgan and integral. Integral is a word now that I know. That was a mistake I was making years ago. And people were saying that integral isn't a word. I don't know where I got it from. Like, integral to the process.
You are not the only. I've heard so many people make that mistake. I think that's just a common American thing.
Yeah, for a long time, I would have said, yeah, of course, he's integral to the process. Or like 100. I would have never. I thought that was a word. And
that's almost up there with like irregardless.
Yeah, right. Irregardless. Yeah, I don't know, but then someone corrected me, and I looked it up on air. I don't think I was. It was before the overnight. I think I was doing Saturday nights or whatever I was doing. And I looked it up, and it's integral. I believe that's the pronunciation for it. It's integral. In what was the word?
So integral. It's the same spelling. That's the math term. Integral.
Okay.
Integral is the form that you're using.
Right. He's integral to the process. But I would say integral for years. I never would have thought that was wrong or not a word. 100%. And then someone corrected me a couple of years ago.
You gotta love English. Here's a word with two completely separate meanings,
right?
And we're changing the pronunciation of just kind of one or two of the 8 letters. It's spelled exactly the same. Like, just make integral a word. Let's change them up. Let's split them up, and let's move on.
There's a guy who does this on Instagram. He has like this Instagram thing where he pretends to be a teacher, teaching the English language to people, and it's like I forget some of the examples, but like like bowl and foul, and then you just put a different word in front of it. It's just like, so what would this be? Like, or deer. So what would near be? N-E-E-R. No, near is N-E-A-R. Like that kind of thing. Like,
unless you're talking about Richard.
Right, exactly. But it's a quirky language. But I thought integral was 100% it.
You're not alone on that. I mean, you're probably alone on Mustard's Last Stand, but you're not alone
it's not
on
Mustard's
integral.
Last Stand. I had Colonel in my head, and Colonel was followed by Mustard. Mustard's Last Stand. It didn't have anything to do with Mike's Amazing. Didn't have anything to do with that. In my head, I was going to say Colonel Mustard's Last Stand, 100%. I was going to say Colonel. Colonel was, and then I decided,
which is still wrong. Like, you're saying it as if, well, that would have made it better.
No, Colonel's right. I thought we looked that up.
Right, but it's not Colonel. You keep saying Colonel Mustard.
No, I understand that. Colonel Mustard would have been wrong. My point is, Colonel.
But nobody says that. It's Custer's Last Stand. Correct. I've never heard anybody say Colonel before that.
I agree with. No, I know. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just Mustard. Custer's Last Stand. Custer's Last Stand. I get it.
I hope Marco's listening in his little closet.
But I think of him as Colonel. I definitely think I say Colonel Custard's last stand.
Listen, to me, he's Alberto Albuquerque.
Yeah, exactly. But the mustard was strictly because I had Colonel on the brain, and to me right now in my life, Colonel Mustard is a prominent figure.
And listen, if you said you said it on purpose because of the Mike's Amazing deal, I would have 100% believed you.
Yeah,
I thought,
I
wow, that's clever.
I should have.
You should have lied.
I should have lied. But no, I had Colonel Mustard on the brain. Colonel Custard turned into Colonel Mustard. That's just what happened. I'm sure Brett's going to let it go. What's up, Brett in Long Island? What's going on?
Chris, you act like taking the Giants with 5.5 is this big stretch.
No, I don't disagree.
Legs and take the Giants.
Yeah, listen, the number's 5.5 for a reason. It's not. I'm sure a lot of people are on it at 5.5. We're just disgusted with the team, man. You know how it is. They lose, Brett. They lose. I hear you. 5.5's not crazy. I don't disagree with you. And I'm taking it because I do believe they can keep it close. I do, but. It's hard to take the Giants right now. It's hard to take the Jets right now. It's just difficult because they lose so damn much, Brett.
They lost by a 75-yard field goal, Chris. Come on,
64-yard field goal. But they lost. They lost. If they lose this game, the season's over. If they lose this game, the season's over.
You know how you say tank for a draft pick for quarterback?
Yes.
The haters of the Giants should be saying, well, I'm not. I don't give up, but they should be saying lose for a head coach, right? Because right now you want them to go 0-3.
I don't.
I'm not on that, Chris.
I don't want them to go 0-3.
You can't tell me sometimes your fandom doesn't come in. They got to win this game.
They got to win this game.
You're going to have 85% of the country. It's a standalone game.
Yep.
You got Eagles fans, Ravens fans, Bills fans, Mahomes haters, the whole, Kelsey, Swift thing. Everybody's going to pull for the Giants. They're home, coming off of that horrible, heartbreaking loss. They got this, Chris. You got it for once, like, this is where me and you could line up right now.
Well, I mean, I want them to win the game. I agree with you. I'm not on tanking. I don't think I'll be on tanking all year. I'm certainly not on tanking right now. I desperately want them to win the game. I have zero faith that they will.
Them losing this game,
of course,
and then it's going to be the whole 0-3, 0-5, and then the rest of this year, it's negative Giants talk, man. I can't have it.
Well, then don't blame me. Don't blame me. Blame the Giants.
With you.
That doesn't start with me.
With you.
Blame the Giants. They give us the reason to be negative.
We're going to win the game, Chris. Do it.
Okay.
Give me some hope for the weekend.
I can't. They have a good chance to. They have a good chance to cover the 5.5. I think they have. I don't think they.
5.5.
Well, I don't think they have a chance. I think they're going to lose the football game. I don't know how you could not think that.
No. See, there you go. They played the Chiefs good the last 2 times they played them. Like.
They are the 3-time defending AFC champion.
That's not them anymore.
Bull crap, that's last year they're in the Super Bowl. Last year. Not some far distant Super Bowl.
You always go with the past. That's you. Everything. Yankees, everything. Can we look at now? They look good. The Chiefs, everybody I talk to
how close was the Eagle game? What was the Eagle score? Do you think if the Giants played the Eagles, it'd be that close?
You can't do that.
Well, all right, so pretty much you can't do anything. You can't do anything other than say the Giants have a chance. Other than that, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about the past. I can't talk about the 3rd game they've played most recently. I only got to talk about the 2 most recent games because they lost those 2 and they're not the same. They were in the Super Bowl last year.
I don't care, man.
All right, so you don't care. All you care about is last week.
If you contain Mahomes. What's up strategy? Forget all that.
Yeah.
You contain Mahomes. That's the killer. And Barnes can do it. We got the speed. If they use Carter right, Thibodeau looks better. If you contain him, he doesn't do anything. Okay? I'm worried more about the offense. Can we do what we did last week? Can we move the ball on them?
No, probably not. No.
It's a home game, Chris.
And how have they? I mean, I get it.
Yankees, always.
Yes, always. The Yankees were in the World Series. The Yankees haven't had a losing season in 33 years. The Yankees give me so much more reason to be confident.
15 years ago, the Giants won one before.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Stop it. Stop it.
The Giants.
Stop it. The Giants have. We're on the precipice of having how many times have they been 0-2 in the last 13 years? 10 times. The season's going to be over again on September 21st, and I'm supposed to. Like, come on, stop it
Yeah,
now.
you're brainwashed. Rob.
I'm brainwashed?
You lost.
Oh, my
You
God.
lost everything what it takes to be a fan
That's
of a
ridiculous.
team.
That's ridiculous, Brett.
You're giving up on them.
I'm not. At 0-3, I'm going to give up on the season, yes.
They can win the game. You can't even say they can win the game.
They can win the game. They can win the game.
You just said it.
I just said they can win the game. They're not. I don't think they're going to. You think they're going to?
I think they're going to win.
Okay, good, Brett. You think they're going to win. Okay. It's the Kansas City Chiefs, man. I know you're talking about a team that is the most successful franchise in the last 8 years in the NFL. They've won 3 Super Bowls. They just went to 3 in a row. Patrick Mahomes and this team and this coach, Andy Reid, I mean, they're on the precipice of freaking rivaling Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. They have the best defensive coordinator who won a Super Bowl with the Giants. Like, he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the history of the NFL. This team, year in and year out, this is the 3rd consecutive year we're saying this is not the Chiefs. This isn't the Chiefs. No, not the same. Not the same. We've been saying it for 3 consecutive seasons. In the previous 2, they still went to the Super Bowl and won 1. You make it sound like this isn't the Chiefs is a new thing. We've been saying it for 3 years. We've been astonished as they continue to get to the Super Bowl. But because the Giants put up 37 against the lousy Cowboy defense, and they're playing at home, suddenly I'm brainwashed for thinking it's going to be a difficult game to win. Brett, you're out of your mind. You are completely out of your mind. And stop bringing up the Yankees to the Giants like they're comparable. They're not. They're not. The idea I have optimism for one and pessimism for the other is just freaking reality. Now, is it possible they would? I just picked them to keep it close. The spread's 5.5. Right? The spread's not 15. The spread's 5.5. And I've been talking up the Giants all offseason. I predicted them to win the first 2 games of the year, Brett. When nobody else had them doing anything, when everyone had them being beat by the Commanders. And this tough schedule, I've been talking down the tough schedule. I predicted them to win the first 2 games of the year. I've been nothing but optimistic about this Giant team. Nothing. And then they get their ass kicked and don't show up against Washington and score 37 points and still find a way to lose. So excuse me if I don't think they're suddenly going to find a way to beat the best franchise in the sport over the last 8 years. I hope they keep it close. And yeah, I suppose there's always a chance to win. And I said the Kansas City keeps these games close. That's how they play. There is a good chance the Giants keep this game close. It's hard to envision the Kansas City Chiefs losing to the Giants to go 0-3. If you don't think that's just an absolute fact, then you're out of your mind. And if you think that's being overly pessimistic, you're crazy. The idea that the Chiefs are going to come to New York to play the Giants, who haven't, done anything in a decade. And when I say haven't done anything, I don't mean not won a championship, like the Yankees have done nothing in the last 10 years. I mean, haven't had a season in November all but once in the last 10 years. Like, nothing. Like, lose as many games as anyone. The bottom of the NFL for a decade. And I'm supposed to believe that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to go 0-3 at the hands of this franchise? Could it happen? Sure. Crazier things have happened. But you expect me to come on the radio and tell you it's going to happen. I believe it because that's what fans do. And I make that argument against Yankee fans who I think are way overly pessimistic about a franchise that continues to find themselves in the ALCS, in the postseason. Like, this is different. But I picked them, and I think they have every opportunity to keep this game close. And I do believe that the offensive explosion, while we're not going to see that, I do believe there are things about this offense, as I've said all offseason, that I like the wide receiving core, that I think the offensive line can play better, that I like the running back tandem, These are all things I've been saying all offseason. And I still believe it. And I think they can score some points. It's hard to envision them beating Kansas City. Let's go to Pat in the Bronx. What's up, Pat?
Mr. McMonigle.
What's going on, Patrick? How are we?
I'm doing all right. I called in. Good morning, Beatles always wakes me up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. On Football Fridays, we don't do it. On Football Fridays, we play the Take a Chance parlay instead of Good Morning. But I can mix it in. I can try and mix it in still if everybody likes it. Thank you.
Is that ABBA, Take a Chance on the parlay? Excellent.
That's right, the great ABBA.
Excellent. Now, the grammar police are in town, and
they certainly are.
If I'm wrong. The word you say comparable, I think it's comparable and incomparable.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. I feel like comparable is a word, but you might be right. It might be comparable.
It sounds like it should be because you're comparing two things, but I think it is comparable.
Okay.
Regarding the Mets, we got the win we needed.
Yes.
Now we're hosting the Nationals. There is no reason why we shouldn't sweep the Nationals. I understand it's baseball. Both teams are playing hard, but we need to sweep the Nationals. We need to go into Miami next weekend needing one win. We don't need to go in there needing 2 wins or 3 wins. Yeah. Miami has been our haunted house.
No, there's no doubt it has been. You definitely do not want to go into it. And yeah, listen, not the Nationals at home. There's no reason you shouldn't figure out a way. It looks you got Sproat, McLean, and then obviously the piggyback situation of Holmes and Minaya. You should absolutely go win all 3 games. Now, is 2 out of 3 the end of the world? No, 2 out of 3, you should probably still be in a good position. Again, it is hard. I know it only seems like 2 games. It's hard to, it's not easy to make up 2 games in 9 days. It's not impossible. And the Mets aren't like safe of it, but the Reds had an opportunity. Like when the Reds got swept by the A's, even though they're still 2 games back now, they had every opportunity to overtake the Mets at the end of their 8-game losing streak. The Mets were still losing, and the Reds were playing the A's. And now the A's have done a good job. They swept the Reds. They beat Boston yesterday, so they've actually played spoiler fairly well. But they couldn't get a game. I'm sorry. I have a tough time trusting the Reds. And the Diamondbacks have a tough schedule still playing the Dodgers, who need these games. So, I'm just saying, I think you take 2 out of 3 from the Nationals, you're still in good position. You'd like to say we should sweep. And certainly you feel good about the pitching matchups. But even, to me, 2 out of 3, you're still good. Can't lose the series. And then Chicago, I don't know what they're going to have to play for. They've locked up the top wild card. I mean, I'd have to, how many games are they out of the division? Is the division
6.
even over? 6 games, yeah. So they're done.
Getting 1 hit today kind of wrapped it up for them.
There's no, the Cubs have nothing to play for. Not that means you're going to beat them, but the Cubs have literally nothing to play for. If you take 2 out of 3 from both those series and go 4-2 over the next 6, I think that's still going to be good enough to only need to go into Miami and win 1 game. Walt in Oceanport. What's up, Walt?
Hey, how's it going, Chris?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I have 2 questions. One's a Yankee and one's a Giant. So which one do you want to take first?
Giants.
Okay. Now, yes, obviously we're playing against the Chiefs, okay? And I do have high hopes that the Giants do pull out a win, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But my question is that, okay, let's go with the fact that they're probably going to lose, but
okay,
can we take a moral victory out of this? I mean, if it's close, I mean, can we see that that Dable is doing something well, and we have we're moving in the right direction?
Yes. I mean, on some level, yes. It will still be a demoralizing loss no matter how it happens because the season will be officially over. I just don't. You can't get around that. 0-3 for this Giant team against this schedule in this division. They haven't even played the Eagles yet. There's no way around the idea that they're not making the playoffs, that the season is officially dead at 0-3. Having said that, knowing that we went into it without much of a playoff aspiration or hope, if they play well and this game is, 28-24, if this game is 31-29, like if this is the Giants move the football offensively, they look like a real team. They score some points. They score some touchdowns. This game is close. Patrick Mahomes goes down the field with 2 minutes left to kick a game-winning field goal or score a game-winning touchdown and break your hearts. Yes, there is some momentum in that. There is some belief in what's happening in that. There is some idea that they've become an actual football team despite being 0-3. But the overarching theme is still going to be another dead season before Halloween, another dead season before October, another dead season yet again with no hope of really competing for a playoff spot. And it's just demoralizing. But that it's not to say that you're right. If they put back-to-back good performances together.
It was very hopped up, okay, in comparison to the week before against the Commanders. Okay, I was very hopped up last week. I
hear you, Walt, but that's become the bar. And thank you for the call. And it's unfortunate, and I don't disagree with you, but that's a low bar. Being excited about the idea that you enjoyed watching a football game and it wasn't just an out-and-out disaster and they actually competed and had a chance to win and look like a 2025 NFL offense. And I agree with you. I left the game feeling that too. And I'm sorry, but that comes with a feeling of this should not be. I shouldn't be this pleased with it. I shouldn't come away feeling, wow, man, that was exciting. I actually had a football game there. Great. That's a positive start. That's a nice step. It shouldn't be that low a bar. But to answer your question, unfortunately, the bar is that low. And yeah, if they play Kansas City tough, and again, I know Kansas City's not the same, and they're 0-2, and there's a reason for that, and they're dealing with injuries to the wide receivers and suspension to Rice, and we'll see if Worthy can play through the labrum tear and see what kind of player he is. And, they're not the same. They're not. Kelsey looks washed, had a miserable, game, handed the game to the Eagles with that drop pass. I get all that. But yes, unfortunately, I agree with you. If this is a competitive football game and the Giants look like a team that belongs on the same field with the Kansas City Chiefs, there is going to be some optimism. There is going to be some belief they're going in the right direction. There is going to be a level of moral victory. And that doesn't make me happy. It's an odd situation because although I'll have that feeling of moral victory, I'll be disgusted because there is no such thing in the NFL. And to have such a low bar, to be pleased with the idea they lost to the Cowboys, but hey, one hell of a game, and that they lost to the Chiefs, but hey, we didn't get embarrassed. That's where we are. And it's not just a good feeling because it's a reminder of where we are. It's a reminder of how low the bar is and how easy it is to please us because of what we've watched forever. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back, take your phone calls, rapid fire styles. We take it at 5 o'clock in the warm-up show right here on The Fan. McMonigle here with you on the overnights. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
If the Mets won every game, it's still not a 90-win team. It's not good enough. No, it wouldn't be good enough for me. And I bet that it's not going to be good enough for King Cohen or David Stern. It's not good enough.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Go to WFAN.com/contest to enter for a chance to win tickets to see Alice Cooper and Judas Priest live at PNC Bank Arts Center on September 26th. From our friends at Live Nation, tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:51. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. So I'm just seeing something. I don't know if we're going to have time to get it. Maybe Fleece can get it. I saw the famous Dove Kleinman has it on his, if you could find that on Twitter. But Eli Manning was on, I guess, the Schrager Hour with Pete Schrager, who formerly of NFL Network, now on ESPN, obviously, who never played the game, as we all know, but has a podcast. Eli Manning tells a story that I think, I'm just seeing it now, really does make Jackson Dart look bad. I got to be honest. It's a funny story, but it's Eli Manning talks about how he told Jackson Dart to reach out to him anytime, and then Jackson Dart took him up on it. I'll explain the story if we can't get the audio in time, but okay, here we go. So this is, again, on Peter Schrager's podcast. I just saw this, so I want to play it. So Eli Manning is talking about Jackson Dart and how, listen, Eli's been part of the organization now forever, obviously, and after he's always looking to help guys. Took Daniel Jones under his wing. And, obviously, Ole Miss connection to Jackson Dart. Told Jackson Dart that, look, anytime you need anything, give me a call. And apparently this is how it went. So this is on the Peter Schrager Hour, or the Schrager Hour. Eli Manning telling a story about Jackson Dart.
So I told Jackson, if you have any questions about anything, I'm here for you, football related, or just, when you're deciding, what town you want to live in, or this or that, or all of a sudden it's training camp. He calls me, one day. He's like, "Hey, you got a minute?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course." So, such a similar situation we're in, like, bringing in a veteran like Russell Wilson. They brought in Kurt Warner.
Yeah, sure.
I was like, maybe this is dealing with that or something. He goes, "Can you give me a reservation at Fort Charles tonight at 6:30?"
The best French dip in America.
Yeah. I was like, no, that's not part of the deal. Like, when I said I'm happy to help out, I'm not doing that. I'm not your reservations guy. You have to earn the right to call and get your reservation.
That's amazing. Fort Charles.
That's funny. Now, I'm sure it wasn't just, hey, can you get me reservation? Like, it was probably like, hey, look, I got to, do you have any connections there? Or like, but still, to call Eli Manning after he told you can call me for anything, life, football related, and say, hey, help me get a reservation to a restaurant. I don't know. Not the best look for Jackson Dart. It's funny. It's not a big deal, but I thought that, and Eli's good at this, man. Eli's a good storyteller. Eli's funny. But can you imagine having the nerve to call Eli Manning after he gave you his number? Eli Manning. Like, I mean, it's funny. These rookies, they want to wear the numbers, right? Abdul Carter wants to wear LT's number. Then he wants to wear Phil Simms' number. Now Jackson Dart's taking up Eli Manning's, offer to, like, call me anytime if you need any advice. Yeah. Can you help me get a reservation? Try the lemon cake. I guess, yeah, I would, next time I need to get to Del Frisco's, I'll see if Mike can help me out. But, like, yeah, I mean, hey, Eli, I need to get into Fort Charles. Oof. And apparently it's like, because they go on the podcast, we don't have to play it, but it's a steakhouse that has like 8 tables. It's impossible to get a reservation. But, of course, Eli Manning, he's the king of New York. He can get in anywhere.
Like, Eli has 2 Super Bowls. Maybe, win a game before you're trying to get into that restaurant.
Throw a pass. And, again, that was in training camp, apparently. So he didn't even start the season yet. We'll see him eventually, especially if the Giants go 0-3.
For these kids these days.
That's it, man. They want to play Clue on your phone. They want reservations. They want to wear your number. It's ridiculous. They think Mustard made the last stand. It's embarrassing. Wilson in Roxbury. What's up, Wilson?
Hey, what's up, man? Good morning. Hey, listen, I'm going to give you a number. 9 and 27.
9 and 27.
That is the record of this horrendous head coach and this horrendous general manager. Mm-hmm. And somehow now we just have to look forward to being competitive.
It's not 9 and 27 for their totality, because they won 9 games in year 1.
For the past 3 years. For the past 2 years.
Yes.
The past 2 years. The past 2 years they have been the worst team in the NFL.
Yep.
It's 9 and 27.
No, they have.
And now we have to look forward to being competitive. Let me tell you something right now. If John Mara believes in these 2 individuals so much, right, which is a lie. The only reason why he brought him back was because he didn't want the planes over the stadium, and he didn't want to just change coaches again.
Well, the plane over the
That was
stadium has
only
nothing to
reason.
do with it. That would have appeased the people who hired the plane if you fire the coach.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he didn't fire them. He doesn't believe in this guy because let me tell you something.
No.
No player is going to respect the head coach if they go on the last year of their contract, which will be next year, and no free agent is going to come to a team where when the general manager goes and is playing the last year of the contract, which will be next year, which will be 5 years. Why he doesn't give him a contract extension? Would you give these two individuals a contract extension?
Right now, I would not. Let's see the season play out, because I got to be honest with you, and I know this is, if they win some games down the stretch and Jackson Dart plays extremely well inside this offense and they score points and they look like a football team and they win a game or two we wouldn't expect and Jackson Dart plays really well, I'm going to have a real tough time changing coaches on him. And I understand your point. And who knows? That might be to the detriment moving forward, because maybe he's not a good head coach, and certainly your record that you point out reinforces that. But I mean, you can't allow someone, and it's just not good business. It's not good. It's just he kept him and allowed him to pick his quarterback. If he shows success with that, if he sees a process that's working with the young quarterback, and they win some games and play well down the stretch and score a lot of points, and Jackson Dart looks good and has a nice last 5, 6 to 10 games, I don't know how many they'd let him play. Like, we saw what happened with Daniel Jones. This owner, when he hired Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen and he made them stick with Daniel Jones, he talked about how the organization did everything to ruin the kid, that they changed coaches on him, they changed offensive coordinators on him, and it ruined Daniel Jones. That's how the owner feels about what happened with Daniel Jones. Are you really going to allow this guy to stay off of those losing seasons, allow him to draft the young quarterback, allow him to coach the young quarterback to the point that we're all positive about what's happening with the young quarterback, and then pull the rug out from this kid and make him learn a new offense next year? I don't know. Probably not. So, yeah, we could be talking about letting him play out a lame duck year or another contract. As crazy as that might sound, staring 0-3 in the face. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Fleegs on the other side. We'll catch you on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Mustard's Last Stand. Mustard's Last Stand. We'll talk Mustard then, too. We'll have Mike's Amazing Player of the Week. We'll talk to Michael Carver. We'll do all the things we do on Saturday mornings. But until then, enjoy the rest of your Friday. I'll catch you Saturday morning. Warm-up show's next. Bye-bye.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Yankees made quick work of the Orioles 7-0 as Giancarlo Stanton and Amed Rosario each with 2-run doubles. Max Fried just flat out brilliant. 7 innings, a 3-hit ball, 13 Ks, now a major league leading 18th victory.
Stuff was really good again, I thought. Just really in control of the game. Took a lead and obviously just kind of ran with it.
Blue Jays lost, with the Bombers now within 3 games, along with a 2-game lead on the Astros for the top wild card. Mets raced the Padres 6-1. Brandon Nimmo a 3-run shot. Pete Alonzo homered for a 4th straight game. While Jonah Tong impressive 5 innings, a 1-run ball with 8 Ks. Mets take the series, having now won 3 of their last 4, trying to make that final playoff push.
We don't have too many left, and every game matters, right? So it was good to see the boys bounce back after losing that first one.
Mets sitting 2 games up on the Diamondbacks and Reds in the wild card, 3 on the Giants. And Thursday Night Football, the Bills outlast the Dolphins 31-21 behind 3 TD passes from Josh Allen. And this report is brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm, Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. Also brought to you by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters, expertise, and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
All right, Football Friday on the Fan. What is up? The Eddie Schizzeri. Nice to have you with us. Across from me is a man wearing a T-shirt and a CBS jacket. Al Dukes, what's up?
Good morning there, Jerry.
Yeah, good morning.
So the Dolphins hung in there a little bit last night.
They actually played well, I would say.
31-21, they lose to the Bills, but everyone thought that was going to be like a 31-0 spot or, 45-10.
I would say me included.
But they did, they screwed up at the end. They had a... Yeah.
You want to hear
they had a roughing the punter penalty.
That was a killer for sure.
And then a Tua interception at the 21-yard line of the Bills.
Listen to the Dolphins announcers on this Tua interception. So it's 28-21. Buffalo's ahead because of the roughing the punter, which allowed Buffalo to go down and score. So it's 28-21. The Dolphins have the ball. There's 3.5 minutes or so to go. They are, I don't remember, maybe at like the 25-yard line of the Bills. Like they're driving. Things are going well. And then I love the Dolphins announcers here.
Back to throw Tua. It's intercepted. He threw right into the arms of a defender. Waddle pushes the defender out of bounds. But what in the world was that?
That's never good when your guys are saying, what in the world was that?
Yeah.
So that ended it. And they went down and kicked the field goal, and they won by 10.
So we're roughing the punter and a key pick, and you lose. And now you're 0-3. The Bills are 3-0. There goes the Bills only need 6 more wins, Jerry, to hit their 9.
That's right. And they already beat Baltimore in a game, bless you, in a game that you kind of needed them to lose to have any hope.
Correct.
And they came back and won that game. So they're 3-0 and off and running.
Interesting. I don't know if you are familiar with a guy named Warren Sharp. He's a football.
I am not. Warren Sharp. No, I don't
Warren
know.
Sharp. He's like an NFL football guy. I don't know where he works. He's got 400,000 Twitter followers.
Nice.
I can't tell even where he works.
Okay.
But he had a video from the Bills. It was interesting because he had a video from the Bills kneel down.
Okay.
At to go into the half, and as Josh Allen is taking the snap to go down, the ball doesn't get to him. The ball goes down. Josh Allen lifts his knee up off the ground as he picks the ball up. And just runs and hands it to the ref and runs off the field. Like, that was a live ball. But everyone just...
Because it's such a routine play.
And I think Josh Allen probably knew he did this and thought, if I quickly give this to the ref and keep going towards the locker room that the half's over, I'm good.
Interesting. Did not see that.
It's very interesting to see. Yeah. He goes to take the snap. While he's taking the snap, he goes to his knee, but he never gets the snap. And when he picks the ball up off the carpet, his knee is no longer on the ground. He grabs the ball, runs backwards, hands it to a ref, and keeps running to the locker room. Really? That's right.
What I would wonder is there I don't know the rules enough to that degree. Is there a sense of you've given up on the play and the play's over? I don't know.
Because there was a guy on the Dolphins that was going for the ball.
Oh, he was going. I didn't see this play. Interesting. Okay.
Bills are cheaters. That's
Bills
the bottom line, Jerry.
Okay. Warren Sharp is his name?
Warren Sharp. Sharp Football, Jerry. At Sharp Football.
Warren Sharp.
I love guys like that. It's like the guy's got 400,000 followers. I'm trying to find out where he works in his Twitter bio. Not available.
SharpFootballAnalytics.com. Good for him.
Analytics.com.
Yeah. Analysis.com.
Take a look at that play if you don't mind, Jerry, really quickly.
I am. Here we go.
In the fourth Josh quarter. Allen.
I know. I'm trying to
Sick
see.
of that guy.
And he falls down. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know what I make of it. Right, because he never knees it down after.
He doesn't kneel while he has the ball.
Yeah, that is interesting.
He kneels before the ball gets to him, and when he picks up the fumble, he's standing, runs it to the ref, and keeps running.
How about that?
Cheater. He knew. That's it. By the way, that's a veteran play. Because he knew that was a fumble, but ran it to the ref.
How about your next 4 games for your Buffalo Bills that are now 3-0 for your under 9.5?
I said the Bills would win 9 games.
Yeah, you had them under 9.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Saints at home.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots at home.
Mm-hmm.
Then a tough 2 games on the road in Atlanta and at Carolina.
Damn it, Jerry. They're going to be 7-0.
It's hard to think that they won't be.
I think they'll be 6-1. I think they're going to lose one of those games.
You think they're going to get like tripped up in Atlanta or something?
Yeah, I mean,
they're not losing to the Saints or the Patriots in Orchard Park.
If the Dolphins weren't stupid, they would have won last.
I don't know if I would say that. They hung in there.
They hung in there.
I don't know that they would have won the game.
If Tua Tagovailoa didn't throw that pick, we'd be in good shape.
There's some level of, and maybe this is where one of the losses would come from, there's some level of come down too. I mean, in terms of who you're playing and what you're expecting to be yourself.
Yeah.
You know, they did a great job going into MetLife Stadium last week and not having that happen. But you come back, the Dolphins are a complete and utter disaster right now. People think they're one of the worst teams in football. I could see them kind of, taking that one for granted last night.
Yeah.
Now, that could be a wake-up call, too. They could go in and beat the Saints next week by 50. So you're under 9.5, not looking great through 3 games.
It's not looking great so far.
Of course, I thought before the season started, I didn't think it was looking great, but we'll see.
That's true. You were not a fan of that pick of mine. Now, last night, Jerry, Al Michaels said something where he was taking a shot at a team, but he did not name the team.
I saw this, yes.
He said, quote, some teams are good, but not particularly interesting. The Buffalo Bills have really become a great team to watch. So he was like taking a shot at a good team that's boring. And Eagles fans took it.
I would think it is the Eagles.
That they were taking a shot at them.
But I think that's probably true. And who cares? If you're boring and you're winning Super Bowls, so be it. But yeah, I would say that's probably true because he couldn't be talking about the Chiefs. I know the Chiefs are 0-2, but they've obviously been great for a long time. He's not talking about the Chiefs because Mahomes has been fun to watch. If you think about all the good teams in the NFL right now.
Right, Lions are fun to watch.
They're
Packers.
a blast. The Packers are fun. The Vikings were fun last year. The Bears haven't been good, so it's not them.
Chargers fun.
Chargers are a fun team.
You're right, it's the Eagles.
It has to be the Eagles with the whole 4th and 1 in the tush push, and Jalen Hurts doesn't throw for 350 yards a game. They just win, And so what? Like, would you as a Cowboy, Jet,
Bucks,
Lions, Bucks, whoever's winning right now, favorite team of yours, if you're winning every week, like if the Giants were boring but 2-0, you'd be fired up.
Yeah.
Ground and pound with Rex wasn't very exciting in terms of offensive football, but they won and it was fun.
And he was fun.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I could see if you're calling the games, it's not the most now it can be when if they throw to A.J. Brown on 80-yard pass plays, which they have done in the past. For some reason, they haven't done that. So I get what he's saying. Who cares?
This is looking very interesting, too. Who do the Eagles play this week? I didn't look because of cool games, Jerry. Let me take a quick
I didn't look either.
peek.
All I know,
they got the Rams.
I just know that someone sent us on social media that this week is going to make people wonder why the NFL is so popular. That's how bad the schedule is. So
is that right?
So I didn't want to look.
All right. I haven't looked.
I just know the Jets, Giants, and Cowboys, who they're playing.
And I did look. The Eagles will play the Rams.
Okay.
It appears that the NFL wants this tush push out now. For whatever reason, I know they had all off season to try to figure out, but they are now, supposedly the NFL told the refs to officiate it tight.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to try and outlaw it unless they get the vote, but I do think when the noise is as loud as it was last week, in terms of it's one thing it's hard to stop, it's another thing if the guards are jumping off sides. To me, that makes sense, saying, hey, guys.
And that they're not even lined up properly.
Right. You've got to make sure the formations are right and that they're doing it properly. We'll allow it, but you got to do it right. Will this get changed in the offseason? Maybe. I don't know.
I think it changes this week. I bet you the Eagles get called for penalties during it.
So here's what I don't know. Could you tell? I saw it in slow motion, like everybody. But I did not go back and watch the game replay to see in real time if you could really tell if they were jumping off sides with the naked eye. The slow motion's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, the jumping off sides one is weird. The lining up, they're lined up like like a pyramid shape, almost like they're
Like a
not
rugby
all on
scrum.
the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I think you got to be able to see. If you can tell me a wide receivers lined up off, you got to be able to tell me that the line guys, you got to be able to see that with the naked eye. I think you just start throwing the flag on it every time.
Well, maybe you'll see that. Maybe starting this week you'll see that. And, is that game in L.A. or is it in Philly?
Philly.
It's in Philly?
And the refs will have
I'll tell
Coke
you.
bottles thrown at them on the way
I was
out.
going to say, if they throw a flag the first time they do that, that crowd is going to go ballistic.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
Nick Sirianni's going to be fired up on the sideline.
Yeah, you got to wake up. If you're the Eagles, you wake up this morning, or this came out yesterday, and you got to be like, they're trying to get rid of this play.
I got to be honest, I'm the Eagles. 1st and 10, first play from scrimmage. Tush push. We dare you to call something.
If they could do tush push every play, they'd get 3 yards each.
No, not really. Sometimes they only get a
3.5.
yard. I would actually say, too, teams have been closer now. Well, I shouldn't say that. I didn't see their game last week. But the first game with the Cowboys, there were a few plays. Cowboys came close to stopping it. I thought the Commanders in the NFC Championship game came close a few times to stopping it. Here's what you have to guard against now. It seems they line up, you kind of know what it is. You gotta watch for trick plays at this point.
Yes.
Like they've set us up for a few years now. Big spot, 3rd and 1. You bunch up your defenders, you got to be careful that someone doesn't release and you end up throwing a 70-yard touchdown pass or something or whatever.
Yeah. No, I would do Jerry. I'd have a guy in the end slant pass, right? I'd fake the go on tush push, take 2 steps back.
I like it.
Sling it right across.
Right, and run to the blue Chevy.
Yeah.
And cut across the field.
That's right. Go down to the telephone pole, hook a left.
It is interesting, though, like when a team is so good at something, because you do wonder why other teams can't figure it out and do it as well as them. And I don't know if it's because of Jalen Hurts' his size, because he's not a 6'8" quarterback. It works. And it's interesting because I would think if I'm the center or the guards, I don't want any part of that play. Like, I'm getting crushed at the bottom of a pie, and I know I'm going to get crushed.
Well, that's what Jason Kelsey had been saying, that it's there's a lot going on in there. If you're a lineman, you getting worked. Probably getting your testicles twisted and everything.
Well, that's why you got to wear a cup.
Correct.
Don't allow them to get to the testicle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Exactly.
Don't allow them, Jerry. All right, so we'll look for that in the Rams-Eagles game.
Yeah.
The Giants and Andrew Thomas. It says his availability, the decision on that will go right up until the 8:20 game time on Sunday night.
Game time decision.
And what's even the point? If the guy is a game time decision now, he's getting hurt again
It's
anyway.
gaming.
So what's the point?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know
What's
that it
this guy's
really.
problem?
I don't really know that it's a game time decision as much as this. As we talk about, these football coaches think this is like, and it is to them, but this isn't real life stuff. They treat this like, we're not giving away secrets. Make the Chiefs game plan for a backup tackle.
Yeah, right. Here's what here'd be my game plan. If Andrew Thomas gets in, he'll be out in 3 plays anyway, so who gives a crap?
It's hard to argue that.
What's his story? What's his injury?
Doesn't he have a foot injury?
I don't know, man.
But he is hurt a lot.
Guy's always hurt.
The shame of it is he's so good when he's healthy, but he's just never healthy enough.
How can I not get find an article that tells me what his injury is?
Well, just look at.
I'm clicking on them. They all just talk about might he play?
I don't know how. It should not be that hard.
Left foot surgery last October. Come on, bro. It's been a year.
You make it so simple.
Wrap that foot up and get in there. Oh, I'd stomp his foot if I was on the Chiefs. As soon as he gets in there, I go. Brr.
I actually think he's going to play Sunday night.
The whole game.
Well, I can't tell you that, but I think he's going to play Sunday night. I think they know now whether he's playing or not.
They should require. Listen, if you're going to get in bed with all the betting companies, you got to tell us legit who's playing and who's not. How am I to make a bet, Jerry, if I don't know if Andrew Thomas is going to be out there?
When was the last time you made a bet?
It's been probably 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. I thought you were going to say a couple months.
I got sick of losing.
It is not a winning proposition a lot of times. That is very true. And you would think it should be 50-50.
Yes.
And it's not.
Football was annoying enough to watch. losing bets that I feel like I should be winning was really pissing me off.
But you were also doing something that's very difficult, trying to pick 5 winners at the same time.
Oh, my $5 5-game parlay.
Let me ask you this. What would your record have been? Hear me out for a second. If you didn't do the 5-game parlay, but you made 5